Thread your serger in a fraction of the time when you use the jet air threading on the Baby Lock Celebrate. With a gentle push on the lever, the upper and lower loopers are threaded, and you can do them in any order. The built-in threader makes quick work of needle threading. In no time at all, you'll be breezing through all of your projects. Setting up your serger can be easy. Let your Baby Lock retailer show you how. There are a lot of helpful features right at your fingertips on the front of the Baby Lock Brilliant. First, we have the Start-Stop button. You can touch this anytime to stitch, and it's going to let you know if you've forgotten to do something like lowering the presser foot, and it will also let you know that you have to disconnect the foot controller in order to use the Start-Stop button for sewing. Above that, we have the Reverse button. Anytime you touch the Reverse button as you're sewing, the machine is going to stitch in continuous reverse as long as you hold on to that button, and when you release, it will start stitching forward again. This button serves a second purpose. When you've programmed a lock or a thread cut at the end of a seam, it's how you're going to let the machine know that you've reached the end of the seam and you're ready for it to lock in those stitches and cut the thread. Above that, we have the Reinforcement button. When you are stitching a decorative stitch, you can touch reinforcement and a green LED light will appear, letting you know that the machine acknowledges that you want it to lock in the stitch. It's going to complete the decorative stitch, then lock in, and thread cut if you have programmed that as well. Next, you have your needle position button. Anytime you touch the needle position, it will lift or lower the needle position. Next, you have the thread cutter button. No matter where you are in a stitch, you can always cut the threads simply by touching the thread cutter button. As we move across the machine, we'll find speed control. You can program your machine to stitch at the fastest speed or the slowest speed or anywhere in between. On the front of the machine, you'll find that you've got several buttons as well. First, we have the automatic tie-off. When you program in that automatic tie-off, when you begin a seam, the Brilliant's going to lock in your stitches, and at the end of a seam, again, you'll touch your reverse button, and it's going to lock in the stitches at the end of the seam. You can also program an automatic tie-off and trim with the scissor button. And now at the end of your seam, your machine will lock in the stitch and cut the threads.
Start your creative journey to sewing and embroidery with the Baby Lock Verve. Whether you're a beginner or you're looking for a great travel machine, the Baby Lock Verve is just what you're looking for. Create beautiful projects easily with the Baby Lock Verve's large LCD color touch screen. With a simple touch, you can quickly navigate the machine. Help is a breeze with the built-in videos that can assist you at any time. With 191 utility and decorative sewing stitches, you'll always have the perfect stitch for any project. The Verve also allows you to stitch a speedy 850 stitches per minute. And thanks to the wider throat space and included extension table, you can tackle larger projects. The LED lighting, advanced needle threader, and quick set bobbin further enhance the sewing features of the Baby Lock Verve. And when you need to pack your machine, the included hard carrying case will offer extra protection. Embroidery is so easy. Embellish your projects with one of the 95 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frames, or beautiful uppercase floral alphabet. Easily import designs with the USB slot on the Verve. And one of the most exciting features on this machine is the ability to combine embroidery designs on one page. Personalize all your creations with the 10 built-in fonts, multi-line text, and font editing. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer today and see everything that the Verve can help you achieve.
Upsize your creativity with more room to design. Presenting the Innov-is NQ1700E, the latest embroidery sensation from Brother. Are smaller hoop sizes cramping your style? Step up to a larger 6x10 canvas to stitch your masterpieces. The Innov-is NQ1700E delivers all you need to design on a larger scale, with advanced features and smart conveniences that expand your creativity. Explore 258 built-in embroidery designs with 140 frame pattern combinations and 13 embroidery fonts. Send designs wirelessly using Design Database Transfer. A nearly 5-square-inch LCD color touchscreen with an intuitive interface simplifies on-screen editing. All with drag-and-drop convenience. And hey, you've got gifts to give and crafts to sell. Boost your productivity with embroidery speeds up to 850 stitches per minute, plus an efficient and simple color sort feature. Plus, the optional 5x7 magnetic hoop lets you manage thicker fabrics with ease. Upsize your creativity with the all-new, all-smart Innov-is NQ1700E, only from your friends at Brother. Demo one at your Brother dealer today.
Janome. Burnett for all my ideas.
Good morning, everybody. Blaine Austin here at Sewing Machines Plus, and welcome to day 4 of Sew Fest. And hey, man, we are so happy that y'all are joining in this morning. We're looking for another exciting day, and we have 2 great educational classes today. Plus, we have some of the best educators in the industry going to be here to demonstrate some machines, and we have a lot of great specials, and so we're excited about that. So if you're just joining in and you haven't been here all week so far, we've got to tell you all about Sew Fest. So Sew Fest basically was a contest we have. We started out about a month ago that you could enter like a home decor project that you made or a garment project. And we had some rules you had to follow, and you submitted your pictures of your garment, and we put it on a website. And we open it up to the public to vote. And so we had hundreds of entries. We had thousands of people voted. And so we ended up having a winner of each category. So we're going to actually, tomorrow, we will highlight those folks. And they're going to get some prizes. And so we'll get to announce those winners on each category tomorrow. Also, we're going to announce our Dream Studio winner tomorrow. And y'all can win that. You still have a chance. And so let me tell you about how you can win the Dream Studio. So if you're watching on Facebook, you can go up there and hit that like button. You can share the video on your page, and you can also make comments and ask questions. And that's going to get you entered to win for the grand prize and also the daily prizes that we give away each day. If you're watching on YouTube, just hit that bell notification, give us that thumbs up, and the same thing, ask questions and make comments, and that'll get you entered. If you're working, having to work today, and you're not going to watch it till later, and you're watching this right now and it's a tape delay, you can still participate as well. What you do is go in there and still make comments, ask questions the same way underneath the video, and it'll actually enter you to win the very next day. And so you'll have a chance to win something as well. And so just make sure if you watch it on tape delay and you see that your name was called, you'll have to email us and make sure you get to claim your prize. So great ways of winning, and we hope that all y'all are out there. So got to ask everybody who's watching, thanks again for joining this morning, but who all out there has been here since day one on Monday? If you've been here for 3 days, this is your 4th day. I want you to comment, put a 4 in the comment section. This is your 4th day. If this is your 1st day, put a 1. This is the 1st day you got to see the show. And just curious to know how many people is out there has been here the whole time and been sitting here with me. I've been here the whole time. I know Kyle's team. Are y'all ready to go this morning? I know they've been here from day one. And so how's Kyle and Andrea and Lauren doing over there this morning? Oh, so y'all don't have a camera this morning. Now, I know Roger's here this morning as well, and Roger's actually, he's in the San Marcos store. He's actually going to be filming some with Candace this morning. I know she's going to be doing some Serger work, and so Roger's manning the camera over there. And then do we still have a camera on our chat team, Kyle? So I know our chat team, there they are. Everybody give them a wave. And Deb, is Marina still working with us this morning as well? All right, so got to say a big shout out to Marina as well. Marina's on vacation in Russia, and she's actually helping on the chat. She's logged in, and so we sure do appreciate her doing on her vacation. That's pretty awesome. And but it's like wee hours in the morning over there. So thanks, Marina. And so anyway, Deb and her team back there, they're going to answer your questions with Marina. And what they're doing is if they're monitoring the chat on Facebook and YouTube. So if you do have any questions that we don't get to on the screen, they're going to do their best to try to answer them, because as you know, there's so many questions and things coming through online. We miss a lot of them because they're coming so fast, but they're right there watching them and trying to help. So just be patient with us if we don't get to your question. If they don't get to your question, maybe ask it again. If you don't, if you go for a little while, and they may have missed it as well. So we hope that we'll get to everybody. Also, we have our sales team standing by today on the phones, and it has been super, super busy this week on the phones. We have about 18 people at the call center answering phones. And so if you can just be patient with us, they are all over there trying to answer the phones today. If you can't get through on the phones, and I'll be telling you throughout the show, if you can't get through, Kyle's going to be putting a Google Sheets link in the chat on Facebook and YouTube. And what that's for is if you can't get through, you can go hit that link and it'll open up a Google Sheets page, and you put your name, your phone number, how they can call you, and the product that you're interested in. And what that'll do, that gets updated real time in the call center, and they see it. And as soon as they get off the phone, they're going to give you an outbound call. So if you get an 800 number calling you today, make sure you answer it, because it's probably us calling you back. So anyway, that's kind of the rundown on that, and we'll be trying to tell you about those things. Also, I'll be trying to give you a heads up on some of the products that we have that we're getting low quantities of. We're trying to monitor that. I know the 14,000, we're going to be talking about it this morning with Janome. That machine, we ended the day yesterday with 5 left. I'm not sure how many we have right now, but it's going to get low, and we'll probably sell that out, by tomorrow. So if you've been interested in one of those high-end Janome machines, this is probably one you ought to jump on. Great package put together, great price. And so we will probably sell it out. So we'll be trying to help you out throughout the show and let you know if they're getting low on something you're interested in or not. And as y'all know, merchandise has been pretty tight this year, and even last year since the pandemic. A lot of things have happened, and so we're trying our best to keep product in stock, but you know how that goes. Sometimes it's very difficult. So a lot of it's out of our control. So anyway, I think one of the things I gotta tell y'all, what was that? Oh, well, thanks, Ella. I just saw, is it Ella Bly? Yeah. Ella, you're the sweetest lady, I tell you what. And everybody knows I was in a car accident, had to have neck surgery and everything, and I've been kind of laid up, and I'm still really stiff. So y'all kind of bear with me today, because I'm having to kind of move my chairs. I can't turn my neck. So I'm supposed to be wearing a neck brace, but I'm not wearing it for the show. But Ella sent me something and so sweet. And I just, sent me something through the mail that was very useful. And I just thought that was so sweet of her to do that. And she's a sweetheart. So we really appreciate Ella being on this morning, and thank you for all that. So got to thank our sponsors, guys, because if it wasn't for our sponsors, we couldn't do these big festivals what we're doing. And, we had Janome, Handy Quilter, Grace Company, OESD, Brother and Baby Lock, Bernina Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki all jumped up and helped us, sponsor this event with us to help us be able to give all these great prizes away. So we sure do appreciate them. And they're also, some of them are lending us, they're great educators to help educate you. So, we couldn't do it without our sponsors, and we sure do appreciate them and all they do for us. And so anyway, I think that's probably the most of the business this morning, isn't it, Kyle? So if anybody else out there, hey, if you got any questions this morning, jump on there and ask questions. I do have Jane Klaus is going to be in the house today. She's coming in about 30 minutes. Jane will be here, and we'll get her in. And, I don't know if y'all know about Jane, but I'll read her bio to y'all before she gets here. I mean, she is incredible. She's won 2 Emmys for her show that she's done, and, in Chicago. And she's got a show. It's on WGN, and she's very well versed in TV and all the DIY projects, and she's a great sewer. So we cannot wait for Jane to get here. And I think y'all love her enthusiasm. So she'll be here in about 30 minutes, and we'll get her going today. But hey, I think we're ready to jump in, guys. We're gonna talk to Alba Fedeke this morning. She is going to actually demonstrate that 14,000 by Janome. So let's go ahead and get to the demo.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Janome Sewing Studio. Today I'm going to be talking to you about the Memory Craft 14,000. This is a truly amazing machine. This is a sewing machine, an embroidery machine. It quilts, it does home dec, it could handle heavy fabrics and even the most delicate of fabrics. I will be going over with you what is included with the machine and giving you a brief overview of the screen and just navigating through the machine. Now let's get started with what's included in the machine. So I'm going to have you look at all of the feet that are included with this machine. And there are some that I'm going to be pointing out specifically, like these 2 right here. These are AccuFeed feet. And AccuFeed is Janome's built-in walking foot. And you not only get 1 AccuFeed foot, but you get 2. So there is the standard dual width and then the single width or narrower foot. And these also come with interchangeable plates. So on the wider of the 2, you get an open toe and a standard version. And on the narrow, you get a standard and a zipper foot. Imagine being able to put in all those zippers with that additional benefit of a built-in walking foot and having the feed dogs on top and on the bottom. I'm going to be showing you the built-in walking foot as it's on the machine, but I did want to take a little bit of time and go over some of the other items that are included. Now, if you're a quilter, this is for you. You not only get a standard darning foot or free motion foot, you also get 3 free motion feet that are snap-on free motion feet. And what I love about those is there's absolutely no move and no hopping. So it makes doing those intricate designs really easy. And no matter what type of sewist you are, you're bound to have that right foot that you need. Look at that variety. I love that Janome really gives you a great package with your machine. So you can start just about any project with everything that is included with the machine. Now, I said that this was a sewing and embroidery machine, so I want to show you the hoops that are included, and 4 hoops are included with the machine. I have the largest and the smallest on the table, and the 2 in between besides me. So that largest hoop is 9.1 by 11.8 inches. That is just the perfect size to do a full jacket back. That is 1 embroidery area, so there's no need for splitting designs. Just incredible that you're getting that large of an embroidery area. And just as important as how large can I embroider is how small can I embroider too. And our free arm hoop is this one right over here. And that one is 3.9 by 1.8. That is perfect for embroidering on cuffs and collars and pockets of all sorts. I absolutely love that free arm hoop. And then behind me, hanging on the wall, are the 2 that are in between. The 5.5 by 5.5. This is a really popular common size. And then the 9.1 by 9.1. I love using this on all of my quilt blocks. Just absolutely amazing. And you'll also notice that I have an additional plate on the table. So 2 stitch plates come with the machine, and I'm going to show you just how easy it is to switch those plates out. I mentioned that 2 stitch plates come with the Memorycraft 14,000. I have the standard stitch plate on the machine, but I wanted to show you the straight stitch plate. So you'll notice that there are 3 holes in this stitch plate: a center needle position, a right needle position, and a left needle position. And what I like is that that right needle position is not round, but oval. So it allows you to adjust your needle for a scant 1/4 inch or for other needle positions that you may want to specify. Now, I love how easily the needle plates come on and off of the machine. I am going to lock my machine and lift my foot, and that goes to extra high lift so that I could remove the plate. But you'll notice I have no screwdriver, no tool with me, because this is an easy off plate. With a push of a button, I am able to remove that plate. And this one here is that zigzag plate with a wide opening, and the other goes on. I'm going to press it in place, and it lets me know that I have the straight stitch plate on my machine. So I get that nice indicator. So all of the plates are, not only do you get 2, but they're censored plates. You will notice that only the stitches that I could use with this plate are available. Janome thinks of everything. Don't you just hate when you put a straight stitch plate on, select a stitch that isn't appropriate and break a needle? That won't happen anymore. So I love the fact that the plates are censored and the machine knows exactly which plate I have on the machine. And as easily as I put that plate on, I could switch back and forth between the zigzag plate and the straight stitch plate. And very easily that plate is going to come off, and I am going to put that zigzag plate on. It's going to give me my warning to make sure you're using the proper foot. And now all of my stitches are available to me. I absolutely love the censored plates. And again, I was talking about that package that you get with Janome. If you've bought a plate recently, a stitch plate, you know that this is a pricey item. I love that it's included in with my machine. I am going to move that off to the side and put my machine back together. I had spoken that you get the AccuFeed system in with the machine. And the AccuFeed system is Janome's built-in walking foot, meaning that I have feed dogs on the top as well as built into the machine. And let me show you how that works. What I am going to do is I am just going to sew ever so slowly so that you could see those upper feed dogs in action. And you will see them just walking and pulling and feeding my fabric. Look at how perfectly straight that is moving without me even holding that fabric. And I love the fact that I'm able to adjust my speed right on the front of the machine. So that AccuFeed system is absolutely wonderful. One thing that I also love with the Janome AccuFeed system, most built-in walking feet and walking feet in general, you're only able to do straight stitches. Well, with Janome's AccuFeed, I can use any of my decorative stitches that are built into the machine. And look at what a great selection of decorative stitches you have on the Memory Craft 14,000. I'm now going to come to the screen of the machine and I'm going to show you how easy it is to navigate and get to these decorative stitches. You'll notice that each one is in a boxed compartment, and when I touch my home screen, it allows me to get to my straight utility and then to all of my decorative stitches. Now, the one particular stitch that I love is in my pictograph section. And here is my pictograph section right over here. So when I touch that, it will bring up that section of the decorative stitches. And look at how beautifully large those icons are. Janome knew I put down my glasses and I could never find them when I'm in the middle of a project. So they made the icons so much larger to make it easier on the sewist. And I absolutely adore this little bow tie. And even with my built-in walking foot, I said that I could do those decorative stitches, regardless of the speed. And I am able to go from 400 stitches a minute all the way to 1,000 stitches a minute and everything in between. Now I want to make sure I complete and I don't show you a partially sewn bow tie. So I touched my locking stitch and that completed my pattern. So no more getting half of something sewn. Look at how absolutely beautiful and perfect that's stitched, even though I was using a walking foot, which generally you cannot use with decorative stitches. I just love that Janome has really thought of all of those details. Now, I mentioned that you get additional feet with that walking foot. So I am going to lock my machine for safety and raise my foot again. And look at how easily I am able to remove one foot and put another one on. And I'm just going to get that thread out of my way. And it just snaps into place, making it really easy to switch from one type of foot to another. Now, the open toe makes it really nice and easy to see what I am stitching. And again, being able to use that upper feed dog along with that lower feed dog makes it absolutely wonderful. And I have that option of the narrow foot as well. And that narrow foot makes it really easy to do 1/4-inch piecing, to do large bulky items. I find this very handy. And the foot that you get that's interchangeable with that is a zipper foot. I love being able to add on zippers with the use of that upper and lower feed dog system, that dual feed system. Now I've switched to a standard sewing foot on my Memory Craft 14,000, but you may have noticed this wide, large opening. This from the needle all the way to the edge is 13.7 inches of throat space. Absolutely perfect for those larger projects, the quilts, the home deck projects, those big bulky tote bags and purses that you may be making. So I absolutely love that wide open area. And one thing, it's always the little things that get me excited on the machine. And one thing that I absolutely love is the light that pulls out. I just absolutely love that I could tilt and that I could adjust that. And that light is specifically where I need it, right at that needle, so that I could really see what I am doing. Now, I had mentioned to you that this machine could handle heavy, lightweight quilting fabrics. It takes you to all types of sewing. So I am going to put a single layer of cotton fabric. I am going to go to a straight stitch, and I am going to go from that single layer of fabric, sewing off my fabric onto a quilt sandwich. And look at how easily, with that superior feed system, I am able to navigate and move that fabric. Now, you may be saying, but what about those thick, heavy, bulky items? This is 12 layers of denim. Look at how thick that is in between my fingers. That's about 1/4 of an inch thick. And I always say that if it could fit under the foot, the machine could sew it. I have that extra high lift that I can make sure to get my item underneath my foot. I have not changed needles. I have not changed threads. And look at how effortlessly you could hear that bulk that it's going through. And I'm going to use my scissor button to cut my needle thread and my bobbin thread, and it lifted that foot, and absolutely beautiful stitching back and front without adjusting a thing. As I said, I made no adjustments. Normally, when you go from very fine single layer fabric to something that thick, you're making tension adjustments, stitch length adjustments. You need to change a needle, but this machine really handles all types of fabrics beautifully. And on my quilt sandwich, no puckering. This is the bobbin side that I was sewing on. Here is that front side. Even with a standard sewing foot and the layers of fabric, look at how beautiful of a job that did. And I was talking about that superior feed system, and the superior feed system is that 7-piece feed dog system on the machine. And that just allows the fabric to feed effortlessly into the machine. And I'm going to show that one more time. And this is a snap-on foot. And I do have auto lift. So with that foot in the up position, I am able to touch my start button, and it will lower the foot and just start sewing. Now look, with fingertips, look at how easily I am able to move that fabric. And I have almost a perfect circle here. Almost, I said. So look at how easily I was able to maneuver that fabric and how beautiful it kept that nice and flat and even going to that back side. No puckering, no movement because of that superior feed system that Janome is known for. Now, some of you may be quilters in the group, and I had mentioned this snap-on free motion foot. So let me put that behind some fabric so that you could see that. This is one of 3 of the snap-on free motion feet, and I'm going to put this on the machine, and I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up the machine to do free motion quilting. So on the screen, I want to tell the machine that I am going to free motion quilt and have the machine set this up for me automatically. And I love that I'm able to do that. I am going to touch that home button, and in my home screen, I have sewing applications. So I'm going to tell you what sewing applications is before I go into it. These are preset sewing options that when I tell the machine I am doing this type of sewing, it will automatically bring me to the stitch I need with all of the settings that I need in the machine to get optimal results. So when I touch sewing applications, I have a lot of different options. I not only have sewing machine options, but I have optional foot options. It's a lot of options. So with the foot icon, these are some of the optional feet that you can purchase in addition to the machine, and beading, ribbon sequence, piping, and it will set the machine up to do those functions. So I want to go to my quilting functions. And right over here, I have a quilting icon, and I want to do free motion quilting. And you probably didn't even hear that, but my feed dogs dropped automatically. I have the option of using the standard hopping foot, but that is not what I put on my machine. I put on my machine a snap-on foot. So by telling the machine what I've put on it, it will set itself up for perfect results with this foot. I am going to touch start, and that will allow me to raise my bobbin thread, and then it will allow me to continue and do free motion. And I am just doing a meandering design, but I love the fact that this foot does not hop. So if I were going around an applique, I could get very precise and really see what I am doing. And look at those perfect results. I was barely holding that fabric, and I am just getting beautiful results each and every time. So those are the snap-on free motion feet. And you're getting that echo foot, which is really nice because it's a cupped foot, perfect for going around appliques or bulky seams, as well as a closed toe and an open toe option for that foot. Just lots of different feet that I can go back and forth to, and beautiful snap-on options. So sewing applications is going to give me a few more options that I wanted to show you. And the applique is one of them that I wanted to show you. I know I love to applique, and sometimes I just have a hard time remembering what those settings are. And I love the fact that my Janome 14,000 has that preset in the screen. So the most common applique stitches or buttonhole stitches are right up top. And then I have the zigzag stitch. And this is what I wanted to show you. But on the screen, you're going to notice an M and R, those two look the same. So it even identifies my starting needle position. So right now on my machine, my needle is in the middle. When I touch that applique stitch with an R, my needle is moved to the right-hand position, giving me a right needle position to start with my applique. Of course, this is all for preference, and I love the fact that they thought about that and put it in. But now my zigzag. When I do applique and I do want to use a zigzag, I don't want a standard zigzag. I want to go to a satin stitch. And remembering what those settings are, especially if you're new to applique, can sometimes be troublesome and you have to go to that manual and look it up, which it is there, but I like that it's preset. So my width is set at 3.5 and my length is set at 0.35, the most common settings for doing satin stitching. And even with my satin stitching, I could follow a curve. I could really do some beautiful detail. And let me show you what a beautiful satin stitch that does. Look at how perfect that is. Absolutely stunning. And even though my width and length are preset, I am able to adjust that to get it to exactly what I need. So I love this bottom section of the screen. It's the two most common settings that you will change: my width and my length. And I have a plus and a minus. And I am able to adjust these as I'm sewing or at any point, whether I'm sewing or not. I love having those features in there. I am going back to a straight stitch. I've talked about the needle and whether it's a right hand position, a left hand position. And sometimes when I'm doing sewing, it is easier if I could move my needle than move my project, especially when I'm top stitching. This particular machine, the maximum stitch width is 9 millimeters. So I could do beautifully wide stitches, but I also have 91 needle positions. So right now my needle position is at 4.5, and I'm going to just lift up that fabric in the back and move my needle position so that you could see that. And I am moving that to the left. And now I'm going to move to the right. And I'm moving very quickly, or I could move one at a time where you barely even notice it. So 91 needle positions. And this is absolutely beautiful. Like I said, for me, I really like this for top stitching, because I can use the opening in my foot or my foot as a guide and get my needle to exactly where I need it to be. Having the right tools makes your projects excel to that next level. So now that we've spoken about some of the sewing features that are in this phenomenal machine, I'm going to talk about embroidery. So you'll notice I do not have any tools. I do not have anything out. I am going to show you how quickly and easily I can switch from embroidery into sewing. And I'm going to direct you to looking at the back of the machine. I love that Janome has a rolling linear arm and that the embroidery arm is in the back of the machine. It gave me my room to have all of my stuff both to the right and left of my machine. So with a push of a button, I am going to open up that embroidery arm, and that is step one to getting ready for embroidery. And then on my machine, I am going to tell it I want to toggle and I want to go from sewing into embroidery. Are you ready for this? Really, really easy. Here's my double machine icon, and with a touch of that button, it is going to switch from sewing into embroidery. And I am all ready to start embroidering. One of the features that I love with the Janome MemoryCraft 14000 is the resume mode. And this is my pop-up question on my screen. What resume mode is, and it's come in really handy just a few weeks ago, in fact. If for any reason in the middle of an embroidery design, the power goes out, or you need to stop embroidering and shut down your machine will remember exactly where you left off at that needle penetration point. So it will resume that last embroidery. Now, I don't want to resume my last embroidery. I am going to start something new. And the MemoryCraft 14000 has 350 built-in designs. Let me show you some of those. My icon for the flower will bring me into my embroidery designs. And I'm starting to look at them, and there are 9 pages of embroidery designs. As I said, 350 designs built into the machine. I have the option of viewing them by hoop size or by category. So let me show you what some of those categories are. And as you can see here, these are folders of designs, and I'm on page 1 of 4. So lots of different categories and lots of different types of designs. Here, I'm going to choose my cross-stitch designs. Now, I may want to choose by size of design or hoop size in particular. I'm going to go to the very smallest of the hoops, that 3.9 by 1.6 or the FA10 hoop. When I choose that hoop size, this will only show me designs that will fit that particular area. And I'm going to show you a little bit about that FA hoop, the free arm hoop. I am going to move this onto the machine, and this connects right on that embroidery arm very easily, and it just locks in place. Now, I had mentioned that that was a free arm hoop, and let me tell you what that means. I can remove my storage tray and utilize the free arm portion of that embroidery machine and sewing machine to utilize this hoop. So if I were doing a tote bag, a pant leg, a sleeve, I could hoop that and utilize that open area of the machine and be able to use this hoop and embroider. This is something that is exclusive to Janome, and no other brand machine has this option. And that is because of how the embroidery arm is situated in the back of the machine. And I'm back to my home page of my embroidery screen, and I am going to show you the lettering options. The lettering options, or the fonts that are built into the machine, there are 11 different fonts. I find that incredible. So various types of fonts, but one in particular that I wanted to show you is this Micro Gothic. This is a 5mm lettering. It is just the perfect size to recreate a logo or do lettering on a left chest pocket. And of course, all of the Janome embroidery machines have 2 and 3 letter monograms. So just a complete lettering option, and you'll be able to do just about anything your mind sets it to. So I love the fact that so much is built into the machine. Between all of the decorative stitches, the built-in embroidery designs, and the built-in fonts. Just a good review, 13.7 inches in that throat space, and even off to the left of the machine, just a nice wide area that you get. I think that you'll absolutely love the Memory Craft 14,000. Don't forget to reach out to your Janome dealer and ask them some questions about the 14,000. Make sure to ask about their phenomenal pricing, as well as any financing options that they may have. But most importantly, don't forget to tell them Alba sent you.
Well, thanks, Alba. And guys, so I got to tell y'all how y'all can get this Janome. Now, I'm not sure yet on how many Kyle was supposed to be checking for me. We had 5 at the end of the day yesterday. I know we'll probably sell out of this, but the 14,000, hey, look, you got a great price on this. This is $69.99. And hey, it gets that, you get that free bonus kit with it, and it has a ton of stuff that comes with it. But guys, I can't stress to you enough, this is one of Janome's top of the line machines, and you're getting that free bonus kit. Plus, this is a call-in special, so we do have a show special price on this. The normal price is $69.99 that we sell it for. We're actually going to beat that price today, and it is the best price on this machine and best package we've ever had. So if you are interested and you're a Janome machine lover, this is probably the best machine you're ever going to find for the price. This is a great, great machine. So we want to encourage you to give us a call at 800-401-8151 to get that call-in special. We do have Sew Fest financing available as well. So if you are interested in one of these, hey, we're going to try to make it extremely easy for you to get one with that special financing and the special price with that bonus kit that comes with it. So give us a call, 800-401-8151. I know the phones are probably going to be lighting up already this morning. So Kyle will be putting that Google Sheets link in the chat. And if you can't get through on the phones, just hit that link. It's going to take you to our Google Sheets. Put your name and phone number in there and what you're interested in, what product. And it updates in the call center real time. They will see it. They're going to give you a call back as soon as they get off the phone. So if you get an 800 number calling you, it's not spam. It's us. All right. All right. Well, hey, guys, I got to tell you about my co-host today. You know, I really haven't got to formally introduce Jane yet, but I have Jane Klaus. And Jane is a 2-time Emmy-winning television personality. She currently is the host of Creative Living on Cox Media, Your View Network, and the host of Healthy Living in Chicago on WGN TV. You can also hear her as a guest host on 720 WGN Radio. She's a do-it-yourself expert, and I tell you what, her enthusiasm is contagious. I love working with Jane because she gets me super excited. She is so talented when it comes to sewing and all these do-it-yourself projects. So welcome to the show, Jane.
Hello, Blaine. Hi, everybody. Good morning. How you doing today?
I am fantastic, and I'm even better now that you're here because, you know, you motivate me, you get me excited about sewing, and I know you get everybody watching excited about sewing.
Well, you know what? I've been excited about sewing since I was a 7-year-old kid watching my mom sew. And I started way back when. I may not be a total complete expert, but I love it. And I love to try new things. And I especially love to learn new things and use all the right tools, Blaine. So this is the right place for me.
It is. It is. Well, hey, I'm going to let you get going. I know you got aero cabinets coming up and y'all got some exciting things to share with everybody.
We sure do, Blaine. Let me take it from here. I want to talk to you about our next guest. She is a woman who loves to quilt and sew. She worked in the dentist industry for over 40 years. So she knows the importance of ergonomics, meaning you got to have the right chairs. You got to have the right tools. Everything mattered when it came to living a healthy life, which we all need to do. So lucky for us, 15 years ago, she mastered her quilting skills and then said, Oh my goodness. Quilting demanded the same attention to ergonomics just as dentistry. Aha. So you need the right tools, the proper table height, a decent sewing chair, the right cabinet, everything for organization and comfort. All of those things matter to keep you healthy and sewing for life. So our next guest, using this knowledge at Aero to understand the needs of sewists to create their dream rooms. Everybody, please say hi to Lynn Mares from Aero Cabinets. Hey, Lynn.
Hi, Jane. How are you?
I am so great. It's wonderful to meet you. Thank you for being on the show. Lynn, tell us about your passion for quilting and your interest in helping people live healthy. Why is that important to you?
Well, first of all, I'm going to correct you. I don't know if I've ever mastered quilting. It's a work in progress here. And I'm like you, love to learn all about all of the different techniques and things that they're changing out there. It's super fun. But what I found to be really important, because I sewed on the dining room table, and maybe a lot of you can relate with that.
Of course, we all do it.
It was secondary actually, but the ergonomics started to really make a difference for me. Through the back, my shoulders, I also noticed it in my wrist as I was, feeding that fabric up and over that bed of my machine. So those are the little kind of unsung things that you don't know about until you actually experience what it's like to sit in that correct ergonomic position.
And then you feel better.
You do feel better. I made the mistake the other day to test drive this little machine, and it was a gorgeous machine, but I didn't set it up in a cabinet. I threw it on my dining room table. Well, you know how you get engrossed in your sewing, and pretty soon an hour's gone. And
like this.
I noticed it through my back. I was like, oh my goodness, now I know why these cabinets are so important when it comes to just health of your body and keeping you comfortable so that you can sew longer, doing what we love.
And I love that. And then just like tell us that this can be a truth, that in a sewing room, in a small space, in a big space, whatever it is that is your sewing space, can we actually be organized?
We can. And again, that's maybe part of my personality, but organization. So I think when people think about sewing cabinets, you immediately go to, we're thinking about organization. We're thinking about having our machine in that position or that place where it's dedicated. We can easily access it. We don't have the wasted time looking for our machine, trying to find the power cords, the foot cord, the foot pedal, I should say, our project, our notions. Oh my gosh, my seam ripper. I think I have 5 of those because God forbid I lose one of them. So the organization is definitely there with the sewing cabinet. It's also convenience of not having to set up our machine and take down our machine. So coupled all that with your ergonomics, and it's a win-win. It's a game changer.
I love it. Game changer are the key words for today. So Lynn, I'm going to let you take it away and tell us all about Aero cabinets today. But while you're doing that, while everyone's listening, I want everyone to just type in their little trick, their hack for being organized and in their sewing space, and then be listening to Lynn so we can hear more. Lynn, I'll let you go. Thank you.
All right. Well, great. I am going to go through 3 of our signature cabinets today. And you might notice some chairs in the background. I will actually get to those too. They're our #1 rated hydraulic chair that are absolutely amazing. But I am really excited to talk about our cabinets today, our 3 signature cabinets. What they have several features in common, but they also have their own personality. So let me go through the common features for you. We talked about organization and storage. So with that being said, I'm going to go right over to this hydraulic lift that also feeds into ergonomics. But the hydraulic lift gives you 3 sewing positions. So if you're a garment sewer, you sometimes will want this free arm position and gives you access to the bed of your machine here. So for us quilters, I'm going to move this down into a flat bed position. Here's where that ergonomics comes in. You're going to be able to sit at this cabinet, keep your wrists flat, and feed that fabric smoothly over. And I'm going to put a quick plug in. It's, for me in my book, it's a non-negotiable. You're going to need a plastic acrylic insert custom made for your machine. And what that's going to do is it's going to fill the space between the bed of your machine and the edge of your cabinet. So when you are sewing, that fabric isn't going to drop down in front of it, and it's going to glide smoothly over the back. So acrylic inserts, visit SewingMachinesPlus.com. I'm sure they can help you out. So that's our flat bed position. And again, quilters, it's absolutely essential for us. We get the benefits of that ergonomics plus the ease of moving our fabric over a nice flat surface. Last, we talked about storage. We're going to put this down into a storage position. So if you are working in a multi-purpose room, you can close your cabinet up. Your machine is going to be safe and protected away from little fingers that may want to get at it. And it becomes almost invisible, this cabinet in the room of your choice. So those are the hydraulic lift, which is across the board on all of our cabinets. And maybe I should talk right away too about the opening. Ethan, I don't know if you have that graphic for us, but the sewing machine, this lift is going to accommodate 95% of the machines on the market. It has a 23 3/4 inch width and about a 12.5 inch depth. So again, a machine up to 55 pounds, and then it's going to have that opening of 23 3/4, forgive me if I'm wrong, and 12.5. So measure your machine to make sure that it's going to fit. I go from the edge of my bed, and then you want to accommodate your power cord. So maybe 1.5 to 2 inches beyond the back of your machine. Then you're going to know if this fits. But again, 95% of the machines on the market, you're going to be set. And I would say the only thing is those really large embroidery machines. It doesn't accommodate that. Next, I spend so much time talking about these awesome hydraulic lifts. It also has a fantastic quilt leaf. And again, if you've ever worked on those really big projects that put a lot of weight down, these all have a fantastic quilt leaf on the back. This will give you an additional workspace. It also provides essential support, especially if you're working, I always think of it when I'm working on my king size or queen size quilts, and you're putting those bindings on. I'm pretty sure all of you can relate to that. The weight is, with this, it takes all of the stress off the material as you're feeding it through, and it keeps your stitch line nice and straight. So it has the quilt leaf. The other thing is, because sometimes we don't always use that quilt leaf, these cabinets sit on heavy-duty locking industrial casters. So if you want to move it up next to your wall, you can. If you want to pull it away to get access to the quilt leaf, you can do that also. So those are probably the three things that stand out amongst our cabinets: is the hydraulic lift, the quilt leaf, and the locking casters. Now let's get into the personality. I am standing here in front of the Aussie. The Aussie offers us the most expansive work surface. Again, for specifics, visit SewingMachinesPlus.com, but I will tell you this is almost 8 feet in length and about 4 feet in depth with that quilt leaf open. The beauty and the magic of this is that it will close down into a small footprint. But let me go into a few of the special features of the Aussie. For those of you that love to serge, this is your cabinet. It has 3 storage drawers. It has 2 more cubbies right here. And then it has a movable caddy. So I talk about you that love to serge. This provides a dedicated sewing, a storage area for your serger. It also has 2 soft closing drawers right here that you can store all those important notions, things that you might need. The other really beautiful thing about this is that it can be moved out and placed into a second position. Now it's going to lock right here onto this cabinet door, and it provides a super secure, stable surface. So if you have a sewing project going and a serging project, you can do both of those together. So that's one of the beautiful things about this Aussie is that expansive work surface, the ability to store your serger. You've got storage areas for your notions, like the 3 cubbies in that right side drawer, or door, I should say, the 2 shelves right here. And then again, this removable and movable caddy. Now I'm going to put this right back in here, and I'll move on to that second cabinet, but I want to show you the beautiful footprint that this will fold up into. Believe it or not, this is going to fold up into about a 4-foot by 2-foot footprint. I'm going to move my sewing machine back down into that storage position. There are little J hooks that keep this door and the top here secure. So I'm going to move those, fold this up. I'm going to remove the J hook from this one that kept that door and top secure. And again, we're talking magic. People can't believe that this cabinet that gives you almost or a little over 8 foot in width and about 4 feet in diameter can fold up into this little footprint here. So lock it up. We are talking, again, about 4 feet by 2 feet. Here we go. Here's the Aussie. This one I can't say enough good things about, but I'm going to move on to the Kangaroo Joey. Thanks, Harley. Now you're really seeing those heavy-duty casters in action. They are built to take the movement of this cabinet. Same features as before, the heavy-duty casters and the hydraulic lift and the quilt leaf. But before I go any farther, the sewing machine bundle offered by Sewing Machines Plus includes a free Kiwi. I can't believe I almost forgot about that. The Kiwi is, oh my gosh, it's almost more exciting to me than our cabinets, and I love our cabinets. But the Kiwi, I'm going to talk to you about that because every single cabinet you see here that you purchase through Sewing Machines Plus is going to come with this free Kiwi. So closed up, this little guy, I'm trying to think, is about 1.5 by 2 feet. It's compact, it moves around your sewing area. It provides you, okay, these are my 2 favorite drawers. Well, no, it's not true. I like the bottom one too. Anyway, this top drawer comes with removable thread storage. It's right in here. We're talking soft closed drawers, 2 dedicated drawers for your thread. And again, they're removable. So if you don't need thread storage, we have a lot of notions that can get stored in there. You have a 3rd drawer that also allows you another additional storage area. And okay, I said the 2 top drawers are my favorite. This bottom drawer is pretty fantastic too. It's nice and deep. I actually can store my iron in here. I put some of the things that I need to stay upright. So my Mary Ellen's Best Press. Can I say those name brands? My spray, my Selkie 2000, things like that I keep upright. Those all can sit in here too. So you've got your iron. Then this provides a dedicated pressing station and cutting station. So when you're working on those little blocks, oh my gosh, it's a time saver. So you've got a pressing surface here, you've got your cutting surface here. You station this wherever you want next to your cabinet. It's meant to be the same height as your cabinet. It's complementary to your cabinet. So wherever you feel it would work best for you, it's there, it's ready to go. It is become an indispensable little item in my sewing. And it's free with any one of these 3 signature cabinets. So these are absolutely fabulous deals. The Kangaroo Joy, we talked about the Aussie. The personality of the Aussie is the big, large, expansive workspace. The Kangaroo Joy gives you storage. Oh my gosh, for those of you that need storage, this one delivers. We've got this Joey, and that moves out. You can position the Joey into 2 positions. Well, actually, you can move it anywhere, but I usually use it in 2 positions. I will turn it like this so that I have easy access to my notions that are stored in here. Or if I want to have a little bit of organization with my sewing projects, I will stack them here. It has 3 soft close drawers, locking. So for you that have little fingers that like to take your scissors, etc., they can be safely locked in here. This also has this top drawer. And what this does is it has a panel that will fit securely on top here. We're going to slide these pegs in. There is a magnet catch on the top. I'm making this look harder than it is. It's really super easy. There it is. Okay, so now it's locked into place. Why is that so important? Again, you're feeding those larger projects through your machine. This gives you a lot of left side support. It's locked into place. It's not moving. So it also has a leaf extension on this left or the right side that'll give you about 15 more inches. So all told, this will be about 4.5 by 2 feet deep when it's all closed up. When it's open, I'm gonna have to go with inches. I think it is about 70 inches. So this is your Kangaroo Joy, all about storage. I love this one. The quilt leaf, I'm going to show you that real quick before I move on to our 3rd and final cabinet. But this quilt leaf goes the expanse of this cabinet. So again, when you talk about additional workspace or support for those larger projects, this one has it. Personality of the Kangaroo Joy, all about storage. Who doesn't need storage? And then last, I'm going to move Kangaroo Joy out of the way. Thanks, Harley. I love this Kiwi. I want to keep him, him, personality. I want to keep it in the picture. So we're going to go back now to the Wallaby. The Wallaby I like to affectionately refer to as the little sister to the Aussie. The Wallaby offers you all of the convenience of our larger cabinets. It too has the quilt leaf on the back. It too has that 3-position hydraulic lift, and it sits on those heavy-duty casters. Now, where the Wallaby is his unsung hero is that this will fold down into about a 3.5 by 1.5 inch footprint. It is by far the most home-friendly footprint we have in cabinets. Oh, and the other thing, you might have noticed the colors we have going on. Our cabinets come in 2 colors, teak and ash white. So this one, if you wanted, you can also store your serger in there. Right now, we have this kind of dedicated as like another little project storage area. But this one, believe it or not, is able to hold those sergers. You have a soft close drawer down here, and it's not locked in. So these soft close drawers are just a little bit of a tug. Oh, there's Pockets. I forgot about him. He's tucked in there. Pockets is one of our mascots. It comes with every single one of our cabinets. He's there to give you hugs when your sewing machine projects or your sewing projects don't quite go so well, or he's there to celebrate when your sewing projects do go well and you nail it. Your seams are straight and your points come together. So this one, left side support, room for your serger, has a cubby or a drawer right there, a cubby that you can put projects or your serger in. Here it has on the right side a larger cubby. Down here on the bottom, I should move my chair. Has a larger cubby down here for all those notions that you may need, closer to your fingertips. Oh my gosh. And 3 shelves that will hold up to 33 spools of thread. So you have storage, you have convenience with the hydraulic lift, you have everything you want in a cabinet, only in that really small, home-friendly footprint. They're amazing. So to recap, I've gone through our 3 signature cabinets. The Aussie with the big, expansive workspace, surging area. It is a beautiful cabinet, and it comes with the free Kiwi. Then we have the Kangaroo Joey. That was all about storage. Had that beautiful quilt leaf across the back. It had the kangaroo or the Joey that you could configure to however you wanted. And that comes with a free Kiwi. And last but not least, our Wallaby. Wallaby, the baby sister to the Aussie, provides you with all the convenience and function of our signature cabinets, only in a little bit of a smaller home-friendly footprint. And again, if you need dimensions on any of these cabinets, SewingMachinesPlus.com, you can get all the information you need there. And before they kick me off this segment, I want to talk to you a little bit about our #1 rated hydraulic chairs. These make me smile every time I go into my sewing area. They come in 5 really fun prints, and they come in 5 solid colors, so should you need to blend. Key features on this is the amazing lumbar support. So we talk about ergonomics. You've got your lumbar support here. It's adjustable, 18 inches to 22 inches. So I'm a little height challenged. I can bring this down so that my thighs are parallel to the floor. If I want, I can go up. It has your 5-star base. Again, I'll throw myself under the bus. Things fall on the floor without thinking. I reach over to pick up my seam ripper, my fabric. When I was on my old office chair, I got dumped out a lot. This one, really stable. Then we talk about the adorable Kiwi. I have that set up next to my machine. I get lazy. I don't feel like going across, to my ironing board, the big ironing board. I'm working on these little tiny blocks. This chair swivels from my sewing area to the Kiwi. Sewing area to the Kiwi, talking about a time saver. This does it. And the casters, you can move this. If you're on tile floor, you'll really scoot. If you're on carpet, a little bit of resistance, but it's amazing. So Jane, I think I have gone through everything, but you need to get me to stop because I love these sewing cabinets. I can talk about them forever.
Well, no doubt that you can talk about them forever, Lynn. They are so amazing. I've been obsessed with that chair for so long, but the cabinets, Are you kidding me? My worries are over because those cabinets are the solution. More storage. Are you kidding me right now?
I forgot I'm talking about ergonomics, the lumbar support, the 5-star base. I completely forgot about the fun part is, okay, not only does Pockets help you when things don't go well, so does your chocolate stash. I keep my reference manuals from my sewing machine if I have to do a specialty stitch that I'm not quite familiar with. Anything, it's your sewing area. How do you want to make it personable? How do you want to love it? It's all up to us. And the more you sew on your machine and you sew with these cabinets, you find tons of uses.
and that you need them. There's so much going on. My favorite quote here from the stream, Jennifer Hoffman said, "It's much better than moving boxes around the room." I mean, you guys really get me. You know, we're all the same. This is what happens. So thank you, Lynn, for showing us these great cabinets in the chair. I'm going to bring Blaine back in, and we're going to tell everybody how you can get these cabinets. So Blaine, you want to come back in?
Hey, Jane, I sure do. And I tell you that I want everybody right now, if you've got a pencil and a piece of paper, to have it handy, because I want to go through all these cabinets.
Oh, yeah.
And so y'all can take notes on the one you like. And what I'd like for everybody to do, when you see the one that you really, really like, chime in the chat and say, this is the one, okay? Because they are awesome. And the other thing I'm going to do, Jane, is I'm going to bring up the other one that we've already highlighted early in the week, was that Bandicoot. We're going to talk a little bit about that. So the first one that Lynn showed, and I think Kyle's going to put it up on the screen so everybody can see that. Now, this is that Aussie 2 sewing cabinet. You get it in teak or that white ash. Guys, this price is $17.99, and you're getting that free Kiwi storage cabinet with it. And I don't know if y'all have ever shopped for cabinets out in there, the furniture for sewing, but you're talking $3,000 or $4,000 usually for a cabinet. These are $17.99, and I can assure you the quality is there. I've looked at these. I actually bought my wife the Bandicoot because the quality on these are just awesome. I love these cabinets. $17.99, everybody. That is a great, great price. This is the Aussie 2, so make a note. If that's the one you love, make a note on that one. We are going to ship it free to you, right to your door. And again, guys, we might even have some financing available. Give us a call at 1-800-401-8151 if you have some questions. But you can go right on the website right now up in our search bar, and you can type in Aussie 2, and it'll take you right to that Aussie 2 product page. And we have 18 months financing, 0% interest right on the page that you can apply for right there, okay? That second cabinet that Lynn showed, Kyle, bring that one up. That was that Kangaroo. It was the Joey 2 sewing cabinet. You get it in the teak or that white ash as well. We're also going to throw that Kiwi storage cabinet. Now, this is the Kangaroo, the Joey 2, okay? And look at that thing. That thing is absolutely beautiful. And Lynn did a great job of demonstrating that. Again, this is $17.99. You're saving about $1,300 on this. $17.99, same thing. We have financing available. So if this is the one you like, hey, do it in the chat, which one you like the best. Make notes on the one you want. And then you can also even just go type in Aero cabinets in our search bar on the website and see them all, okay? Then the third one that Lynn showed was that Wallaby 2. And again, that thing comes in teak or the white ash. Again, you see that thing. That is beautiful, has all kinds of storage. It is $15.99, everybody. We're going to throw that Kiwi storage in with it as well. Great, great price on these. Again, we have that 0% interest financing available for you. And then the one that I think showed earlier in the week that she didn't show today is the Bandicoot 2. This is the one I bought my wife. I absolutely love this. It comes with, you can either get it in the white or the teak, the white ash or teak. It comes with that Kiwi cabinet, storage cabinet, and it comes with the hydraulic chair. And the hydraulic chairs, Jane, I know you're loving those hydraulic chairs. They come in 10 different colors. So there's 10 colors to choose from. And so when you go to the product page, you can type Bandicoot 2 in on our product, on our search bar on the website. It'll take you to the product page where you can see this. It has a drop down box on the page. You can put what chair you want. But if you're just interested in the chairs, you can actually just put Kangaroo or Aero and go to the category pages, and it'll have all the chairs on there, and you can see all the different colors firsthand and then find the one that you want. But we sell those chairs individually as well. So if you're just wanting a chair, these are the best hydraulic chairs on the market. So Jane, I know you made some notes. Which one did you pick?
You're reading my mind over here, because we did talk off the air about how much I love those chairs. I love the idea with the Bandicoot, you get that chair with it. Yes. So that's really amazing. Here's what I love. There's so many options to fit every space. So if you have a smaller room that you need to work with, you have something, you have a solution to that. And by the way, they all have so much storage, and they have different sizes of storage and different ways they move around. They become more compact. Which one do I like the best? I think I like the Aussie 2, only because I'm all about going big or going home. However, I'm looking over at my sewing space right now, and I'm thinking to myself, I could use the Aussie 2 over here, and then I could put the Bandicoot over there.
Well, you know, the reason I picked the Bandicoot is because it did come with the chair. It had the Kiwi storage cabinet. And then I'm kind of thinking, you know, when you close that all up, it's an extremely small package. It doesn't take up a lot of room. And I thought, well, that might work better in our house. So that's what I bought for my wife. And it'll fit her. She's got the Brother 30, what's she got? 3600D. I can't remember the number. She has the 3600D sewing embroidery machine.
Yeah.
It fits in the space perfectly. So, and you know, the great thing about it, they even tell you how to measure for your machine to make sure it fits those holes. But I also got the Sew Steady insert that fills all around the machine. So it makes it a complete smooth surface and it makes it perfect. So great package altogether. I'd highly recommend getting that Sew Steady insert for it as well. And man, it makes a beautiful package and a great sewing cabinets. I tell you, if you compare them, Jane, to what else is on the market, you're going to pay twice as much, if not 3 times as much. And these cabinets are of the highest quality. Great. Now you do have to assemble them, but it's not hard.
But that's a fun DIY project with your friend or your partner or your kids. You just put it all out on the floor and you put it all together. Blaine, I just think that if you're teetering on, I'm thinking about this, I really like to organize and have something, you know, real, like that I can actually put my sewing machine in or my serger. I want a table this time, not just my dining room or my kitchen table or the floor. So if you're really teetering, I think now is a great time to do that because such a great price and so many great options. And I will tell you, the hydraulics and the wheels and the casters, you need it. And that is so beneficial.
It is. And you know, the great thing about it is you can lock those casters when you get it in place. If you need to move it, you can move it. And the hydraulic lift just makes it so easy to store your machine and to keep it dust free. And, you know, it's just a great system altogether. And, you know, like I was talking about, there's assembly. I know Jerry was on here, the president of the company, talking about it. And he said, it's not hard to assemble at all. It just takes time. He said, get a glass of wine, get a cup of coffee, and you can sit down and put this together in a couple hours. And so it's not hard at all. I can tell you from experience, it's not hard. And so, yeah, and each box that comes in, I think the heaviest one is like 40 something pounds. So you might have to have somebody to help you kind of drag that into the room you want, or if you have a little dolly or something. But, you know, 40 pounds is not too bad. But easily, you know, people can put these together. And they have sold, I can't remember the number, but I think, was it 1 million, Kyle? I think 1 million of these cabinets. It was an insane number that they told us how many they'd sold nationwide. And
I've seen these cabinets and these chairs many times at trade shows, and then, you know, on the store and all that. But it's just every time I see them, I want another one and another one and another one. I really am a huge fan of making sure it's organized. Everything has a place, and every place has a thing. And if we can do all of that in our sewing rooms, we're just going to be that much more fast and efficient, and especially with the quality that these cabinets are. And I love the chair. I want 2 chairs.
You're exactly right. Well, hey, Jane, coming up next, guess what? I've got Mark Martin coming in from Handy Quilter. And Mark, Oh, I'm sorry. Why do I always say Handy? It's Grace. Oh my gosh. From Mark Martin from Grace. And we have some great Grace products coming up. And so, hey, Mark, are you there?
I am here, Blaine. How are you doing?
I am doing great. Hey, and we're so excited to have Grace Company back in the house again, and you're here today. And the TrueCut products that you demonstrated yesterday and that Nathan had demonstrated earlier in the week were a huge hit. The Qnique machines have been a huge hit. All the Q-Zone frames, the Cutie frame, everything that y'all demonstrated, the phones have been lighting up. Everybody loving those products. So what do you got for us today?
Well, thank you, Blaine. And that's great to hear. It's been lighting up, and that's what we know would have happened with our product. You know, Grace Company, we want customers to be able to be in this industry, enjoying it, getting the right tools, getting the right accessories, using the right product. And that's what we're all about, is making sure that your phones light up and that your sewing machine experts are just on the phone constantly talking about the Grace product. Today, we have packages, what I'm going to talk about. They include the 15-inch machines with several frames, and that's what we're going to talk about today. Blaine, you know, so far this entire week, we have been talking about our wonderful small hoop frames to go with the domestic machines. And we love that. You know, buy those frames, or what I call sometimes an accessory for your domestic machine. And today I'm going to kind of turn that and gear it towards now a package deal. We want those, you know, we want those viewers right now who have a small machine to look at buying a package deal, because I know at this Sew Fest that these package deals are unbelievably low. And so if you've been thinking about buying a new frame to go with a long arm, now's the time to do it. So today I want to focus more on the package, which includes a 15-inch Quilting machine with one of our frames. And so that is what I want to cover. As you can see right here to my right and left, I have two frames set up. We do have the QE, which we've been talking about, and we had domestic machine on it not too long ago. Today we have our 15R on there, and what the R stands for is regulated. So it's a 15-inch R machine. And then to my right over here, we have our 15 Pro and our Q-Zone Queen. And our Q-Zone Queen is set up in just in half size, but it is a queen frame. And so this is what I want to talk about. You know, I've been thinking lately, Blaine, on how successful our QD frame has been, our hoop frame has been. It's been so successful using domestic machines. Now, I want you to think about this. Domestic machines, we talked about the comfort level, right? That's why we love using the QD with our hoop or with the Q-Zone Queen with a domestic machine, because it's a comfort. You've used your domestic machine already. You know how it works, and you're very comfortable using what you have. Well, I could say without a doubt that these Quilting machines are very easy to use, and it's not going to be a really hard transition to go from your domestic to the 15-inch machines. And that's what I want to also bring up is, you know, people are scared or they're intimidated, I guess is a better word to say, with going from the machine that they feel comfortable with to go to a mid-arm or a long arm, just because they think, when you think of the word mid-arm or long arm, right, you start thinking, oh, can I handle it? Or the cost is too much. Am I able to use it as well as I do my domestic machine? And so we're going to go over that, because absolutely they are easy to use and they're very fun, and you get the larger throw. So today we're going to talk about the frames right now and our machines. And first I want to talk about what we have here on my left. So this is our QD frame that we've been talking about. It is, again, just on a normal, ordinary table that can be folded up. So if you have these types of tables in your sewing room, or again, a coffee table, dining table, picnic table, I have to tell you, I say picnic table because I think about outside, right? If you're in a state where the weather's really nice, or if you're in a state where the weather, you get 4 seasons, but you're in the summertime, what a great opportunity to take the QD frame, take it outside, maybe listen to the birds, if you have pets that run around, but you can take the QD frame, set up on a table, and use our 15-inch machine with it. And that's just fantastic. So just another element what you can do with the QD. So right now with this package, this is our QD with the 15R. What's nice about this entire package is you're able to do king size quilts. Now, we've talked about using domestic machines and doing large quilts, and you're possibly taking it to get quilted elsewhere. Now, here's your chance to purchase a combo package that's going to get you everything that you need to finish your quilts with a larger throat, having this QD accessory / frame, if you will, to go with it. And you're going to realize how easy free motion quilting is, or how easy it is to use the Quilting machine. One of the things, Blaine, that we understand is the functionality of the machine. And so I'm going to go over some of the functions of the machine as well in this video. But as we look at the QD, I know we've already talked about the QD in past videos, so I'm not going to spend too much time on the QD frame, but just be aware that this is a 4-foot frame. You can do king size quilts. You treat it like a hoop style frame, so you're hooping the fabric. As you can see over here, we have the fabric hanging off the side, so any size you're looking to do, you're not restricted. So that is fantastic. Keep in mind, with the QD frame, you're not restricted. So the QNIC 15R, what is this machine? Well, we call it a mid-arm machine. It's 15-inch throat, and I'm going to go ahead and we're going to, what's nice about the QD is, like I said, we could extend out for larger throat machines. You can see the throat of the machine. If we can get a close-up angle, maybe we can. Yeah, great. So you can see we have 15 inches. And what that is from the needle to the back of the throat. That is 15 inches of throat space. While using this on the QD frame, your entire throat will be used. You won't lose any of your throat space because this rail in the back, let's go back to this close-up, but we can see we got this. And what this is a soft roll. As you can see, I can move it. And underneath it is the physical metal rail that goes through, which all frames have. And because of this soft roll, I'm able to keep it on top of it. So back here is just the rail. So when I bring the machine forward, that's what I'll be hitting all the way. So from front to back, I'm going to have the entire throat space. The 15R, what a wonderful machine. Now I want you to think about this. If you're using a 9-inch machine or even a 12-inch machine, obviously 15 inches are bigger than 9 and 12, and you're able to finish more quilts. The best part about the 15R is the handles have all the buttons that you need. And so to be able to use the machine, and it is stitch regulated, it's all at your fingertips. You can sit and you can stand. So right now I'm going to be standing, and I'm going to go over some of the features of this machine. What we have here, we have 4 different stitch modes in the 15R. We have precise, cruise, based, and manual, and all of which people love. With precise, what that does is it's very precise essentially. Once I start my machine, the machine will not move until the needle, won't move until I move it around. Now that's huge because again, this entire Sew Fest we've been talking about domestic machines, using our foot pedal, and you can buy stitch regulation or speed controls for your domestic. Right now, we have our 15-inch machine stitch regulated, and that's all built in with precise encoders on the machine. Now I'm going to go ahead. I'm just going to go ahead and start it here. And when I'm starting it, I'm just pushing the button on my right here, if I can get right there. So yep, just this big button on the right. I'm going to go ahead and start it. And as I said in precise, the machine will not do anything until I move it. So once I start moving it, it is regulated. Very simple. I'm just moving it with a couple fingers here, and I'm able to have complete control over what I'm doing. And when I stop, it stops. If I hold the machine steady, and if I go, it goes again. Beautiful stitches, easy. Let's go back to the main camera here. Beautiful stitches, and is very easy again to operate. We have that regulation, and that isn't precise. Now we have cruise mode as well. So cruise is the same thing, but it will automatically start stitching when we start. So I'm going to go ahead and go to cruise. And as you can see, when I start it, the needle, let's go ahead and get that close up on this. You can see that it's going up and down. And when I go faster, it speeds up. Okay. And if I stop again, it slows down. And that is very important as we look at doing small, intricate kind of work, right? We want that needle to stay constant up and down, so we're able to move the machine slow as we fill in our certain patterns. And so you want to uncruise. And then we also have based. So if you want to baste across, you can. And then we have manual mode. And manual mode essentially just turns off the regulation. So you're able to use a full machine speed. So again, 4 wonderful stitch modes, easy again to use. The best part of this machine is it is easily to maintain. And so this entire package, some of the questions I hear about often is how easy is it to maintain the machine? How easy is it to maintain the frames? Both of those are very easy to maintain. And we did that for you. So that way, when you're home quilting, you don't have to constantly, take it and get it serviced. You oil the machine. The instruction manual talks about it. You oil the machine and it makes it, easy. With the oil, it keeps everything nice and lubricated. And the best part is that you're able to use this machine every day for many, many hours without any fuss or any issues. One thing I love about this machine is it's fast. All right, it is 1,800 stitches per minute. And if you're going from your domestic machine, you're going to find that you will have the speed that you're looking for. And the best part is it's not cumbersome. What I mean by that is normally if you're transitioning from a 9-inch machine or a 12-inch machine and you want to go bigger, that it's that intimidation. And so I'm here to tell you that these 15-inch machines, they're easily operable. And they are very fun and very user-friendly. Again, on the handlebars, we just have a few buttons on the left and right. And what they do is you stop the machine, and then we have our needle down on one of the sides. So you're able to have those right at your fingertips. So again, this package is our 15R. And in fact, all of our packages include any of our machines, and they're compatible with each of our frames. And so in a minute here, I'll talk about our Q-Zone Queen with the 15 Pro. But if you're looking to get the 15R on the Q-Zone Queen, you can do that. We also have our other hoop frames, our Q-Zone Hoop Pro and our Q-Zone Hoop Standard, our Cutie frame as well. So there are 4 frames for you to choose from that includes our 15-inch machine. So one of the other things I get a lot of questions about the 15 is does it have a built-in bobbin winder? It does have a built-in bobbin winder, and that's on top of the machine. I'm not sure if I can get a good picture of it. If we go to close-up here, maybe not. No, that's okay. So I'll tell you where it's at. It's right on top of the machine, built-in bobbin winder for easy access of winding your bobbins. And the best part of that is it's separate motor from the machine. I don't need to have the machine running in order for me to operate the bobbin winder. So built-in bobbin winder. It also has 2 thread stands at the top. So one could be for your bobbin and one can be for just threading your machine. We really wanted that transition period to be easy. So if you've been thinking about transitioning to a mid-arm machine or the Qnique machine and you have a 9-inch machine, that is a very easy transition. And I want you to know that when you get it right out of the box, you're pretty much ready to go. You do need to attach a few things to it, but it's just very simple and very easy to start right out of the box. And so the 15-inch machine, this is a 15R with the Cutie. Now we do have another one, but I know before we get into the other one, Blaine, I would really love for those who are watching, let's go ahead and, if we can, let's share with the price of what these packages are, because I know that it's very, very aggressive, very awesome. And again, if you've been thinking about that moment in your life where you're like, I'm ready to move from our 9-inch machines and get something bigger. We'll talk about how many quilts we can do in a matter of time. But if we can, Blaine, let's go ahead and some of the promotions you have going on.
All right, sure, Mark. I'd love to. So guys, I think Kyle's going to put the overlay up there for us. In the first one that Mark was talking about, and again, guys, I can't stress how great these Qnique machines are. This is the 15R, and it is with the Cutie frame. And the price on it is $42.95. Guys, that's a $1,200 savings. We have 0% interest financing for 36 months for you. So that makes those payments $119 a month. And again, I think Mark talked a little bit about this. That Cutie frame, you can put that on a dining room table. You can put it on a folding table. It makes it extremely portable, where if you don't have room for a big full-size frame, you can use this Cutie frame. And a great package at $42.95 with that financing. Give us a call at 800-401-8151 or go to the website up in the search bar and just put Qnique 15 and it'll take you to those product pages. but you want to look for the one that has the Qnique R on it. There's 3 different Qnique 15s, but look for the one with the Qnique R. The other product that he was showing was, is there another product, Kyle, that we have the queen frame. There it is. There's the Qnique with that queen frame. And again, if you have the room and you want to go to that larger frame, it's the 15R with that queen frame. And this is $45.95. Again, it's normally $62.99. That's a savings of $1,700. Again, we have this 0% interest financing for 36 months. It makes those payments about $127 a month. Great machine, guys. Both of those machines have that 15-inch throat space on them. So it just comes down to what the room you have for the frame. So whether it's if you have room for that queen frame or you want that portability of that cutie frame, either one of those, that 15R is going to work great on those. So Mark, what else do you have for us there?
Thank you, Blaine. I just, when I was looking at those prices and hearing about those, that is phenomenal. And again, I keep thinking about that when you're ready to move. We do have the Q-Zone Queen here, Blaine, so we're going to get in the Q-Zone Queen with a 15R. So that's what we'll talk about. But those prices, I see some of the comments, neither win the lottery or that's fantastic price. You don't need to win the lottery. It is in the quilting world, right? This is very affordable, very easy. And now you're set up with a mid-arm. And it's just a great opportunity to make that move up. We're always looking to make that transition, make that step up, something bigger. We're, as quilters, how many Sergers do we have, or how many domestic machines do we have? There are several. So let's go ahead and get a dedicated quilting machine. If you're thinking about using your domestic machine and you have on a frame that you're wanting taken on and off, buy this package, the Cutie with the 15R. It's going to save you time. You're able to finish more quilts, and that's huge. Think about how many quilt tops that you have ready to go on. And I ask that question because I hear a lot of like, oh, I have 5 or 10 or 15, and you're doing it with a smaller machine. And it's no rush. Don't get me wrong. I'm not telling you to rush to those projects. But if you're doing this for, either baby quilts or weddings or friends, and you're getting piled up because people know, hey, so-and-so has a machine, let's go to her. This will get through those a whole lot faster, and you're going to really enjoy having the stitch regulation and that throw space. And so over here to my right, as you mentioned earlier, Blaine, this is our Q-Zone Queen. It is set up in a half size. So yes, Blaine, you said it right on the nose. It is a queen. You need to have the room for that. So you need about 106 inches of room for the Q-Zone Queen frame. And what I love about the Queen frame is it keeps all the fabric that you're ready to do out in front. And what I mean by that, as you can see right here, there is a rolling rail, and all this red, the fabric that I have, that's what I can be quilting. Like the hoop frames, you have to hoop the fabric, and that's great for space. But if you do have room and you want to go queen quilts or smaller, again, queen or smaller, the Q-Zone Queen is a way to go. For only, I think it was a little over $4,500, you get the 15R with the Q-Zone Queen, and that is just fantastic to be able to do your queen quilts. That does have 2 rails. Let me speak a little bit about this 2-rail system. We have another way of doing the quilting, which you can see is floating. We've been hearing over and over again that you love to float your fabric. It's easy to attach. It takes less time. And so we developed the Queen frame for you to float your fabric down. So you can see we have a floating. It comes with the quilt clip, so you're able to keep the fabric nice and taut. And then the bungees as well. So you have the bungees on the side. But with the 2 rolling rails here, when you float your fabric down, it is easy to advance it up, and you have everything, like I said, out in front of you. So if you're looking to do queen size quilts and you have the room, now this is, again, what makes all of our frames perfect for anybody. If you don't have the room, great. Get the Cutie or one of our other frames. And if you do have the room, get the Q-Zone Queen with the 15R. The 15R and the Q-Zone Queen provides you a wonderful package. And if you've been thinking about that again, just think about the large size quilts that you're doing on a sit down. Those queen quilts you can attach to the frame, and you're able to do your quilting. The Q-Zone Queen is height adjustable, so you can lower it if you wanted to, or you can raise it up and stand. Easy to set up. That's another question I get asked often, is how easy is your product to set up? The Q-Zone Queen is easy. If you think about this, we ship all around. You know, Sewing Machines Plus sells our product all around. We see them come in and they're going to all these states and sometimes international, which means we have a lot of customers buying our product. And we know that the demographic who's buying this, we want to make sure that you guys feel comfortable opening up the boxes, setting up our product at ease. It comes with really good instructions. And the best part is we're here with you. Our service, we can help you if you need help. You can call, obviously, Sewing Machines Plus as well. So you have two wonderful companies to make sure that our product is perfect for you. So it's very easy to set up. The machines as well, the same. Right out of the box, very easy. As I mentioned earlier, that you do have to attach a couple things, but then the machines are ready to come. The handlebars you see are already attached. So very minimal setup you need for the machines. But again, it's just so perfect. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one on so we can just hear it and have it go ahead. This is so beautiful, so easy. As you can see, I'm just moving it around with just a couple fingers here. I just love it. You can do designs with one hand. Right now I'm doing a daisy. Now I'm doing a feather. So it's just very, very fun. And so again, wonderful packages. We have our 15-inch machines on either the Cutie or the Q-Zone Queen. Think about where you're at in your quilting hobby, where you want to be. If this is something you've been thinking about over and over again, that you have your smaller machine, and again, we've been focusing a lot about your smaller machines on our frame. Now's the time to buy the 15-inch R machine to put on either one of these frames. Go big, and it's not terribly big. It's not intimidating. 15 inches, we're only, you're not, talking about those larger machines where some of those, they're heavy. These ones are very light, very easy to manage, and very easy to maintain. And so if you've been thinking about it, again, I cannot stress enough you're going to enjoy your quilting. You're going to love what you have. Now, the Q-Zone Queen, again, for the queens, if you don't have the room for the Q-Zone Queen, get the Cutie frame. You can do the king size quilts on the Cutie frame and the queen size on the Q-Zone Queen. You can have this set up in no time, and they're just very fun to use. I know we might have some questions. Last time I didn't leave any really Q&A. So Blaine, if we have any questions right now, I would love to be able to answer. Let's go ahead and get those shot off.
Well, hey, Mark, we sure do have some questions. One of the questions was, is there any versatility to that queen frame? Is it only 8 feet, or can you reduce it to make it smaller?
That's a great question. You can reduce it and make it smaller, but keep in mind, we are restricted to the size of it. So as you can see here, this is a 4-foot section of the Cutie frame. So you can set it up in a 4-foot for your lap quilts or your baby quilts. That's perfect. And then if you want to do the 8, go ahead and get the other section wherever you put it away, and then you can combine them together. So yes, it comes in 2 4-foot sections. You can set it up in a 4 or set it up in your 8-foot. Great question.
Perfect. And then on that Cutie frame, what is the minimum size tabletop that they would need to be able to put that? If they wanted to buy a folding table, what size of folding table would they buy if they wanted to put that Cutie frame on it?
Great question. So it's about 36 by 48, roughly. The table itself is exactly 48 inches. And so if you want it to be the exact amount, then you have 48 inches, and you need about 36 wide on your bottom plate. So I would say 48 to 36 on your table. And what's nice about it, if you put it on your coffee table or dining table, or if you get a folding table, it does come with nice rubber at the bottom of the frame, so it sits nice and it doesn't scratch, and it holds it right in place. That's another great question on that.
Okay, and then the other question is, do you know what the weight is on that 15R?
Yeah, it's roughly about 35 pounds on the 15R. And then the Cutie is about 20 pounds on the Cutie, but about 35 on the 15R.
So if somebody had that, they wanted to get that cutie for the portability of it, Mark, it'd be pretty easy for them to be able to take the head off to store and, and then be able to get, do something with the cutie frame, slide it under their bed or put it in the closet then, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. Very easy to store if you have it set up and you got to take it down. It's not too heavy, very easy. You can store both the cutie and you can put the machine kind of in the corner or back in the box.
Okay. Well, hey, Mark, I want to remind everybody again how they can get these and what the prices are on them. And again, guys, this is that Grace Unique long arm quilting machine. This is the 15R. And the one you're looking at right now is with that cutie frame. You're going to get the 15R and the cutie frame that's very portable. You can put it on a tabletop, a dining room table. You can buy like a folding table to put it on. For $42.95, we have financing available. We have 36 months, 0% interest for $119 a month. Hey, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if that's not the configuration you want, we have a lot of different configurations. There's 3 different unique 15s that we sell. We sell a basic one, an R, and a Pro, and we have some different frame combinations as well. So if you want to, talk to our experts, they're standing by. Give them a call. They can talk you through and actually get the best combination for you if this is not the exact one that you want. $42.95 for this one, though, with the 15R and the cutie frame. And then we have that 15R with that queen frame. And again, that queen frame is 8 foot long. And Mark, he talked about you could make it go down to 4 foot if you wanted to, if you needed, room. But this is not, it's a little different. This is where you're going to roll that fabric on those rails instead of those clamp system like the cutie frame is. But this is $45.95. You're getting that 15R plus that 8 foot queen frame. And it's low as $127 a month. So it's $45.95. We have that 0% interest finance available. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you want to look at any of the 15 Unique 15 machines, just go on our website in that search bar and type Unique 15 and it'll take you to that page, that category page with all of them. And you can pick the one that you want there. And if you need some help, again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And guys, I'm going to bring Jane back in the house. And I sure do appreciate, Mark coming on today. And we sure do appreciate Grace as one of our sponsors. And hey, Jane, are you ready to do some education?
It's time for education. That's how we get better. It's time for some education, Blaine.
It is. So I'm going to let you take it away.
Okay, that sounds great. All right, guys, you all know our next guest from SewingMachinesPlus.com and her insightful and educational show, Tea Time with Candace. She's a regular in the studio. So like if Blaine were Batman, she'd be Batwoman. She's the Joan Rivers to Blaine's Johnny Carson. She's the Kelly Ripa to his Ryan Seacrest. She's the Beauty to the Beast and the ketchup to the French fries. And she's an expert in all things sewing and embroidery. She is the education coordinator at SewingMachinesPlus.com. We're thrilled she could join us for her own masterclass on how to finish seams with sergers. Please say hello to Candace Trevino. Hey, Candace.
Hi, guys. Okay, that was very funny. I like the whole Batwoman thing. That was pretty clever.
I was wondering if you wanted to be Kelly Ripa or you wanted to be like ketchup or you wanted to be,
they're all good.
You're always you're in for Blaine a lot. We love you. We know you. Let me ask you this. Let's go in the Wayback Machine. When did you take your first spin on a sewing machine?
My mother sewed for me, and back in the 70s and 80s, it was more economical to sew. So I did grow up with my mother sewing for me. But I didn't start sewing until I got pregnant and had a baby, and I was living overseas and I couldn't find any maternity clothes. I was very limited. So I started learning how to sew. Of course, that was 30 years ago. So, but as far as sergers go, that's the reason I'm here at Sewing Machines Plus. I bought a serger. I was sewing costumes, and costume fabric is a nightmare.
Stretching.
So I wanted a serger, and I bought a serger, and it stayed in the box because I was terrified of it. I was, so afraid of it. And so I knew that if I wanted to learn to serge, I needed to come somewhere where they could teach me. And so I moved out here in this area and came to Sewing Machines Plus. And it's, history. Now I'm the one teaching other people to not be afraid of your serger and how much fun you can have with it.
You were in the classroom and now you're the educator, and I love my serger, but I cannot wait to learn some more on how to use it. So Candace, I'll let you take it away, teach class, and teach us how to finish seams with sergers.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Jane. So this is an education class, and what I'm going to talk about today is things that are common amongst most all sergers. So of course, we're going to be using our Baby Lock Celebrate today, but these things you can do with any serger that you have, or I'll say most sergers. We're going to do a 4-thread seam, a 3-thread, a rolled hem, maybe a 2-thread flat lock if we have time. And I'm going to show you a couple tips and techniques as well. So let me show you a couple tools that I think are just very important if you're going to serge. So I'm going to have Roger zoom in over here. And my absolute favorite tool is glue, fabric glue. So for sergers, we do not use pins. We either use clips or something like that, but you can't put a pin or a clip under this knife. And so what do you do to start your seams? And I'm going to show you the technique using fabric glue. So glue is my best friend when I'm using my serger. Another thing you need is you need a bent pair of clips or tweezers. They need to be bent, right? Not the straight ones. I really like the curved ones. You also need a really great little cleaning brush, something I say that's synthetic so that it doesn't leave little hairs when you use it in your machine. So you need a good synthetic brush. And of course you need a great little pair of snippers. So let's go ahead and get started. I've threaded this machine up for a 4-thread overlock. And the first thing I wanted to show you is most of the time we're sewing 2 pieces together. Again, we've shown this in a couple of the other videos. You can't put this under the needle. You're putting it up to the blade, right? So we're only going right up to the blade. And this is where we're going to start sewing. The most important thing with sergers is how you hold your fabric and how you feed your fabric. So I'm just going to gently hold it. And I want to be able to see both sides of my fabric. And I'll show you that on a couple other samples. Now, most of your machines do have a knife, but this is a technique I like. I just bring it around, use my blade to cut my seam. The only thing you have to remember is make sure you don't have, a mess back here when you start your next project. So I'm going to do what's called clearing my stitch fingers. So let's see if Roger can get in there a little bit. All you're going to do is you're going to kind of pull out your thread. As long as your presser foot's up, you should be able to pull out your thread, and you're clearing the loops that form back here. And now I'm ready for my next stitch. So that's called clearing the stitch fingers. So this is a 4-thread overlock. Why would I use a 4-thread overlock? Why not just use 3 threads? In my classes, I like to tell people I use 4 threads for construction, right? Think about the seam of your pants. I need all the strength I can get. So 4 threads are great for construction. Now, a lot of times when we deal with sergers, the challenge is fabrics. Knits behave differently than wovens, and there's all different types of knits. This one happens to be a single brush polyester fabric. There's double brush, there's ITY, there's rayon span, bamboo, sweater knit, French terry. I mean, I can go on and on and on with the types of knits. And they all behave differently. They all have different stretches, and they all have different challenges. So this one has a tendency to roll. It kind of rolls around a little bit. And it's slippery, so it slips around. So how do I start that seam? How do I make sure I've got that seam good? So again, I'm going to show you my favorite tip, and that's to use a glue stick. So I'm going to just put a little bit of glue right at the beginning of that seam. And then I might put a couple more pieces. Can we get down there onto the table? I might glue a few more spots here because see, it's rolling. So I might put a couple more little spots. Remember, this has to do with holding and feeding your fabric. So I'm going to lift up the toe of my foot and go right to my blade. Now, once I start sewing, you can see it's kind of moving around. And you don't necessarily need clips, but you do have to keep an eye on this. And what I like to do is use my tweezers as my third finger. So I can come in here and kind of manipulate my fabric. And I can kind of hold it with my tweezers. Stop. Make sure that my seams are correct and I can see both sides. And like I said, tweezers are your best friend with sergers. So this works really good for challenging fabrics. And we're not sewing yards and yards and yards. We're sewing small little sections. I'm sewing a small section. I stop, I reposition my hands, and then sew again. Okay, so what do you do with the tails? I can't, there's no back stitch, right? I can't back stitch. So how can you secure those tails? Now there is a way to secure them when you're sewing, but I'm all for the easy, simple way. So what I use is called a double-eye needle. So another helpful tool is called a double-eye needle. And you're going to thread under the stitches. It's flat, so it glides right under these stitches. And then I'm going to put all four, right? I've got 4 threads. I'm going to kind of roll them, and I'm going to thread them in that eye. Maybe. It's easier if your tail is long and you're not on live TV. And then I just pull them under the seam. So now that is secured. When you're sewing a garment or something, you're not going to have a lot of tails. It'll only be there, you know, at the end if something isn't attached. You'll only have maybe 1 or 2 tails. And so this is the easiest way, just to get a little double-eye needle and use that to secure your tails. You can tie them in a knot. You can use glue, but the double-eye needle, I think, works the best, and it's really easy. All right, so let's talk about a couple other things. Let's talk about putting on a neckband and bands in general. As you can see, again, I have another fabric that's rolling, and it's just kind of a challenge. So these bands all get folded in half, and I'll put clips on them. So we like clips, and clips are just really used to hold things in place. They're not really like a pin, which is, you know, because a pin you're going to sew right up to the needles, and you can't really do that with clips. So clips are really just to kind of hold things in place and help me make sure that I have things even. Okay, so let's say this is their neckband. So when you start, again, we're starting a seam. We're going to start up here, and you have one piece, and this is doubled. So I'm going to line these up. Get my clip there. And a band is always a little bit smaller than the opening of your neck. We'll say 85%, It really just depends on the stretch of your fabric. So I'm going to be stretching my band as I serge. And I'm still on a 4-thread overlock. I'm still at a stitch length of around between 2.5 to 3. And that's going to depend on your fabric. But see, when I start, I can't get that clip in there. So I'm going to use my glue. I'm going to glue my band piece together. And I'm going to glue that band to my fashion fabric or my actual fabric. Now, this is wash away glue, so this will wash out with water. And that's the one that I prefer to use, is wash away glue. So after I get started, I'm going to have to take my clip out, and I'm just going to have to hold that. I'm going to stop, reposition my hand, remove a clip, making sure I can see that bottom piece. So bands are one way. If you only have a serger and you need to finish a garment, what do? One of the ways is to put on bands. So there's your band. And it's pretty easy, but it does take some practice. Sewing in a circle takes some practice. I'm going to show you circle sewing here in just a second. So using your fabric glue really helps to keep things in place before you sew. A question I get a lot is, how much do I cut off? How do I worry about seam allowance? So I'm going to show you the trick for that. I'll show you on a woven because it's easier to see. And I don't know how close Roger can get here to this serger foot. On your serger foot, you have 2 raised little notches. And the first notch is for your right needle, and the second notch is for your left needle. So if I have my left needle in here, that is going to be my sewing line. So you have to test your seam. So what I do is I'm going to mark my fabric with my seam allowance, and I'm just going to use a 1/2 inch seam allowance. So this is a 1/2 inch seam allowance, and I need my left needle to hit that. So depending on where my width is, it is going to, I can't really use these markings here per se until I test this. So I want my left needle to hit that line. So I can see, based on this width, my fabric, I can line it up with that L right there. So you're going to do this before you start any project. You're going to find out, based on your stitch, where do you need to line up your fabric? How much do you need to cut off? And now I don't have to do that for the rest of my project. I know that I'm going to be cutting off, and I'm going to use one of these guides. So one thing that's really nice about this serger in particular is, you notice I went from a heavy fabric. This is a little heavier knit. I did a double brush, and now I did a single layer of cotton, and I didn't have to make any adjustments to my tension. These machines, a lot of the newer machines on the market, really control how much thread is coming out of the discs, and it gives you a perfect seam. So that's something that we really love. Okay, so that is just a couple tips for, again, marking. A lot of times if we're only doing a 1/4 inch seam, this edge of your plate is going to be, where you're most likely going to sew. And all you're going to do is really skim. You're skimming off just a hair. Now, it's really good to cut. And let me say that again. it's good to cut. Why? Because that means you're feeding in enough fabric to cover that actual stitch. Sometimes if you don't give enough fabric, or you don't feed it, you're trying to avoid the knife, what happens is you'll get loops hanging over the edge. So if you're feeding it correctly, you should get a really nice serged edge with the loops just touching the edge. If you get something like this, make sure number one, you're feeding it correctly. And then number two, you can adjust the width. All right. This is the cutting width. So what happens if I move this? If I make this bigger or smaller, my blade moves. See my blade moving? So you can affect the width here by moving this. Now this is millimeters, tiny, tiny amounts. This is a 7 millimeter machine, meaning from the left needle to the blade, it will go to a maximum of 7 millimeters. So a lot of times you're just going to determine what type of stitch you want and the look you want. Okay, we're going to do another, let's talk again about bands. What do you do sewing in a circle? Okay. Let's say that this is my shirt and this is my cuff, right? Here's my sleeve, a little big, but that's okay. This is my sleeve and I want to put on a cuff because I don't have a hemming machine. I'm going to put a cuff on, right? So I need to attach that. So first of all, I'm going to sew this in a circle, make your cuff. And again, it's smaller. But I'm going to have 3 seams coming together. And what I found is if I glue them down, then I don't necessarily have to nest them. Nesting is one seam going one way, the other seam going the other way. But if I glue them down, they seem to lay a lot flatter, right? And I actually will come and glue it in the middle so that it doesn't roll on me or turn on me as I'm folding this in half. Okay, so I'm going to fold that in half, lining up my seams here. And I can even feel it. It's a little bit, it's not so bulky. You can nest them if you want, but a lot of times you don't need to. Okay, so I've got my wrong sides together. And bands, what we do is we half the band, right? So what's the half point? And what's the quarter points? And then half it again. So that's halved. And all bands pretty much go on the same way, especially a neck band. Just remember your half point is not your shoulder seams. Okay, so just keep that in mind. There's more fabric usually in the front of your garment to compensate for the bust lines. So on shoulders, your shoulder seams are not usually your half points. Okay. So I've got that kind of clipped together. Again, I'm using my clips just to hold it. But see that fabric starting to wrap and roll? So I might be using some glue when I put this on. Now, I put things on the inside. I'm going to put my band down in here and sew it on the inside. And that's kind of counterintuitive to a lot of people because they use sewing machines. You usually don't do that. You do it the other way. All right, I'm going to line up my seams. And then you are going to find the half points on your garment, like your sleeve. We'll see if this works. I don't know that I cut it perfectly. And then you'll match those up. So you're just going half and half again. Now, you can make your own bands. Again, it should be quite a bit, around 85% smaller, but you know, that really depends on the type of fabric you're using. Okay, so I've got this together. Now I'm sewing in a circle, but I need to cut off a piece, right? Because I need to trim it. But if I put this in here, where am I going to cut? You know, it's not even. So I'm going to show you a technique I use. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to glue this together because I've got to take out my clip. So I've got my band glued together. This is French terry, and French terry sews beautifully on a serger, but there are a few little tips. So I've glued that together. It's nice and tight. I'm going to lift up my foot. I'm going to clear my stitch fingers, right? Get that thread out from under here. So this slides in, and I'm going to take it to my blade. So I can lift this up a little bit more, and it's right to my blade. So, but I'm going to actually trim some off. So when I come around to the beginning, I know I need to trim a little bit more because I didn't pre-trim it. So let's start that. Again, I'm sewing on the inside, right? I'm down on the inside of this cuff. And I got all three layers. Now, a lot of times you do a tiny itty bitty cuff. Think about kids' clothes. You can do it. I mean, your foot's, you know, yay big. As long as you can get your foot in there, if you're sewing on the inside, you can probably do it. And again, I would probably use some glue, just making sure I have all my seams correct. Now I'm coming up to my seams here. You can start or stop with the seam. I recommend going in front of it. It's a little bit easier, but I'm gonna glue that because I don't want my seams to shift. And this is the only time that I kind of help my serger is when I'm going over a seam. All right, so I'm back to the beginning, and I know I need to pre-trim this because I didn't trim it in the beginning. So this is the trick, everyone, for sewing in a circle. You're going to lock your blade. You're going to sew back over about a half of an inch to cover up that part that was trimmed. And then you're going to put your foot up, your needles up, and you're going to take your fabric out from under the blade and just stitch out. And that's going to give you a perfect finished seam right here. Oops. Okay, so that was just a small little snippet of what sergers can do. I'll do a few other demos in my next class. We're going to talk a lot more about this machine. Do we have any questions? Jane, back up there. Hey.
Hey, Candace. Wow, that was a great presentation. We learned so much. Yeah, a couple of questions. Do you need to allow extra width on your fabric to accommodate for the trim?
No.
When you're going in a circle.
On most patterns, it will give you your seam allowance, which is already built in. So most patterns, remember we used to sew with a 5/8 of an inch seam allowance?
Yeah.
And that's already built in. Many patterns now, it's 3/8 of an inch, which is very small. And that's a built-in seam. So as long as you have your left needle on that sewing line, then you should be fine.
And then two other quick questions. Can you use any kind of glue stick, or are you recommending the water-soluble fabric stick?
That's a touchy question. My recommendation is a fabric water-soluble glue stick.
And then
other people do use other things, but I just find it washes out really easily. It's not going to gum up my needles or my machine. And so I do prefer the fabric type of glue stick.
And a quick question about sewing into a V-neck. Is it the same idea of lifting it up and turning?
So V-necks are a little more challenging. The thing you need to remember is with a serger, you have to sew straight. And I'm going to show you a curve maybe later on. But you have to feed your fabric straight. So a V-neck stops.
Yeah.
And then goes the other way. So there are some other techniques that you're going to have to use because you have a knife in the way. And so you always have to accommodate for that knife. So as long as you can get your fabric to go in there straight, you can do a whole lot of things.
I'm so excited to go use my serger, and I'm going to go do that. Candace, thank you so much for that great information and education. I'm going to bring Blaine back in, and I'm going to go play with my serger while Blaine is doing the next presentation. Blaine, are you there?
Hey.
It happens.
I think you need to stay and host and let me go play with my serger.
I said it first.
You did say it first. Hey, Jane, I got to tell you what we've got lined up for this afternoon. We've got such a good lineup. So, next up, we've got Alba Fedeke coming with Janome going to be in here. And we have Kimberly Dotson with OESD going to be here again. We got Kim Sandberg and Christina Whitley going to be back. We've got Cindy Hogan in the house today. Going to talk all about ScanNCut. So everybody loves Cindy. And then we're going to have Angela Wolf come in today, and she's teaching another class about tips about hemming knits. So great lineup this afternoon. And then even after that, we got Candace is going to be back, and she's actually going to be going over the Celebrate Serger for us in detail. So got a great lineup this afternoon, and so everybody, I hope they stay around and watch, because we got so many great things coming. And next up, hey, I just want to go ahead and dive right in and introduce Alba Fedeke from Janome. She's going to talk all about that 8200, and so let's go ahead and roll that video.
The 8200 is just such a great machine, especially if you're a person that's maybe never had a full-size machine and you're wanting to upgrade and you're wanting to do it at a certain price point. This one is really for you. I love, again, the package that Janome puts together with the machines is what makes them such an incredible value. So I'm going to start by showing you the front of the machine. And this, as I said, is a full-size machine. So 11 inches from the needle to the side of the machine. So an 11-inch throat space, that 5-inch height. You have beautiful LED lighting right on the inside of the bed so that you could really see your fabrics beautifully. But you also have that lighting right at the needle where it's really important to be able to see. I wanted to show you on the table the 14 accessories that you're getting with the machine. So this one in particular, I like to go over. This is the convertible free motion foot with the 2 adapter bottoms. And what I like about this particular foot is that this is an $89 value on its own, and it's being thrown in with the machine. So I love that value that you get. But this particular free motion foot, I'm able to change out my bottoms from a closed toe to an open toe to an echo foot. And this one is height adjustable. So I am able to adjust with this screw how high or how low that foot rests on my quilt, as well as whether it hops or not. So I really like this foot. And you're getting your other feet along with that one that'll get you started for quilting, for sewing, for crafting, for home deck sewing. So you have a really nice variety of feet. You may have noticed that there is also a plate on the table. You are getting 2 plates with this machine. And the one that I am holding up, and I'm going to put some fabric behind it to make it easier to see, is the straight stitch plate. If you've purchased plates, you know this is another pricey item that Janome is including. But I want to show you something very special about the Janome straight stitch plate. It not only has that center hole for a center needle position, but it also has the right and left needle position for this. And you're going to notice that that right and left are ovals and not a circle. So this is going to allow you not only to get your accurate 1/4 inch, but to be able to do a scant 1/4 inch with that straight stitch plate. Now, you'll notice that the plate, I'm going to bring that back, has no screw holes in it. So this is not screwed on and off. So you're going to ask Alba, how am I getting this plate on and off of the machine? This has what is known as an easy off plate system. So right at the bottom over here where I'm tapping my fingers is a release for the plate. And look at how easily one comes off and one goes on. So just with a press of a finger, look at how easy that is to change out those plates. So you're getting both that straight stitch plate and that zigzag plate. I love the way these pop on and off. And it's the little details that Janome really pays attention to that I love. They not only gave me 2 plates, but they gave me 2 covers with that too. So I'm not having to search for my plate covers when I switch those on and off. I really like that little detail to just little attention to little details like that. On this particular model, the 8200, there are 170 built-in stitches, and there are 3 alphabets as well. So I could do lettering with this really nicely. Now I'm going to show you just how easy it is to maneuver and navigate in the machine. You're going to notice that everything is printed on my lid to my machine. So I always have my reference guides to my stitches. And over here in the red, these are the stitches that are appropriate for that straight stitch plate that you're getting. And I have modes, mode 1, mode 2, all the way going to mode 6. And I have a mode button on the front of my machine. So when I press that and go into mode 2, all I have to do is type in that number stitch that I want, and I get a preview of that. And you're going to notice 9mm wide stitches. So let me show you how beautiful those stitch out. This is one that I like to do on my bindings for my quilts. And I'm going to end that pattern. I touch that locking stitch, and I have that scissor button that cuts that needle and bobbin thread. Look at how beautiful and how wide. Just what a difference that 9mm stitching makes. Just brings the detail to those decorative stitches right up to that fabric, just giving you incredible detail. Now, because I have that 9mm stitching, I have 91 needle positions, and I am going to show that to you. So when I am pressing that, you're going to notice my needle is moving now all the way to the right. I'm going to have it go all the way to the left. And I have 91 positions. So that little beeping that you're hearing is one position that needle is moving. and you barely see it moving. That's why I press and hold and move it all the way over so that you could see that. And why is that important to me? Well, if I want to top stitch and I want to do my stitching, I may not want to move my fabric into the middle of the foot. It may be much easier for me to move my needle and get that stitching all the way at the edge and give me a nice, accurate result than moving my fabric. So I love the fact that I have that 91 needle positions to move that around. And Janome is known for just how beautifully the machine feeds. It has what's called a superior feed system. And I'm going to show you what that really means when you're sewing. I am going to come forward, I'm going to go in reverse and come forward again. And I'm at full speed of 800 stitches a minute. And look at how accurately that fed that fabric. I wasn't even holding on to that. So it's just going to make you a better sewist. Your projects are going to be completed more professionally, and you're going to get that more accurate result. Now I have a nice variety of applique stitches, and I'm going to go to one of them. So I am in mode 1 and I am typing number 37, and it's going to bring me to those stitches. Now with applique, a lot of people think that it's very fussy because they have to stop and pivot and move their fabric. But look at that, with that superior feed system, how effortlessly I am able to move my fabric. I did that beautiful curve. Look at that. So without having to stop and start and all of that fussy type of sewing, I am able to do that. And you'll notice that I'm working with a stop start button. I love to sew with a stop start button. And let me show you one of the tips and tricks with that button to give you the accuracy that you would like. So you've seen me start with that. But when I press and hold, look at how slowly I'm able to see each needle penetration to allow me to stop very precisely. Notice when I let go, that needle just dropped to the down position and it stopped immediately. And that will allow me to turn my fabric and do my perfect corners. And look at that beautiful corner I'm able to achieve. Now, for a lot of people, when they start applique, you want to make sure that your needle is going to drop right in the correct spot. So I can also press and hold and really be careful and really move my fabric so that I'm in the correct position. So it will allow me to do that not only at the beginning, but also at the ending of my stitch. Now the machine is really smart. It knows I'm at the ending point, and when I press that the second time, it stopped for me so that I am able to do that beautiful stitching. I'm going to go to a different stitch, and let me come over here to number 64 in mode 2. So you'll see how easily I'm able to navigate and maneuver through those stitches. And I'm actually going to go to 65. Now, one of the feet that come with the machine is that beautiful open toe foot, which is really nice to use with decorative stitching. It really allows you to see what you're doing. And you'll notice that the feet are snap on, snap off. So I was able to switch from one to another effortlessly. And I am going to show you with those 9mm stitches, one of the things that I really like to do is something called stitch stacking. And I'm going to create the look of lace with my decorative stitches. So here is the center of my lace. And now I'm going to go back to that number 64. And what I'm going to do is I am going to line up my previously sewn stitch right on the inside of my foot so I barely see it. And what's going to happen is when I stitch this next stitch, it's going to kiss and touch, and it's going to make it look even wider than that 9mm is capable of going. So you see how I have a lacy effect, and now I'm going to do that on the opposite side as well. And wouldn't that be beautiful on a hem, on a neckline, along the front lapel of the jacket? And I just love the sound, the quietness of that Janome. And look at how beautiful that is. Doesn't that just look like a piece of lace that was laid down on the fabric? All with my Memory Craft 8200. You're going to find that the results of whatever it is that you're sewing are just going to be improved and be just so beautiful because you have that professional result and that capability that the machine is giving you. One of the features that I like is my tension. This machine does have auto tension, so I can go from thick to thin and everything in between, and it adjusts for me. But I'm also able to adjust that to be exactly what I want. Now, to go from thick to thin, I'm going back to my A foot, my standard foot. And I normally go from thick on to thin fabric, but today I'm going to show you just the opposite. To go from 2 layers of fabric up to 8 layers of fabric. And I'm just going to slow my machine down so you could see what I'm doing. As I am sewing, and I'm going to go to a straight stitch to make this a little bit easier. As I'm approaching that hump, I am going to press and hold that leveling button, and it is just going to just go right over that mass. And it did that without skipping a stitch, without any fuss, and I could do that in the opposite direction as well. Just handles all of that effortlessly. Now on this particular side, that was 8 layers, and I'm going to bring that to 10 layers of fabric. I have to go to that extra high lift in order to get that underneath the foot, but watch how easily it is going to go through all of those layers without problem. So I'm able to sew through something that heavy and go back to something thin without even thinking about that. Effortlessly. And I am able to just maneuver, and that feeding capability, and even going off the fabric, my machine could handle that without a problem. So you know this is a machine that is going to be a workhorse in your sewing room. It is going to give you the ability to do thick, thin, and just do what you need to do, and it's going to absolutely work for you. Now, I had shown that extra high lift, and I want to show that to you again. So when I lift once, here's my lift. My fingers are barely getting underneath there, but I have that extra high, and now my fingers fit all the way underneath that, which makes it really nice when you are working with really thick fabrics. Look at that. That's about 1/4 of an inch of fabric that is under there. And that just allows you to work with those thicker items, those home deck items. And that beautiful 800 stitches a minute that allow you to get through everything that you need to get. So this is one machine that, like I said, if you're looking to upgrade and go to that full size, you're wanting to do your home deck projects, you're wanting to do your quilting projects, this is a machine that I think you're really going to love. And I know it's going to be that workhorse machine that will get you through all of those projects effortlessly. Blaine, do we have any questions that have come up? Probably not. So I just wanted to again show you on the front of the machine, you have your quick selections for your most commonly used stitches. So my straight stitch, I have right available there. My straight stitch with my needle all the way to the left position, my zigzag, and my 1/4 inch piecing stitch. Because this machine has a 9mm stitch width, you do not want to do your 1/4 inch piecing with the needle at that center position. So it needs to be moved to that 8.3 in order to get that accurate 1/4 inch piecing. And the button and the tab for that is right in the front. So it allows you to quickly go to the stitches that you're using the most right on the front of the machine. I really like that. A lot of thought went into that. And a lot of safety features are also built into the machine. You're seeing how quickly and easily I am able to snap on and snap off the feet. I love those snap-on feet. And again, you're getting 14 accessories with the machine. So let me go through some of the feet that you are getting. So the one that I have on the machine is my F foot. And this is an all-purpose crafting foot. I showed you the A foot with that leveler button, and that allows you to go over a hump or just a thickness in fabric because it stiffens the foot, allowing it to go over that. The open toe foot for doing decorative stitches. My 1/4 inch foot. My overcasting foot, a blind hem foot, a rolled hem foot, the foot to sew on buttons, a zipper foot, and 2 different free motion feet. So that free motion foot, the first one that you're going to get is a regular darning foot that you might be familiar with. And then we give you a little bit more of an advanced or an upgrade to that. And this is the convertible free motion foot. So this one is height adjustable and the bottoms screw on and screw off so that you're able to get a closed toe option, a open toe option, as well as one for doing echo stitching. So I love that you're getting all of these feet. You're really going to open up this box and be able to start with all of your sewing projects, all of your quilting projects, and everything in between those as well. I love the fact that Janome gives you such a great package with the machine. And one thing I wanted to show you, and I'm going to try and do this without getting clumsy, is the top of the machine. To show you those molded compartments to hold all of those feet. I love the way that is in there. So I am not struggling looking for feet. Everything has a home. Everything has a place. I just wanted to show you that because that is one of the things that I really loved about the 8200 is that I have a place for everything and everything has a home so that I am not struggling when I need to find one of my feet that come with the machine. How the AccuFeed works is the foot has an upper feed dog system and a lower feed dog system. So that AccuFeed system has that upper feed dog and it walks along that fabric and controls both the layers of fabric as you are sewing. And I'm going to try and remove the foot I have on here and put that on so that you can see that. And just bear with me, I'm working backwards from behind the machine so that you could actually see what I'm doing and you don't have my hands right in front of you. Which is sometimes easier said than done. So as that foot goes onto the machine, it has a hook in the back that connects into the machine and snaps into the machine. And I need to come around to the other side, I think. There. And when I snap that hook in, it's connecting, and that's what makes it built in. So when I talk about that upper feed dog system, I am going to go to a straight stitch just so it moves slowly. You'll notice those feed dogs up top are coming and just walking and moving that fabric around, controlling that fabric. And I'm still able to utilize and get full control of the machine. And that system is really a great system to use, especially if you are putting on binding on a quilt. So that is my go-to foot for doing binding. And I am going to show some binding that I did with that AccuFeed right here. So when I do binding, I do that completely by machine, and that AccuFeed system helps control all of those layers of fabric, and I get a beautiful result on the front and on the back.
All right. Well, again, thanks for Alba. Alba's not, we're actually showing some videotape of Alba because Alba had a family emergency. So she was live with us, but now she's having to, she had to go out of town. So we managed to get some videotape of her doing those demonstrations. And she is so talented, as y'all can see by her samples, and so knowledgeable, you know, with the Janome products. But anyway, guys, I got to tell you about this 8200, how you can get it. Kyle's got the overlay coming up right there. The price on this is $2,099, and we do have a call-in special on this. Guys, this is a great, great machine, and if you've ever wanted one of these top-of-the-line Janome machines, give us a call right now. We do have a call-in special. The normal price is $2,099. Give us a call. We have a show special on it, a Sew Fest special, and we have some Sew Fest financing available at 0% interest. So if you've been wanting a great machine, now's your time to get one of these Janome's 8200s. Give us a call at 800-401-8151. And if you can't get through on the phones, because I just heard that the call center is extremely busy, if you can't get through, Kyle is going to be putting that Google Sheets link in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. And what that allows you to do is you could hit that link and it'll take you to the Google Sheets page. Just put your name with your phone number and then actually put the machine that you're interested in, and that gets updated real time in our call center, and they can see it. And as soon as they get off the phone, they'll be giving you a call. So if you get a call from 800 number, it's not spam, it's us giving you a call. So make sure if you can't get through on the phones to, go through and do that, and that way we can get to you. So, hey, let's bring Jane Klaus back in on the show. And so Jane,
hey, Blake.
On great demonstrations, and I know you got a special guest coming up next with some great products.
I do. It's day 4 of Sew Fest, Blaine, and we're gonna keep it going. How about that?
Hey, I am ready, and I know everybody out there is ready. We got some fantastic demonstrations coming up, and some they haven't seen yet, because some of these we do repeat them because the specials are so good, and some people they don't get to see it every day. So people who are watching every day, yeah, you're going to get some repetition, but we've got some new ones coming up this afternoon they haven't seen yet. So I'm excited about that.
And so many reasons to spend some money and get new toys to play with. How about that?
Hey, and something I got to just tell everybody out there too. I know that we have a ton of specials on the show, right? We're showing you a lot of great products. But hey, if you see something right now on our website that you're wanting that's not on the show, give us a call at 800-401-8151, because today I gave Nick and the team over there the green light. Hey, they've got some show specials on a lot of stuff that we don't even have on the show. So if you just see anything you've been interested in, give us a call, because we have show specials on basically the entire website.
I'm going to the website right now to see what I can find. Like, you're holding out on this until just now. You got show specials on things we don't even know you got show specials on.
I know. So I just wanted to pass that on. So anything y'all see on the website you've been interested in, give us a call today, because I just gave Nick the green light. And again, the coupon code on it, just tell him Blaine said so.
Blaine said so.
Hey, we want to get everybody taken care of, and we got some fantastic prices on stuff. We got some great packages put together. We got some great financing. So we have a ton of things. And again, we couldn't pack all the things that we had into the show. And so again, there's a ton of stuff that we can do things on. Just give us a call if you got interest, and hey, they're going to work with you.
800-401-8151. 800-401-8151. Got to make sure you're calling the right number.
You're exactly right. All right. I'm going to let you take it away, Jane.
Okay, that's awesome. All right, our next guest, I'm so excited. She grew up learning how to sew in her 4-H club, and guess what? The leader was her mother, and she swore, I'm never sewing again after this. That didn't last for very long. She submerged herself in education. She started sewing for her family and friends and anybody that would let her sew for them. And she soon became an expert in embroidery and digitizing, opening up her own company and starting to teach others. Isn't that a theme for today? I am very excited to be on with her to learn a few tips and tricks. Please say hi to Kimberly Dodson from OESD. Hey, Kimberly. Oh, I think she might be muted, everybody. Hey, Kimberly. No, I can't hear you yet, but I can see your lips moving. Maybe Kyle can unmute you. I'm not sure what's going on. I can keep talking about you if you want. Okay, we're going to work on that. Unmuting. You're just looking at your screen, right? Could potentially be the settings, maybe perhaps on your computer, and they're broadcasting to somewhere else. Maybe.
Okay, how about that?
Oh, there she is. Kimberly.
How things got switched. Okay, so
always happens magically. Kimberly, thank you so much for joining us. It's nice to meet you and have you on the show.
Yeah, I'm so excited to be here.
Kimberly, really quick before I let you dive into everything that OESD has to offer, what's your favorite thing about embroidery?
Oh my gosh. There are
As
so
if.
many things. I'm trying to think. I guess I would say just, the creativity of it, just everything. Just so many different things.
Okay, so then my actual real question was going to be, what makes you smile when you wake up in the morning? And I think the answer to that is embroidery.
Yes. Yes. I am so lucky that I get to work in the industry. I mean, how many people get to be paid to do their favorite hobby?
Isn't that truly amazing? You wake up every morning, and so I used to wake up and say, I wish I could just sew all day. I just want to sew all day before I was going off to like a radio show or something. And you get to do that.
Yeah, it would be, I wish I had more time, but I love, I think that my favorite thing, I just love teaching. I love sharing what I know. And, it's just such a great industry to be in. And I meet awesome people out there who share the same love as I do.
And we always learn from each other. So community is it's just a great community of people. So Kimberly, I'm going to let you teach us and tell us all about OESD.
All right, here we go. I'm going to share screen. All right, so today I've decided I am going to talk about one of OESD's favorite things that people love about us, and that's our freestanding lace and freestanding applique. And so I'll explain the difference of the two, and we're going to dive in and talk about things that are going to make it easier for you, helpful hints, and show you some amazing designs, maybe get you some inspiration. So there are some different types of lace. So the first one you see there on your screen is, I think my screen stopped sharing. Okay, hopefully I'm sharing my screen again. So we are going to talk about some different types of lace that you will see. So the first example you see in here is it looks like lace, but it's made to go on fabric. So it's lace, but not freestanding lace. And so you would stitch that very differently. The Christmas tree that you see in the middle, that is what we consider freestanding applique. So it's a combination of lace and applique. And then the image that you see with the buildable freestanding lace doily, that is freestanding lace. It is meant to stand on its own, just with the thread and the water-soluble stabilizer. So let's talk about how to tell what you're looking at. So here's some images of what you would see in instructions that OESD would give you. So if you notice on the bookmarks, you will see that abbreviation FSL. When you see FSL, that is freestanding lace. That means that you are going to stitch that, and you will just need your wash away stabilizer and your thread. If you see, like you see on the pumpkins, you will see that abbreviation FSA. When you see FSA, that means it's freestanding applique, and you are going to need fabric. Even though it's freestanding, it will still require fabric. So follow those instructions and watch for that when you buy a project from us. Now here's an example of a machine embroidered design that looks like lace. So those will be stitched on fabric. They will not be freestanding. They will always require fabric. They're lighter stitching than a traditional embroidery design, have a lot of really fine details, a lot of open areas that are connected to each other. But like I said, they are meant to go on fabric. So You could put this on a jacket or a scarf or something like that. And here's an example of an option that you have. The first one is stitching one of those designs that are not meant to be freestanding just with the wash away stabilizer. Now, if you want to have the look of it where it looks like lace and looks like you made it freestanding, you could stitch it on tulle or organza, and that would have just a little bit of fabric in there, enough to support the stitches, but it would still give you the look of freestanding lace. And I want to show you a close-up so that you can see what happens. So the image that you see without the without the tulle, you can see how those stitches aren't forming correctly because they're really not meant to hold together by themselves. But once you put it on the tulle, everything looks fine. It stitches out beautifully, and you still get that look of freestanding lace. So if you find one of those designs and you really want it to be freestanding lace, just stitch it on something that's a real sheer fabric that's strong enough to support the stitches, but will give the threads the support they need to hold together. Now we have the freestanding embroidered lace. So this is really meant to be freestanding, and it will not require fabric at all to go with it. So it's digitized to be much denser so that it is created just purely with your thread and your stabilizer. The stitches, the way they digitize, they're interlocked so that when the stabilizer washes away, they will still hold together. And they have a heavier underlay, gives them more body, and it just is a different type of digitizing that our digitizers do to create that look and to make it so that those stitches that they will hold together with no fabric. And then we have freestanding applique. So those are the ones that you'll see the abbreviation FSA, and they're a combination of lace and applique. They can be one-sided or two-sided, depending on projects. We may have ornaments and things like that would have fabric on the back. So they would be two-sided. And we will use stabilizer, which I'll talk to you a little bit about in a minute. And that helps them maintain their rigidity. So you'll notice how nicely they stand up, and they just look so sturdy and strong. And that's that stabilizer that helps with that. So let's talk about supplies. So we're going to go through several supplies that you're going to need. One thing that you will need, of course, is your stabilizer. So you're going to need 2 layers of aqua mesh or a combination of aqua mesh and badge master, depending on the project. The nice thing about OESD is if you get a freestanding lace design from us, we're going to tell you what stabilizer we used and had the best result. But you're always going to have some type of aqua mesh or badge master. So depending on the project, you'll have that combination. You will need your thread. And in a lot of freestanding lace designs, you're going to want to match your bobbin thread to your top thread. So because the back of the design may show. And then you're going to need an embroidery needle. And we typically, on almost every project we do, we use a size 75/11. Some other supplies that you might want to get depending on the project. So some of our lace uses the alligator clamps and the button clips. Those are those projects that have the button and loop. They're freestanding applique typically, and they're going to be dimensional. They're going to be, something like the rocking horse or the hot air balloon or a building from our Winter Village collection, those types of projects. And then the punch tool, the perfect punch tool. If you saw yesterday, I talked a lot about the perfect punch tool. One of my favorite tools. You can use it in so many different projects, but we'll sometimes use the perfect punch tool to create eyelets or help with where the button and loops go together. So you, depending on the project, you may need the perfect punch tool. And then you may need some of our expert embroidery tape, the wash away version. Every once in a while, you need to tape something down or hold something together. And when you're working with lace, you want everything to be able to wash away. So we do have a tape that you can use, and it is completely water soluble, just like the stabilizer. And then, of course, once it's done, if it's one of those dimensional items, you might want some pixie lights or tea lights. They're going to add that just wow factor when you have your items on display. And the pixie lights come in a 3-pack of white or a 2-pack of the multicolor. And then we also have the tea lights. And all of these products that I'm talking about, the alligator clamps, the perfect punch, the lights, everything, you can get all of that using your coupon code that we have right now for 20% off on our website, embroideryonline.com. I'm going to show you a video of assembling a dimensional lace project. So freestanding lace, as you can see, the assembly process is really simple. And as long as you have the right tools, you're going to have just as easy of a time as our manager Carrie did in that video. So some helpful hints. Why do we love Isacord thread at OESD? So there's a few reasons. But just some facts about it. It's 40 weight trilobal polyester. So it's the traditional weight of embroidery thread that most embroidery machines and most embroidery designs are digitized for. But it comes in 423 solid colors and 26 variegated colors. And so that's what we really like. A lot of our designs have beautiful shading, and we wouldn't be able to get that dimensional look in our shading, especially, if you look at a lot of our tiling scenes and floral designs, they have just amazing shading. And so that's how we get it, is by having using Isacord thread and having so many color options. Some nice things is it's color fast and bleach safe. Also, it doesn't have dye lots. You can count on having the exact same shade of pink in 10 years if you need to replace a spool. Maybe, I don't know about you, but sometimes I have some projects that maybe sit for a little bit before I finish them. And it would just be so sad if I couldn't get that perfect shade to match if I ran out and wanted to finish that project. They have a great snap down base. They're very easy to keep tidy in your sewing room. But Isacord has a proprietary twist. They are the strongest embroidery thread. I've even seen people sew with it. It is so strong. So trusted by your quilting and embroidery professionals. If you like to do long arm or free motion quilting, it is a great thread to use for that. So it's not just for embroidery, especially getting into those variegated colors. You can really make some beautiful quilting projects with that. And a little bit of information about needles. So at OESD, we really like the Oregon needles. They are very reliable and high quality. And a couple of things. In the freestanding lace, we have learned that if you use the ballpoint embroidery needles, it helps the stitches form in that freestanding lace. If you're doing the freestanding applique where you have fabric involved, we like the sharps. So I would get a set of, or a package of each, or several packages of each. So the traditional needles, usually you would want to replace every 5 or 6 hours, but you can get the titanium needles from us as well, and those last about 5 times longer. But we love the organ needles and find them that we don't have as much thread breakage or fraying when we use our isocord thread with those. So how do you stabilize the different projects? Let's talk about that a little bit. So here you can see some different types and different styles. The Sugar Plum Nutcracker and the Haunted Mansion, both are freestanding applique. You can see there's fabric involved. And then the Christmas Tree and the doilies, those are strictly just the thread. So two different types of projects there. So for flat lace, that would be something like bookmarks, doilies, jewelry, and we have a lot of designs that use the flat lace technique. You would sew those in a single hooping. They may be more than one color, they may be single colors, and but you would use 2 layers of aqua mesh, and that helps keep those projects really soft, really flexible. The napkin corners, especially you want those really soft when they're done. So you would also want to match your thread, your top and your bobbin thread. And aqua mesh rinses out very easily with warm running water. And then here's an example of flat lace with applique. So that would be something like an ornament, could be jewelry, could be bookmarks, but it combines the lace with the applique. It's typically double-sided, but still sewn in a single hooping. So watch those instructions because it'll tell you where to put that back or when to put that back fabric on. And then the same thing, you would want to match your top and thread and your bobbin thread. And once again, you would use 2 layers of aqua mesh. And here's the dimensional lace. It's sewn as flat pieces, but it assembles with the button and loop system. So this is when you would want to get those alligator clamps and button clips to help you assemble it. But that would be houses, pumpkins, all sorts of things. And when we do the dimensional lace, this is when we want to combine aqua mesh and badge master. And we like to use the badge master in these because it rinses out a little bit slower. So it helps, in addition to the stable stick, maintain the rigidity and helps the structure stand nicely. So you would rinse it lightly. You always want to leave some stabilizer in there to help create that stiffness. So you always want to use wash away stabilizers, of course, the aqua mesh and the badge master. But if you're ever doing other projects like sewing on batiste or tulle or organza, or making some in the hoop items like luggage tags or key fobs or door hangers, cut work, any of those projects, you would also want to use aqua mesh. So it's not just for the freestanding lace projects. You'll use aqua mesh in a lot of different projects. And here is our aqua mesh. It is very high quality. It's the opaque mesh type stabilizer. So of course it's great for the lace, great for your lightweight fabrics. And you would use it anytime you want all of your stabilizer gone. It washes out in warm running water, and it's not sensitive to air humidity. You don't need to store aqua mesh in any sealed containers. We get a lot of questions about septic systems or, is it safe to go down the drain? It is completely water soluble. When I am finished with a project, I always trim away as much as I can without getting too close to my stitches, and then just rinse it in that warm running water, and you'll be fine. But because it's completely water soluble, you don't need to worry about it going down your drain in your house. And then this is Badge Master. Badge Master can also be used in addition to freestanding applique projects, patches and badges. So anytime if you want to make any of those types of projects, you would use Badge Master. But of course, we love it in the freestanding applique. And it is also completely water soluble. And so you would use it when you want all of your stabilizer gone. So we love it in combination with the aqua mesh and those freestanding dimensional projects. Now here's something that you will usually find in the instructions to use with the dimensional projects. So the things like the Nutcracker or one of our buildings. And it is a medium cutaway stabilizer that has an adhesive coating. So it has a paper backing that you would peel off to reveal the adhesive. And so what we typically recommend is that you add 2 layers of the stable stick cutaway to the back of your applique fabrics in those freestanding applique projects. And that helps those projects stay firm, nice, stand up really well, and look really just smooth and nice. So it's also a great stabilizer for knits and sweatshirts and other items that you can't hoop, but you want to have a cutaway stabilizer. But if you look at that pumpkin in this picture, that poor thing did not get its stable stick cutaway, and you can see how sad and kind of floppy it looks. So you really want to use that stable stick. If you look here at this picture and see that hot air balloon, look how perfect it is. Look how sturdy it looks and just nice. And that's the combination of using that stable stick cutaway on the back of the fabric. It really makes a difference. So of course, the recipe for success for freestanding applique projects is a combination of the Badge Master, the Aqua Mesh, and the stable stick cutaway. And of course, we wouldn't be OESD if we didn't just make it easy for you to get everything you need to start these projects. So we have a bundle and just an amazing event price for $99. The Badge Master and the Aqua Mesh and the Stable Stick come in the bundle, but you also get 5 lace designs. So the freestanding lace bouquet, some tea light holders, the chic lace, which it's a huge collection. It has a lot of beautiful lace that you can put on garments or bags or, just to kind of dress something up. The freestanding snowmen, that's a combination of applique and lace. So you would get to try that out. And then this exclusive collection, the floral little lanterns are only available in this bundle. You can't buy them separate right now. So they are exclusive to the bundle. And look at how adorable those are. So you get 4 of these little lanterns, and they combine applique and lace, and they include the bottom if you want to put a bottom on them, and they look great with the pixie lights or the tea lights to light them up. So that bundle, $99. You can get that on our website at embroideryonline.com with this event special. And one thing, I talked about it yesterday. If you saw, I talked a lot about the sparkle vinyl, but a lot of these lace of the freestanding applique designs look great using the sparkle vinyl. So I just wanted to remind you of that sparkle vinyl bundle, $99, and you get a roll of each color, all 10 colors. So huge savings for the event. And then, of course, I want to remind all of you that it's holiday celebration time. Anytime you go and make a purchase with this event, if it's over $79, you're going to get warm and cozy greetings included at no charge. And so such a cute design collection of cards and ornaments and tags. And so everything that you would need to get ready for the holidays. And if you just want to get every single design and you've seen so many things that you want and you just know that you want to start collecting, it's, we're having this great special with our Spree Stitchers Club this week with Sewing Machines Plus. You join the Spree Stitchers Club, you're going to get those 6 to 8 collections delivered every single month. You're going to get everything new that we release. It is just such an exciting club to be in. You're going to get those collector sets. So you are going to get that warm and cozy greetings for September, but you're also going to get the coordinating collector sets in October and November. And believe me, you're going to want them. They are just awesome. You'll get any other seasonal collections that we release. You're going to get all of our step-by-step project with instructions. They're easy to follow, and it's just, to me, having Spree Club is like having your birthday every single month. And then, of course, because there's an event going on, you're going to get 5 collections of your choice from our website. The only thing is you can't choose anthologies or any collector's editions, but anything, just the regular embroidery design collections, you get to choose those. And we have 2 options. So really great options. The physical option, you want USB, you like to just plug and play, you want to get your designs and go straight to your machine. That's only $749 annually. If you're local to Sewing Machines Plus and can pick it up in the store, if you are not local, it's only $50 for the whole year to have that shipping. So for $799, you would have it delivered to your house. Just an amazing price to have that USB option. But if you're the type that just wants your designs downloaded to your computer every single month on the first of the month, we have the digital option. That's only $599, and you get your designs delivered to your My Designs folder in your embroideryonline.com account every single month on the first. And so you're going to get everything that you have. So 2 amazing options that we've worked out with Sewing Machines Plus for the event this week. We're super excited to offer that. And so I'm going to stop sharing and see if we have any lace questions.
Hey, Kimberly. Wow. So much great information. Thank you so much. Everyone, they're loving the tape. They love the thread. They love the lace. They love the stabilizers. They love the bundles. Let me just mention a couple of things here lots of questions. But Joyce Klinkert said she's working on the gingerbread house FSA right now, watching day 4. Awesome, Joyce. And then Patricia Barclay says, I love that gingerbread house because there's no calories.
I love it too. And guess what's coming in October?
Halloween.
Another one.
Oh, another one. So if you are collecting the little gingerbread houses, you better join Spree Club. Okay, so let's talk about Spree Club. Can we do that? You need to join Spree Club now to get your monthly design. I love what you said, Kimberly. It's like having a birthday every month and getting a present. We've got a special show price for you today, exclusive only here at SewingMachinesPlus.com. You need to call in for that special, and you will get the special show price to join Spree Club. Now, another question was, how do we get the bundles? Where do we get all this other stuff that we're talking about? Go to embroideryonline.com, and you're going to enter in the code that you see on screen right there, AB5GG2NM. I'm not going to say it again because you could see it right there, but you can go to embroideryonline.com to buy the bundle, to see all the designs, and everything on the website is 20% off. Is that right, Kimberly?
Everything except for what's already on sale. So the bundles we've made even more than 20% off. So, but anything like all those accessories, the alligator clamps, the button clips, the thread, the tape, you name it, it's on sale.
And so much fun to browse through the website. You might find that you love this bundle, but then you might say, oh, I need to have a couple of these things too.
Oh, yeah. You can go down and just, I love looking at all the designs and seeing the projects. And yeah, you can have fun on the website.
You can have fun on the website. We had some fun with you today, learning so much. Kimberly, thank you so much for all of that insight. There's a million questions, and I wish we had more time.
Oh, there always is. But I'll be back later today. We'll talk about more fun stuff. And so, but I just love being here. Thank you so much, Jane.
Absolutely. I wrote down some of the questions. We'll get back to you in a little bit. Guys, you got to remember, join that Spree Club, have a birthday every month, and get your free designs from OESD. You can have that exclusive price brought to you only from SewingMachinesPlus.com. Just call in for that call-in special, 800-401-8151. That is so much fun. I'm going to bring Blaine back in so we can carry on with the afternoon focus. Hey, Blaine, how about that?
Hey, you know what? That product is so awesome, and everybody needs to join that Spree Club so they can have a birthday every month.
You love that, right?
I love that. That's pretty awesome. But hey, speaking of love, the next product we got coming up, oh my gosh, Jane, I absolutely love it. We're going to talk all about the Handy Quilter Moxie. And guess who I've got coming in? I've got that dynamic duo from Handy Quilter. I've got Kim and Christina coming up. So, hey, let's go right to them, guys. And hopefully y'all are excited today like you have been all week.
Always.
I didn't see any dancing or anything or any, running in place yet, but, we're all waiting.
We did a little dancing yesterday.
Yeah, we did. We got a little something planned today. We'll see what we can
I was watching y'all backstage. I was watching you backstage to see if y'all were doing any of that. You didn't do it. Yesterday we saw you dancing and running. And so, hey, I still, I told everybody about your analogy, Christina, when you were talking about the running in place is like the cruise control, and the way you explained that in the precision mode, that was fantastic. We're going to teach that to all of our crew. That's the best way I've ever seen anybody explain it.
Well, thank you. It's a great way for people to visually see it and to understand how it works. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Well, y'all tell us all about that Moxie, because I absolutely love this thing.
Okay.
We do too.
Here it is. This is the Moxie. It is our 15-inch throat space long arm quilting machine.
Yep.
It's the newest one from Handy Quilter.
Yep.
And lots of fun.
It is.
We have 4 to 18 stitches per inch. So if you drop it all the way down to 4 inches, you can do that as your basting stitch.
Yep.
If you want to go clear up to 18 stitches per inch, that's some serious micro quilting. Little tiny stitches that you never want to have to unpick.
Never.
But yeah, so it's got a wide range there that you can use. 1,800 stitches per minute. So it can cruise along there pretty quick.
Yes, it can.
So do you want to talk about the different stitch modes?
Sure.
Or should we do the jogging again?
Should we do the running again with the jazz hands? Isn't that how you did it last time?
With the jazz hands. Yep, you got to have the jazz hands. So do you want to tell her or me?
Yeah. So we've got actually 2 stitch modes. We have precision and cruise. And precision is when you want to be precise. The machine stops stitching when you stop moving it. When you start moving that machine again, it starts stitching again. It's really great to use with rulers. Cruise means that the motor's just cruising. It's just moving all the time. It just keeps cycling. You get those nice sharp points when you're doing free motion quilting, nice smooth curves, all that good stuff. So that's the difference between the two.
Yep.
Do we want to go into the analogy?
I think they can go back and watch it. I've humiliated myself enough.
I think that's go back and watch Mondays, and you can see Christina having a little fun with that.
We actually have a third mode. We've got the manual mode.
We do. We have manual mode, which means that the motor just runs at a consistent speed, which is really great for micro quilting.
Yep.
We both love to use manual mode for micro quilting. You can either speed up or slow down the motor. You guys see me doing this little hand motion here. That's
our dance for the day.
If I'm using that, I'm not doing video games. That would be like my kids, or texting. It's the handlebars, the buttons on the handlebars, the plus and minus. That's how we switch how fast we're moving, or how slow the motor stitching, or our stitch length. We can go higher or lower using that plus or minus. The plus is on the right handlebar, the minus is on the left handlebar. So, yeah.
One other thing, I was teaching a class yesterday.
Yeah.
And we were talking about free motion quilting, and we were just drawing out different designs and trying to follow the pattern.
Yeah.
And one person said, "Oh, I'm stuck. Like I need to pause here. I don't know which way I'm going to go." And that's an instance where precision mode is a great mode to be in, when you're not super confident of which way you need to go next. That way, when you stop and you pause to think, your needle's not continually cycling and you're not getting that thread buildup. But it'll pause so you have that time, and then you can move on when you've figured out which direction you want to go next. So that's a great time to use the precision mode.
Exactly. Do a little, just the 2 modes are great. We love that we have it on here. It gives you that beautiful, consistent stitch quality that Handy Quilter's known for.
Yep. So today you're going to show us some pantographs.
Yes.
So tell me a little bit about how you would set up a machine to do pantographs, or even tell us what pantographs are.
Okay. So first of all, pantographs work best on a frame like the loft frame, which is one of the options that the Moxie comes on. We have this set up on the loft frame here. It's an 8-foot frame, and it means that you roll your quilt top and quilt backing onto the 2 front poles. Then we attach the backing to this pole that's on, this is called our take-up pole. And we quilt through all 3 layers. And as we quilt, it gets rolled up onto this pole. A pantograph is actually a paper pattern that we lay down, and I've actually got one spread out right here. You guys can see right here on the back of the machine, and it has a pattern that I follow as I'm stitching. And how do I follow? Well, let's see if you guys can see this. I'm not sure. So there's a little laser right here where my finger is. There's a little laser light that actually comes out of this little laser that's mounted on a post right here on the side of the machine, and that's what we use to follow it with. So if I want to use pantographs on my loft frame with my Moxie, there's a couple of accessories I need to add. I need to get the quilt from the back kit, which are these handlebars. You can see that I'm holding onto these handlebars on the back. You can see the handlebars on the front. These ones on the back work exactly the same. I have exactly the same buttons here. They're actually pretty much the same handlebars. They're just not quite as deep through here. So I have to have the handlebars, and I need the post with the laser. The laser plugs in right here to the side so that I have power to it. And then I need this tabletop. So the loft frame actually does not come with a tabletop. It's part of what makes it a little more affordable. And so you need to purchase this black tabletop. And I know it just looks like but it's, trust me, there's tabletop here. And then you put the pantograph down on top of it, and we'll line it up so that we can stitch. But there's one other thing that I always recommend when we're using pantographs, and that's the glide foot. So Christina's actually got it up here in the front. She's going to be my little quilting buddy and help me out with this. So normally when you're, quilting tends to be a little bit more of a solitary activity. So this is the glide foot she's got right there. We're going to actually swap feet here. We're going to take out the ruler foot, which is the foot that comes standard on the Moxie. And we're going to put on this glide foot.
Oh, I almost changed the needle. I'm on the wrong side. Okay, which camera? So I'm not standing in front of it.
So it's really easy to change the feet on the Moxie. You can see there, Christina's just using our 2.5 millimeter hex wrench. And we always have to undo it a little more than we think. Always.
Yep. And then I'm going to lift up on the bar to let the foot drop down. Take the next foot, slide it under
this glide foot too.
And I'm going to lift up on the post as I pop that foot into place.
Yep.
And then righty-tighty.
Lefty-loosey.
Now, this is one of our plastic feet. So I'm not going to crank down very hard on there.
Right.
I don't want to risk breaking that plastic on there.
Yeah. And you can see the glide foot here, how it's got that bowl. It's just smooth. It just glides right over the fabric. So if I'm coming like to the edge of a block like this, it's not going to flip up the edge of my fabric. So when I'm doing an edge to edge, the edge of my quilt isn't going to flip as I go back and forth over it, because that's a concern when I'm standing here at the back of the machine instead of at the front of the machine. I'm not looking at the quilt as I'm quilting. I'm actually looking at the pantograph down here because I'm following this pattern with the laser. So putting the glide foot on, it just eliminates a lot of problems, doesn't it, Christina?
Yeah, I love having the glide foot on. If I'm doing any like all over edge to edge, it prevents it. Let's say you have a little hole in one of the seams. It prevents getting the foot caught under there.
Or even really thick seams.
Correct.
Like this block that Christina has on there from yesterday. This center seam here, you can see that's how many pieces of fabric is that? Like 8?
A lot.
But it just glides right over the top of that. It's really easy. You don't have to worry about the edge getting stuck on anything. So the glide foot is really great for that. So let's talk for a minute about how to choose a pantograph. So Christina's got some great pointers on how to choose a pantograph that you'll be successful at, especially when you first start using pantographs.
Yes. So one of the main things that you really need to be concerned at any level of quilting with pantographs is the size of the pantograph.
Right.
So this is a 15-inch throat space. That does not mean that you can do a 15-inch high pantograph. You'll have to figure out, exactly how much space you have. And then generally you'll need to take into consideration I don't want to say how fat your quilt is, but how lofty it is, how chunky, what other adjectives?
I know, how poofy it's going to be as it rolls on the take-up bar.
So, if you're using a high loft batting, if you've got minky backing, that's going to build up on this back bar, which is going to cut into your throat space.
Exactly.
So you want to have a little bit smaller of the pantograph size so that when you get to the very bottom, you still have some room to work with. Yeah. So I generally say to start out with, like a ballpark is take about 6 inches off the size of your machine.
The throat space of your machine.
This is a 15-inch. I would say use like a 9-inch or smaller pantograph. And that's the height of the pattern that you're going to be stitching across. With pantographs, for beginners, I highly recommend getting pantographs that have points on it. Because when you are stitching a curve, if you stop and then start again, you're not going to get quite the same curve, and it's going to show a little bit. So if you stop at a point, and then that's your time to like breathe, blink your eyes, dance a little. There's my dancing.
There's our dance.
That was kind of the same running motion. I think that's all I can do. But yeah, so that point is where you can actually pause, make those adjustments, and
Move
then be
your feet,
prepared. Yeah,
right?
move your feet. If you're, as you're stitching along, some people can't move their feet at the same time that they're stitching.
Mhm.
So that is a great place. Stop with that needle in the down position.
Yep.
And you can set the Moxie so that it will stop with the needle in the down position.
Exactly.
So that's a fun feature.
Yeah, we should actually check and make sure that this one's there.
It is.
Any other pointers for picking a pantograph?
Yes, if you pick a pantograph where the lines don't cross over themselves, it's easier to follow. Sometimes if it's crossing over, when you get to those crosses, you're not sure where you're going.
Right.
So patterns that don't cross are fabulous. Patterns with points. I also like to have patterns that have what I call ghost lines or registration lines.
Yes.
Does that one that you have down there, does it have
It does.
Okay.
It does.
So what that is just kind of like a little dotted line that represents the row before what you're actually quilting at that moment. So as you're advancing your quilt, and this might make a little bit more sense after I don't know if you're going to talk about advancing at all, but if you watch other pantograph videos, it'll make more sense. But that helps you to keep things lined up as you're advancing and moving along. So those are my tips for picking out a pantograph. Keep it simple to start out with.
Yep.
I always encourage people to follow the path with their finger.
Yes.
Just actually draw out with your finger, following along, and get that kind of muscle memory and get familiar with the pattern before you actually start stitching. It'll make it go a lot smoother.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Pantographs are really fun too. If you're new to free motion quilting, it's actually a great way to learn a design because you're following the design. And I know a lot of people who use pantographs, and they say that after they've used that pantograph on a handful of quilts, they're like, I don't even need the pantograph pattern anymore. And they will quilt it from the front even because they've learned the path. So pantographs they're just great all around. Awesome for finishing quilts when you want that beautiful edge to edge design. So, all right, well, should we do some stitching?
Yeah, let's mention just a couple more things here with the settings.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
let's do.
I like to use cruise mode.
Yeah.
When I'm doing pantographs, it's a little bit smoother. It doesn't have that hesitation when I pause.
Yes.
I always pause at the point so that the machine will actually take that stitch and create that point. Stitches per inch.
Ooh.
10 to 12.
Yeah.
I usually do 10 to 12. And then the speed, personal preference.
Yeah.
What you're comfortable with. I do recommend, though, that you find a good speed that you can move the machine at.
Yes.
I see a lot of beginners that like to go really slow and they're concentrating so hard to stay on that line. But when you go really slow, it gets a little jerky and it's not smooth.
Yeah.
And then there's others that get going so fast that they're just like off in la la land.
All over.
So yeah, find that in between speed.
Right.
And don't stress out about staying on that line.
No,
that paper, that pantograph is not going to stay with your quilt when it's done. It's going away. Nobody will see it again.
Yeah.
So.
And if anybody actually wants to take the time to get the pantograph out, to lay it next to the quilt, to check your quilting, remind them that there's no quilt police. That's what I would say.
We're our worst judges. Okay, let's see some stitching.
Okay, so let's do. So let's take a look here at the back. And you guys are actually going to be able to see here. So I've got right here the design. This is the part of the design I'm going to follow. Right here, you guys can probably just barely see that. This is the ghost lines that Christina was talking about. So these are the ones that if I had already quilted a row, I'd be making sure that my previous row lined up with it. But because I'm starting at the beginning, we're gonna start here on this one. Now, you guys can see that laser right there by where my finger is. I'm going to have Christina actually help me from the front. She is going to bring my, let's do a needle down, needle up.
And you can do that from the back.
I can.
I'm going to move it a little bit up.
I'm just going to use, we call it quilting buddy. Christina's going to be my quilting buddy today. And then I'm just going to hold down my needle down, needle up. And you guys can see that cycling there a few times so that I'm ready to stitch. And now I'm just going to follow the design here. And like Christina mentioned, I always recommend just kind of figuring out your stitch path to start with. Take your finger and trace that design. And there's always going to be some kind of a repeat. So I'm just going to trace this first a little bit so that I know the direction I'm going to be heading in. So, all right, are we all ready for this? Go ahead and do some quilting. And I think one of the things that Christina mentioned that is very true, quite often beginners tend to quilt very, very slowly. And you actually find that if you quilt you move just a little bit faster, you actually get smoother lines, right, Christina? So I'm going to come and do this point here. How's it looking there in the front, Christina?
It looks great.
Okay, I'm going to do just a little bit more of this pattern here. And then I'm going to come to a point and I am going to stop. Okay, and I stopped with my needle down. I'm going to take a look at this. Yeah, it's not fantastic, but it looks pretty good, especially for getting rolling.
Yep.
Getting started. So
and normally you're not going to use neon
no
green thread on a black quilt. So
no, you're not.
You won't see it quite as much. It'll blend in.
Yeah.
One tip while we're talking about this is when you do start quilting, maybe quilt like a few inches or so, and then maybe stop and check your tension, check and make sure that everything is looking good on the front. You don't want to quilt out an entire row and then come around to the front and realize something's wrong. So always check that. Another good indicator that something's going wrong is if you're stitching from the back and you don't see your top thread coming down.
Right.
If it's not moving, you know it's not stitching onto your quilt, and that's a good indicator to maybe take a little pause and come inspect and check and see what's going on.
Yeah. Make sure that everything's good. So quilting from the back is a lot of fun though. I kind of almost feel like it's that, you remember that MC Hammer dance that people used to do where you go to the side and you go to the side. I was watching videos of that last night and I'm like,
wasn't very pretty.
I know. My 7th grade self could do that really well. I just want everyone to know. It's not so much, but it's kind of that you kind of get in that mode and you're moving from side to side. I think one of the things too, whenever I start doing a pantograph, I remember that when you're first starting, sometimes the thought of taking a step while you're stitching is a little much. So you could even kind of think of it to the, I don't know what this dance was called, but it was the one where it was the, and step to the side and slide. You can kind of do a little bit of that slide. Maybe it was the electric slide. I don't remember. But as you're moving across, if you kind of move the one foot and then slide your other foot over, then you keep your shoulders pretty square and you can just keep quilting along. So there's the dance move for this, for this one, for quilting from the back. It is a lot of fun though. And I want to mention too, that there's actually another way that you can quilt from the back, and it's using groovy boards.
Yes.
And I believe we actually have a groovy board right over there. Do you want to
run grab one?
You want to grab it? So if it's a little daunting to think of following a printed design on this paper with a laser, we actually have the groovy board here. And it has these grooves in it, hence the name groovy board. And there's actually a little stylus holder. So you guys can see the little grooves there.
And that stylus adapter kit, you will have to purchase that separately.
In addition to the quilt from the back kit, because you do need the handlebars. But you can see this is just a classic Baptist fan. I'm just tracing that out with my finger. The little stylus drops down in there and it makes it really easy to just follow that design. I know quite a few quilters who have purchased these and they love quilting with them, and they absolutely love quilting with their grandkids with these because younger kids, first of all, they're fearless when it comes to quilting. They'll always just grab the machine and go with it, right, Christina?
Oh, yeah.
But they love these groovy boards and they have a lot of fun with them. So the groovy boards is another way that you can do that quilt from the back also.
Yeah. So, and with groovy boards, you need to buy a set of 2, and then they would kind of like froggy hop along the table. So we did talk about having the table with the pantographs. Yep. You do have to have those table inserts to do the groovy boards as well. Yep. So you can get it for both or separately.
Yep. And I can just show you really quick from the back. So I would just lay these down here, and then the little stylus adapter hooks on right here, and the little stylus drops straight down into these grooves then, and you just follow it.
So I'm going to clarify that stylus adapter is actually attached to the Moxie machine. So as you're moving the Moxie machine, that stylus is moving with the machine. So it's keeping it in line in those groovy boards.
Exactly.
And making you move the machine the way it needs to go.
Yep. So do we have any questions? I was just checking my time, and my gosh, time is flown. We didn't even talk about our Quilting party in the box, but we've been talking about that every day.
Lots of fun stuff.
So do we have any questions? I can do a little bit more stitching too. We'll see if I'm still.
Yeah, we got time. Let's see. Stitch.
I think
some
my
more.
little thing here is, let me just line it back up. I bumped it when I put the groovy board back here. So we'll go ahead and do a little bit more stitching. I'll do another one of these fun little feathers, or kind of leafy feather. I don't know. I don't even know what this pattern's called. It's a fun pattern though. Easy to stitch, especially because it does not cross over itself.
So Kim, I'm going to challenge you and have you increase your speed a little bit more. Just
Okay.
how fast you're moving the machine.
Now that I'm learning the pattern and I'm getting comfortable with it, challenge accepted. How am I doing?
That looks great.
Okay, I think I can finish this one, and then I'm probably going to have to stop because I'm almost to the bobbin winder on the back of the machine over here. Let me just come down here, go around here. I think I can do this one more leaf.
So does the pattern that you have, does it have 2 rows that you can stitch or just 1 row?
I think I would just probably do 1 row.
But on the actual paper itself,
Oh,
does it have 2 rows?
No, it just it has 1 row. You guys can see the main row here. So there's 1 row here, and then it has a ghost row.
Okay.
So it has a half and then a whole roll. And I have to mention that this one actually, you guys, I guess I should have put it on this other way, but this one actually has a corner on the other end of it too. So I could use this as a border. It actually shows the corner, like how to turn a corner. So some of the pantographs have that option, which is really nice.
Yeah. Lots of different patterns that are available. You can even create your own patterns.
Yes, you can.
We have a great program called Pro Stitcher Designer.
Yep.
That you can digitize your own designs and print them out and use them as a pantograph in the back. So you're not limited to what you can find online.
Exactly.
Another great website that sells pantographs is Golden Threads.
Golden Threads does, yep.
Yep. And oh, sorry.
No,
I thought you were going to say something else.
No.
Yep. So lots of places that you can buy them.
Those
are just a couple ideas. And super fun.
Yeah, super fun.
So if you did have a pattern that had 2 full rows, you could stitch both rows if you had enough room in your throat space.
Exactly.
So that throat space is what determines how much you can actually stitch.
Yep.
So at this point, if you were done stitching, we would advance the fabric.
Yep.
And we would use the ghost line on the back to line up with what you've already stitched to get it lined up again, and then you would stitch another row.
Another row, yeah.
So lots of fun. So any questions on pantographs or on our Moxie on the loft frame?
Yeah. Christina actually did a really great video not too long ago about pantographs. So yeah. Hey, Blaine.
Well, hey, ladies, that was a great explanation again. And hey, we got a couple names that people been calling y'all out, actually chatting in. And I think Candace, what was that name? The great one?
Foxy Moxie Dancers.
It was the Foxy Moxie Dancers.
I'm going to put that one on my resume. Thank you.
So y'all are officially a new group called the Foxy Moxie Dancers. And the guys, great job on that. I got to show everybody exactly how you can get this Moxie because, hey, this is a great bundle we have put together. Hey, you're getting a 15-inch Moxie long arm quilting machine from Handy Quilter for $49.95, and basically it comes with that 8-foot loft frame. But we're actually going to give you your choice. If that 8-foot is a little bit too big, we also have that 5-foot little foot frame that you can get and put it on. And we're giving you the choice on the website. No price difference. You can pick which one you want. We're also throwing in that free thread bundle, a $250 thread bundle, and it's going to basically include some King Tut thread, Masterpiece, Fantastico, Magnifico, Omni, the Omni V, the Bottom Line, So Fine, and superior metallic thread. So you're going to get all that with it, a $250 thread bundle included. And then you're going to get that 15-inch Moxie with the 8-foot loft frame. And if that frame is too big for you, hey, no worries. We have that little foot frame available. You can just pick that instead. So if you need some help, you need some questions answered, give us a call, 800-401-8151. And you can go right on our website right now in that search bar at the top. Just type in Moxie and it'll take you right to the product page. We also have 0% interest financing available. So if you do need some help and get some lower payments on that monthly to pay this thing out, hey, we have some great financing available. And so we can take advantage of that. So anyway, either go on our website, go to that product page, type Moxie in the search bar, or give us a call at the 800-401-8151, and we can help you out with this. But the Moxie is a great, great machine, very popular since it came out, and another great addition from Handy Quilter. So let's bring Jane back on the screen. And Jane.
Hey, Blaine.
So, hey, another great demonstration, another great product, and we're just moving right along, aren't we?
I want to get in on the dancing maybe at some point. I could do my own little version of whatever I could figure out. I'm going to work on it during the break.
Well, you know, and they also did, I don't know if you got to see the other day, but they were explaining, you know, on quilting machines, you can put them in cruise control or that precision mode. And they were showing, you know, basically the difference of it is like running. Like if you're running and then stop and then take off again, or you're running in motion, like, you know, and you see people jogging out there all the time. They come up to a stoplight and they keep running.
Keep going.
Until that stoplight turns green and they cross. So
yeah, I saw him doing
it was a great explanation.
I like this one though. Slide to the left. Slide to the right. It's a great way to remember it.
You know what? Don't slide too far. You're going to slide out of view. Out of the there you go.
No, I won't.
So hey, we're going to continue this on. We got a great presentation coming up next, all about the Brother ScanNCut, right?
That's right. You know, I'm a Brother ambassador, so you know I love this one. And you know I love our next guest. She is an expert in education and design software. She was a full-time special education teacher until 2003. And then she decided to change career paths and use her knowledge for PE design and education and become a national product training specialist for all of the Brother software programs. Cindy Hogan is an internationally recognized Brother software expert, and she's a nationally recognized expert on the Brother ScanNCut. I'm so excited to welcome Cindy Hogan to the show. Hi, Cindy.
Hey, Jane. How are you today?
I am fantastic. Great to see you in your Brother blue.
Thank you. I'm actually out of my sewing studio today and into a friend's because my house is being renovated.
Well, it's nice that you have a friend's sewing studio to go to.
Yes, it is. And this is the ultimate Mickey house. So it's the perfect place for me to do the Disney ScanNCut.
It's perfect for you to do the Disney ScanNCut. Cindy, let me ask you this before we dive into all that is the ScanNCut. You are really a tremendous educator. What's the secret to being a successful teacher and getting people to, you know, get inspired and have the same passion that you do?
Well, I think it comes from being passionate about what you love to do, first of all, and then being able to break that knowledge down into small little increments of pieces for somebody else to digest. So you don't dive into the deep end of the pool until you've waded a little bit in the shallow end.
I love it. Don't dive into the deep end of the pool until we waited a while in the shallow end. This is good. Okay, I'm going to remember those words to live by, Cindy. And is it something about the sense of satisfaction that you see in your students when they finally do something that they've learned?
You know, that little light bulb popping on, you can always see it. I can do that easier by doing it this way. Yes, you can. So, yeah, there's a sense of satisfaction to it. You get to do something that you love and share it with others.
I love it. Well, I do love the Brothers ScanNCut. So I'm going to let you take it away. Tell us all about the ScanNCut, and then we'll come back and talk about all the special deals we have.
All right. Sounds good. All right, guys. So here in front of me today, I have the 230D or 230DX. Mine doesn't have the little X on it, but it is the 230DX because I have all the other accessories that come with it. The difference between the D and the DX are what comes in the box. And I'll talk a little bit about that. Actually, I can go ahead and do it now. They both have the most designs of any of the previous models. Now, the 330D that we just released will have the most designs of any ScanNCut model that we have. These have 1,435 built-in designs. There are 132 built into this Disney model with an additional 20 patterns once you've updated your machine. So that's the 230D. And the 230DX has 152 Disney designs. So basically, it's got those others that were built in. The D comes with a standard and a low-tack mat. The DX comes with a standard, a low-tack, and the fabrics mat. The D comes with, let's see here, 2 blades. It comes with the fabric blade and the standard auto blade. The DX adds in the vinyl auto blade, the Disney vinyl auto blade kit, and the everyday vinyl collection as well. So that's basically the differences of the machines. They both come with a roll feeder. The D comes with the 6-piece toolkit and its little pouch of accessories. So I'm not sure which models that Blaine has for you today, but I'm sure they have one or the other. This does not come with it, but this is an essential tool that I suggest everybody get. It's the Brother Brayer, and it's great for adhering your fabrics to your mat. Now, each of them come with the pen holder. It looks like a little garbage can. You flip the lid up and you put your pen in here and then the cap on the top, and it draws with the machine instead of cuts. They both come with the 6 pen set, the air erasable and water erasable pen set, and the stylus, as well as a plastic spatula. And just so you know, that little plastic spatula has a little sponge on the back of it that allows you to change your blade without hurting your fingers, so you can't accidentally cut yourself. All right, so let's dive in a little bit closer to what is in this machine. So we are up here on the top of my screen, and we have patterns and scanning. So what exactly is a ScanNCut and what makes it different from other models? The fact that you have a built-in scanner means that if you can scan something in, you can cut it out. We have, as I said, 1,435 built-in patterns in this model. All of your basic shapes are in here. You have different categories here. It looks like this is all that there is, but each time you touch a category, a subcategory appears. We have the Disney designs in here, so you have all of your Mickeys and Minnies. There are pages of items. I'm just kind of giving you an overview here of what you've got. You have your Disney princesses. You have your Frozen designs. I had to think of what that one was. You have your Cars and your Toy Story. So these are more of your boy designs. You have rhinestones. They both come with a rhinestone trial kit. So these are the rhinestone designs that are built in, the Disney rhinestone designs, as well as these. And then we have our line drawing Disneys that can be line drawn or embossed. You have logos that are built in. These are words that you can basically either cut or draw. Oops, can't keep my hand on there too hard. As well as your days of the week and months of the year. There are trims that are built in. Pages and pages of trims. Alphabets. There are 17 alphabets that are built in, fonts that are built into each of the machines. And those are QWERTY keyboards. So basically you just pick up a font. Let me go ahead and explain what I mean by QWERTY and type in what you want. You have upper and lowercase and numbers. So if you're wanting to change, take off basically that's your shift key. These are your numbers. So you just can shift in between the two. When you're done, I didn't type, I typed toop. You can resize them however large you want them to be. Touch set, and then they're on your screen. I'm going to go ahead and go back home and go back into our patterns. On page 2 of the patterns, there are line drawing designs, an alphabet, and then some other line drawing designs for line drawing and embossing. Then these are alphabet designs. So these are not, you're not going to type them in. You're going to touch and set for each of the designs. Completely resizable. You have an athletic alphabet and a Greek alphabet, as well as the more ornate one. In here, you have 140 quilt patterns. The cool thing about our quilt patterns is when you touch a pattern, you can actually tell it the finished block size that you want it to have. It will automatically add in your seam allowances. You do not have to do the math. It divides it up into the parts for you to cut. You touch it. It tells you how many of that block you need. Go ahead and touch OK. When you've got, if you're going to do multiple blocks, you might say, I want to have 12. So this would be where your math would come in. You could say, I'm going to do 3 blocks. So I want to do 12. Touch set. It'll tell you if you don't have enough room on your mat. This one actually does have an optional 12 by 24 inch mat that you can use. I have it set for my 12 by 12. So there you go. There are my ones that are done. When you're done cutting those, it will actually ask you if you want to cut the next part. If you say yes or okay, it will take you back to that same pattern. The size is the same and you'll be ready to go. I do want you to look in those quilt patterns though, and notice that there are a ton of them in here. It looks like there's only those 7, but there are quite a few. So as I said, there's 140 quilt patterns. You also have applique patterns built in here, and you'll notice some of these may match designs that are on your machine if you have a luminaire or a stellaire. So these right here, I believe, are on our luminaires. Then you have your stencil designs. These are designed to create stencils out of, but that doesn't mean you can't do other things with them. So that's your overview of what's built into the machine. There's, as I said, I've just touched a few of them for you, but that gives you a good idea. So I'm going to put a piece of fabric on my mat, and we're going to discover our scanning options. So let me come out here and zoom out a little bit. This is my fabric mat. And it comes with the 230DX. It is an optional purchase for any other machine. I'm going to put a piece of fabric on it if I can find where I put my fabric. There we go. We're just going to lay our little owls down. You'll notice my owls have a distinctive pattern to them. I'm going to hold this up for you in just a second. I'm going to go ahead and roll my fabric down. Now, with this, I have prepared my fabric with a fabric stiffener so that it will not fray when I pull it off, because my fabric mat is super sticky. You hold your hand on top of the mat here and you press the load button on the front of the screen. This little, it looks like a sheet of paper with an up and down arrow. Once it's taken underneath the rollers, release your hand and you're ready to go. Let's zoom back in on our screen so you can see what we're going to do. We're going to touch scan. And then I'm going to choose direct cut. We have options to cut. We can direct cut. We can scan to turn it into a pattern to cut out of something else. If we scan to USB, this is just like scanning on a household scanner. You have up to 600 DPI resolution on this. You can also transfer it to our free Canvas workspace file to work on a bigger screen. So I'm going to go back to the, I'm going to go back to the first screen. And it just toggles between the two. We're going to choose direct cut because this is one of the most fun things that this does. It will fussy cut for you automatically. I'm going to choose machine this time, but if you wanted to work on it on your computer, you could always transfer it to Canvas Workspace by touching the right icon. We're going to go ahead and just do machine though for now. It scans in color and black and white. We're going to touch start and it's telling me my scanner lever is up. I'm going to go ahead and leave it alone. It will not hurt it today. It told me earlier I needed it up because I've got fuzzies on my fabric that I didn't cut off. So we're just leaving it up. It'll be perfectly fine. The thicker the material, you'll get that message to either raise or lower your material, your scanner level. If you are using something thick, it's going to tell you you need to raise that lever. Touch OK, and then you're going to frame what you want it to actually identify. So I'm going to come in here and look and see and find one of these owls that I want it to cut out. I just take the little arrows, crop it in, and you'll notice that there's a little outline around it. If you don't like where that one is, you can pick another one just by dragging it. We're going to go ahead and touch ignore object size. This is going to let me take out any of the little bits and pieces that are around it. So Anything smaller than this number will not be cut. If I increase that number, those little pieces start going away. And if you get tired, there we go. Now I've got them all but my owl is there. We'll go ahead and touch OK and touch OK again. And now we're ready to tell it what we want to do. I'm going to put in my thin fabric auto blade in. So this is the gold top. It matches the fabric mat. So we're going to go ahead and insert that. Let me go ahead and show you how that works. To insert a blade, you simply put it in with the Brother logo facing outward. Press the lever down and you're ready to go. Let's go back in. And we're going to say OK because we're ready to cut now. This machine will do more than cut, so you do have to tell it what you want to do. So you choose please select. You can cut, draw, emboss, foil, and paper pierce. We are going to cut today. So I'm going to go ahead and touch cut. And we're going to throw in a test cut. It's always a good idea to put a test cut in when you haven't cut something before. So I'm going to move that test cut over out of the way to where it's not on top of anything. I usually take it to a top corner or a bottom corner, just somewhere out of the way so that I can easily lift and see if it cut. And usually I don't want it inside of a pattern. So there we go. My test pattern set. You'll notice that I have this thing called half cut turned on. I need to turn that off. The last thing I cut on this machine must have been either heat transfer vinyl or adhesive vinyl. That is when I need my half cut. So I'm going to come in and go to page 2 of my settings and turn half cut off. This way it will cut all the way through my media. If I had left it the other way, it would have just scored my fabric, and that's not what I needed it to do. So we're going to go ahead and touch OK. It looks like I have some eyeballs it's going to cut to. If I want to go back, I could go back and take out the trash, but we're just going to go ahead and let it cut those eyeballs as well. So let's let you see it cut. It's going to do its thing. It's testing right now. I want you to notice how quiet this little guy is. All right, it's done my test circle, so I'm going to lift up my fabric. And you'll notice there's my little test cut. It's perfect. So let's go ahead and touch start, and it's going to cut. The first thing it does is test the depth of the media that it's cutting. It engages its blade, and then it tests the depth, and then it cuts. And it'll be done in about a minute or less. It's just about there. It is super quiet. We call this whisper quiet technology, along with auto blade technology. So you don't have to worry about your blade depth. My pressure was set at automatic. We're ready to look and see what we've got. So I'm going to go ahead and unload my mat, touch OK to tell it that you know that you're ejecting your mat and it will no longer be in the same position. And there's my owl all cut out. Now, my suggestion to you, if you're using your fabric mat, is that you do want to use your spatula or the metal spatula if you have a metal spatula, which does come in a tool kit, or it comes as a kit of 2 with the weeding tool, to lift up by the edge of that corner. That way you don't stretch your fabrics, and there you go. So there's my nice little owl perfectly cut out. All right, so Jane, do I have any questions?
Hey, Cindy. Okay, yeah, you do have a couple of questions. This is an easy one. The mat cut length and width, it comes with the standard 12 by 12 mat, correct?
It comes with depending on which model they get, they get the standard and the low-tack mat on both of them. If they get the DX, the SDX 230DX, it also comes with the fabric mat.
And then you have the option too for the roller feeder as well.
The roller feeder actually does come with both of them.
Oh, well, even better.
Roll feeder 1, not roll feeder 2. So we just released a new roll feeder. It does not come with them, but the original roll feeder does.
Now, I love my fabric mat. When they first came out with it, I was, throwing in that key ring for the demo right through that machine and just trying to throw everything in there. The question here, and I think he answered it, but maybe there's even more tips and tricks to it. What's the trick to keeping the fabric from getting caught on the blade and pulled?
That's pressure, okay? You do need to have your media adhered to your mat well, But if you have too much pressure on your media, then it's going to drag across the mat.
And
Okay.
also adding a little bit, I love this idea of the fabric stabilizer, because that helped me a lot.
Yes, stiffening in that fabric is a huge benefit. I mean, it really does. Well, first of all, think about it. If you're trying to lift it off a very sticky mat, it's going to shred, right?
Yeah, right.
It's going to fray,
and it's going to be all over
and
the mat.
it's going to stretch.
Right.
And we don't want our fabrics to stretch at all. That is really our key. But if there aren't any other questions just yet, I'll come back again. I want to show one last thing about this machine.
Keep going. I'm writing down the questions as they come in.
Okay, I want to show one last thing about this machine, guys. So I'm going to put a strong pattern fabric on here, and I'm going to use it on my standard mat. Let me put it on this camera for you. So always put your dust covers back on your mats when you're done. You do want to clean them with a baby wipe that is alcohol-free. I've got a piece of the Brother, what do we call this? Iron-on fabric contact sheets. Basically, it's a double-sided adhesive. I'm going to place that on my mat, and notice my strong pattern here. So I'm going to use one of the built-in patterns. We're going to change our blade out to our standard auto blade, because when you have backing on your fabric, you don't use the thin cotton fabric blade. Let's go ahead and touch home. We're clearing our screen. It is not deleting our well, it actually does delete whatever you've scanned, but we're just clearing our screen. So we're going to touch pattern, and I'm going to come in here to my general category, and let's pick a flower. All of these patterns are completely resizable. We're going to go ahead and touch OK again, and I'm going to set it. One of the ways that I use my scanner the very most is this guy right here, because I'm always using scraps of fabric. So I'm going to go ahead and touch start, and it's going to do what we call a background scan. It's going to scan what is on my mat so that I know where to place my piece, and I know what size I can place it. So you'll notice I didn't resize anything to begin with. I have editing options on this machine. So it has scanned it, and you'll see that it is there. Let me go ahead and make that a little bit darker for you. So I'm going to go into my settings and change that background scan to a dark so you guys can see it. You basically then want to take your pattern and move it over the top of where you want it to go. So I'm going to go ahead and touch edit, and we're going to go into object edit. That's actually too strong for you. So let me take that back down to the lighter view. Touch OK. That does allow me to see it. We're going to come in here and resize this design to where it fits on top of that. And I'm going to zoom in here for you so you can see what I'm talking about. Fussy cutting. So you'll notice, can you see how you can see that strong pattern there? Let's zoom in. It'll let you zoom up to 400%. So if you want your flower to sit in a specific spot on this fabric, you can basically do it. You can nudge it with these arrows, or you can drag it with your stylus, whichever works best for you. And these down here allow you to navigate around the mat in the zoomed in position so that you know that you're basically completely encompassed. I'm going to go ahead and touch OK and touch OK again. We're going to choose please select. I'm going to let it cut. And then while it's cutting, we're going to go ahead and throw a test cut in. You'll notice I have a circle because I usually am cutting fabric. That doesn't mean that I don't cut other things, but I'm usually am cutting fabric. So I'm going to go ahead. The reason I choose a circle is because it's the hardest thing to cut with scissors in a round circle. So we're going to go ahead and check and let it do its thing. While it's doing its thing, we'll talk about what else can this machine do. The Brother dealer models allow you to read PES, PHX, and PEC files. Those are our embroidery design files. If the design that you've selected has been color coded to applique material on a Brother software program, basically either P-Design or P-Design Plus 2, or on any Brother color screen machine, you also have the capability of changing the piece that you want to cut, the color of it, to applique material. It's the one with the scissors on the machine when you go in to change your colors. This also reads SVG files as well as its native file format FCM, and I call that fancy cutting machine files, but actually it stands for fabric or fiber cutting machine. There is our flower, perfectly cut. Let me grab a stylus. We'll use our little plastic one because I've got it right here. And lift this up off of our mat. Perfect. And if you are, you'll notice how well that cuts. I mean, I've basically framed that in, fussy cut it in very well. So let's come back to Jane. And there is one other thing I do want to talk about, but Jane, do I have other questions?
They're asking about, let's see, it takes a thumb drive. Let's see. So wait, I lost my question. There's multiple models that we're going to talk about. Somebody was asking about the rotary cutter.
Okay, the rotary auto blade kit was the next thing on my list here. This is a new kit that you can purchase. I'm actually using a prototype right here because there's 4 of these in the country, and I only have my prototype today. I sent my real one off. So this is our rotary auto blade kit. It has a roller on it. So let me bring you in closer. You'll notice how there's a rolling blade there. This is for those fabrics that are difficult to cut, that you don't want to stiffen. One of my things that I want to show you is how to cut craft felt and fleece. I'm going to put both of them on the same mat. What's auto about the rotary auto blade kit is not the blade depth or the blade pressure. It's the angle. It adjusts the angle. So we're going to go ahead and back up. I'm going to load in. I'm going to show you what I've got here. I have a piece of craft felt here and a piece of fleece here. 2 different thicknesses of fabric on my low tack mat. I do want you to notice low tack mat. I'm going to use my brayer tool here. Usually I have a little bit more space, but here we go. Bray that down, and I'm going to load it in. How am I doing on time? We got 3 minutes or less. I'm only going to let you see it cut a little bitty thing because we have less than 3 minutes, and the rotary blade takes longer. So here it is. I'm going to background scan it so that we can see what's there. And as it's doing that, it's really a nice little blade. I love it. It has actually absolutely expanded my world. If you didn't watch it, last month I did on the Brother Sews Facebook Live. I did something all about the rotary blade. So let's go ahead. Which would you rather have, flannel or fleece? Fleece or felt? We can always stop it if we don't have time. While it's cutting, Jane, we can answer questions. So I'm going to go ahead and touch OK. Please select cut. I need to make sure that what my rotary blade setting is at. There is a normal and you know what, guys?
Are you going to?
I haven't used this machine with the rotary blade, so I'm not updated. I've been using my Disney machine and not this one. So, Karen, is my computer not plugged in? Nope. There we go. Okay. Sorry. My machine needs to be updated in order for it to use the rotary blade, and I have been using the other machine on this. So, what did I just do? I don't know. I've made an alert go off.
You're in your friend's house using her sewing and craft room, so you never know what could happen when she's got going on in there.
I needed to turn the power on and I set an alarm off.
But what's so cool, and everybody's saying, I can't wait for the rotary cutter. I can't wait for this fabric blade. A question was, can I cut fabric with a fusible backing on it?
Yes, that's what I did the second time with this flower. This one has a fusible backing on it.
Perfect. All right. So, Cindy, so many questions. People want to watch you for the next 3 hours is what they're saying. Like, they have so many questions that we can't get them all in the next 30 seconds. But you had said something earlier. So I don't know what models that Blaine has for you today, but I'm going to tell you what models that Blaine has for us today. And is the we're going to go here. SDX 225F ScanNCut DX. The F stands for fabric. That means you're getting the fabric cutter and the fabric mat in the SDX 225F ScanNCut DX. He also has, and that means the D means it's Disney. So there you have that. The special price on this, the price of the SDX 225F is $599. For the show special price, you got to call 800-401-8151. The other models that we have the 230DX and we have the 230D. Now, here's the deal. With all of these models, all three of them, and you could go on SewingMachinesPlus.com. Somebody had said, how do I know which one is best for me? Well, you can go online, look at the 225F, look at the 230DX, and look at the 230D. Compare the ones that are online. And then if you have questions, you can always call the 800 number, 800-401-8151. And that person can help talk you through to the one that best suits your needs. But I will tell you this. There's extremely limited quantity today, my friends. They will sell out of these ScanNCut machines. So if you're kind of on the fence, pricing is fantastic. Now you're seeing the price on the screen of what you could buy it for, but you've got a special show price. So you got to call the 800 number, 800-401-8151 if you're interested in one of the brother ScanNCut machines, because they are, I'm telling you, they are truly an amazing machine. Yes, they do everything. They don't clean the house, but they do everything else. So it is quite wonderful. For, again, you've got the SDX 225F, you've got the SDX 230DX, and you've got the SDX 230D. Again, extremely limited quantities, and they will sell out. So if you're interested, and if Cindy's got you on the fence, almost pushed over, today's the day to do that and get your new ScanNCut. All right. So I think we're going to move on to hey guys, we're going to move on to the next bit of education and fun. This is going to be great. Thank you so much to Cindy for popping in and telling us all about the ScanNCut. I know I love mine. I've got it right back here. We're going to move on to another brother ambassador. You know her. You love her. She is our next guest. She's going to throw down some education on us today. She is the co-host for this week's Virtual Sew Fest, but you know her as a fashion designer. She's an entrepreneur. She's the host of the PBS series, It's So Easy, and she also hosts Behind the Scenes and At Your Side weekly live shows. She has Angela Wolf Patterns, Angela Wolf Academy. I could go on and on. She's got the author of How to Start Your Home-Based Fashion Design Business. She's a blogger. She's a vlogger. And she contributes to all sorts of sewing magazines, including Threads and Sew News. And guess what else? She is the leader of the Wolf Pack. Do we have any in the house today? If we have any out there, give us a shout out if you're here. And please welcome Angela Wolf. Hey, Angela.
Hi, Jane. You caught me. I just finished sewing my blouse and I've got strings hanging.
I love that in the middle of your intro, you're just like, one last little thing I got to get rid of.
How are you, Jane?
I'm great. How are you? How does it feel to like swap hats now and become an educator instead of a co-host?
I love it. Actually, I've been watching the show for the last few hours and I was sewing my top and sewing another top and I was thinking, wait, I'm after Cindy. I better get my stuff together.
Well, I've been watching you too. And I'm thinking, because you're such a great teacher yourself and you do so many things. I mean, I learn from you all the time watching the Facebook Lives. I'm wondering if you were like, as you're co-hosting, sort of itching to get on the education side.
I love to teach, as you know, but when I was watching all the others, I love to sit behind the scenes and take notes. And you always, no matter if you're beginner or advanced, you always pick up something, always.
And that's one of my favorite things too about, the educators. Every single one of them says, if you stop learning, you've just stopped creating, because you need to constantly learn and absorb all the new things. And so we're grateful to you because you're playing double duty, hosting and teaching today. And I'm going to let you take it away because time is limited here. And I want you to tell us everything you can tell us about tips for hemming knits, because is that what you just did on your?
Well, I wouldn't suggest doing that. I wouldn't suggest just cutting as you're going. But yes, it's going to be about hemming knits because I love it.
Are you wearing a knit?
I am.
Okay.
Although it's not all the way hemmed yet. It's like a leopard. And by the way, just full disclosure, if I start sneezing, I just took this fabric off the bolt, which you're not supposed to do, and I haven't washed it yet. So if I start sneezing, just know I'm probably allergic to the cat.
And we were all just know what's happening and that it is the fabric. Okay, good. I love it. And do us a favor. If you're going to take the one off your body and start hemming that, make sure that the camera is on the machine.
Full disclosure, that didn't happen today.
Okay, good to see you. Go take it away.
That'd be a whole different show. Oh, I love seeing Jane, and I love seeing Cindy, the last one. That ScanNCut is amazing. And just a shout out to the Wolf Pack. So yes, actually, we just designed this knit top this week in Fashion Sewing Club. So I'm still working on mine. But let's talk about knits. A lot of people are intimidated about sewing knits. I actually just pieced this top together. Hopefully it'll be done for tomorrow's show. But the hemming can make or break your knit. Now, maybe you're not sewing from scratch. Maybe you're doing alterations. I altered clothes for people for many years while I was also designing for them. And a lot of them needed their shirts hemmed. So when it comes to hemming knits, we have so many tools of the trade now to make it easy. But I'm going to show you on a sewing machine and a cover stitch machine. So if you don't have both, at least you have one. And if you don't have a cover stitch machine, I can probably guess where you could get one. Sewing Machines Plus, right? All right, so just real quick, I want to just point out a couple things about knits. If you're purchasing a knit from scratch to make a top, you want to check your knit and stretch it. Stretch it. Boy, this is going to be a real combo of colors, huh? Stretch it and make sure it goes back into place. That's what we call a good recovery. And it doesn't matter what kind of knit. It doesn't matter if it's a polyester. A rayon is my favorite, which is what I'm wearing. This is another rayon, but it stretches, goes back into place. If you stretch it and it stays stretched out, just know you're going to have baggy elbows. And that isn't so pretty. So here's another one. Here's another knit just to give you an example. This is a jersey knit. I love this color. I've been busy sewing while I've been watching the show all week. Look at the beautiful drape on that. So the techniques I'm showing you today for hemming will work on any of these. Isn't that gorgeous? And then one last one. I just got this. UPS dropped this off this morning. Now, is this fun or what? I thought I was going to wear it to the show, but then I figured you guys might think I was going swimming or something. But isn't this fun? It's athletic wear. Same thing. Everything I'm going to show you is the same process. Has a nice stretch. This one has a 4-way stretch. So you could have a bathing suit. Just don't wear it in the ocean. All right, so let's go to the table, and I will take breaks to answer your questions, but I'm going to take you to the pressing area because you're going to be a little surprised, but this is going to be the first part of your successful knit hemming. All right, so this is a piece of fabric. This is a rayon. It's called Soft Teak. Let me just lighten this up just a little bit. Sorry if you can see my camera. There we go. Is that a little better? Oh, yeah. Much brighter. Now you can see me. All right, so Soft Teak is a rayon blend. It has 5% spandex in it. If you've seen me wear my solid colors and my hand dyeing, this is my go-to fabric. I have like 4 new colors coming. It's my absolute favorite. So before I even sew my tops, I usually turn up the hems on the sleeves and the hems on the garment, on the piece of fabric, I should say, before I even sew it together. Now, if you're hemming from a top that you already own, it's going to be the same process. So fold your hem back, and even if you plan on stitching maybe a 1/2 inch hem allowance, I turn it back a little bit further, and I'll explain why in a little bit. All right, so if you have an iron shoe, have the iron shoe on your iron, then you won't burn your fabric, or use a pressing cloth, or if you're using something like that crazy metallic stuff that I have, you would lift your iron, leave it above, there's my hand, so it's above, and give it a little steam. I forgot to give it a little squirt first, so usually this doesn't have water. So, all right, here we go. A little steam, and then you use your tailor's clapper to give it just a nice crisp crease. So I'm just going to press this all the way down. And the clapper gives that a beautiful crease. If you've ever seen that nice crease from dry clean pants, this is what this does. All right. Now what you see is a beautiful crease that when we go to, after I sew my top, or even if I was hemming from scratch, when I go to stick this under the sewing machine or cover stitch machine, I just flip that under and it's ready to sew. If you don't do that, what you can end up with, that's my iron, not me, by the way. That'd be a really loud stomach. If you don't do that, when you turn this under to run it through a machine, it has a tendency to give you little twists. And if you've ever had a twisted hem, you'll know what I'm talking about. So there's no interfacing, nothing else. So now when I go to hem this, I want to make sure whatever hem I use or whatever stitch, I can stretch this because you're going to be putting this over your body. So obviously it's going to stretch. Or even if you had it on your arm, it stretches to get over your hand. So you cannot use just a straight stitch on this. So I'm going to show you a couple of my favorites. We'll go to the sewing machine first. And I'll meet you over there. Oh, I see. What's an iron shoe? Hey, Jenny, an iron shoe, and there's many different ones. This one actually came with the iron, but you can find some are paper. I prefer the metal ones. It just wraps right around the bottom of your iron. I think they're like $5. They're super cheap, and it can protect your iron from the fabric. So even if you're pressing faux suede, would you ever do that? Heck no, but with an iron shoe you could. So I don't sell those. We'll have to check Sewing Machines Plus, but they're really cheap. Okay, here you go. This is welcome to the twin needle. Now, for those of you that do not have a cover stitch machine, you should really put it on your bucket list if you're going to sew knits. So if you're going to sew knits, first thing I would add is a serger. Oops, sorry about Blinky. The next thing I would add is the cover stitch. But if you don't have either of those, you can still use your sewing machine. So here are 2 twin needles. They come in different widths. This way. It's always reversed. There you go. All right, and it tells you how wide it is right here. But you can also just look at that and tell that this one's a little bit wider. My go-to for knits is the blue one. It's 75. It's 2.5 by 75. That's what the numbers are from Schmetz. You probably saw Rhonda's presentation. And of course, these are Schmetz needles because I love them. All right, so I've already put that into my machine. And if you look closely, actually, I'll take this one out because I don't think you can get close enough. This is what the needle looks like. It has a section up here that looks just like your regular needle. I'll put this fabric behind it so you can see it better. And then you have 2 needles. So this goes into your machine just like a regular needle. And then you have 2 spools of thread that will run through here. So if I lift you up, if Blinky behaves, you can see here, don't look at my messy studio. You can see here I have 1 spool and 2 spools. It goes up through my thread tower, and then it's threaded right through the machine together. You treat it as one. And then let's go right back down here. And I put 1 thread through the right side and 1 thread through the left. I actually use green and pink so you can see the difference when I sew this. All right, so now that you've pressed up your hem, and by the way, this would work for hemming any t-shirt. Sometimes they make some of these t-shirts so long, and now crop tops are in, so you're probably hemming a lot of tops, especially for maybe your high school kids, or maybe you are in high school and you're doing this for yourself. Okay, so how do I know where I want this hem to go? I already told you to press this back a little further than what you're going to use. I do that mostly on the cover stitch machine, but here too. Why? Because if you stitch from the right side and 1 needle goes through 2 layers and 1 needle goes through 1 layer, it never works out right. It just doesn't look as good. So I don't watch the needles. I line up my eye over here. So I can actually see, if you look closely, you can see this layer through here. So I'm going to line this up. Just pick a guide here. If you have to put a sticker there, whatever you want to do. The other thing is on your machine, I'm using the Luminaire right now. On your machine, you can actually tell it that you're going to use a twin needle. So when I tell it to use a twin needle, it will actually only allow me to use whatever stitches will work with the twin needle. Now, believe it or not, many machines, you can do decorative stitches. But I'm using a straight stitch, so you don't need to see the screen. I'm just using a straight stitch, and I'm changing the stitch length to 3.5. Now, sometimes I'll use even a 4.0. The other thing I want to point out is your needle plate. Make sure you're not using the one that has a single hole. It has to be wide enough that your needles can go through. And if you want to just double check, put your needle up and down just once and make sure that it goes through there. Because if it doesn't, you could end up with a really big, as my nephew says, hot mess. All right, so let's just put this down, put my presser foot down. And I'm just going to do, I always like to do the first stitch by hand just to make sure everything's working okay. And you can also change your speed if you want. And now I'm just going to stitch. That machine's pretty quiet, isn't it? All right, cut my thread. And there we go. Look at how nice that looks. It stretches to put it on. And what does the backside look like? It just has a zigzag. Now, the reason I like a longer stitch length is look at how that looks very much like a professional hem, doesn't it? Doesn't it look like a cover stitch? But it's not. It's a sewing machine. So from the right side of the garment, nobody knows you don't have a cover stitch machine. Even they might know it's on your bucket list, but they might not know you don't have one until you see the back side. Now let's go back to the iron board, and I'm going to show you how to fix that back side. And I'm also going to walk you through a couple troubleshootings before we go to the cover stitch. All right. So here, I keep walking off with my scissors. As you can see, there's zigzag on the back. There's a little bit too much hem here. Now I do the same thing for sewing, and I do the same thing for the cover stitch. Let me just bring you a little bit closer here. I'll slide the fabric back and just use a sharp pair of scissors and just trim that off. And I'm not getting so close that I have any risk of cutting the fabric. And I don't get so close that I'm trying to cut that thread. And I know this is a tedious step, but I'm telling you, your stitch will turn out so nice, and then your hem will be the right amount. And you don't have to worry about, well, your needle falling off of one side and not the other. Now, when I'm using a sewing machine, it's not quite, I could have just turned that up and stitched very fine. But on the cover stitch, it's a little risky. So to give yourself a little extra room for that big foot on the cover stitch. So again, this is the front side, and this is the back side. All right, what about the cover stitch? But before I go there, I know, I didn't see it, but I would be willing to bet that somebody just asked, what happens when I get tunneling? Tunneling, where you have your two stitches and your fabric bunches up in the middle. Well, what do you do about that? Well, what you do is you change the tension on your machine. So you probably will lower the tension, but depending on the fabric, maybe you have to go the other direction. So if you have a piece of fabric that's similar to what you're using, especially, well, if you're sewing from scratch, you'll have a scrap of fabric. But if you're doing an alteration, you might not. Choose a fabric that's almost the same and do a test. Also test if the 3.5 stitch or the 4.0 looks better. The longer the stitch, it just looks more professional. But if you go too long, sometimes it won't stretch as much. So it's all about, well, testing. Trial and error, that's all I can say. And even I've been doing this for over 25 years, I still test it, even on the cover stitch machine. All right, so how many of you have a cover stitch? I'm just curious. And how many of you have the double cover stitch machine, which you know is my favorite because I love sportswear? So let's go to the cover stitch. You would do the same process about the pressing, but the stitching's a little bit different. Here you go. All right, so first off, I want to just show you the difference between these two. So this right here, I feel like Vanna White. This right here is a serger. 1, 2, 3, 4. It has 2 needles and an upper looper and a lower looper. This here is my favorite for hemming. So these are 2 different machines. They do 2 different things. Now you might have a serger and cover stitch combo. These are separate. I prefer it separate because it's faster to switch back and forth. But this has, these 3 here are needles. So you've got a right needle, a middle needle, and a left needle. And then this one has the double cover stitch. So I put orange in here so you would know the difference. You don't have to use it, it's optional. And then this is the looper. So you have to use a looper. And then you have to use 2 of these, any combo. If you use the 2 outside ones, that's what we call a wide cover stitch. If you use the 2 to the right, actually to the left, if you use these 2, I'm backwards, then it's called a narrow cover stitch. And if you use all 3, that's called a triple. Now, if you add this little bunny to it, then you have a double cover stitch. So if that makes sense, I'm going to just swing you over just to the cover stitch section. Close your eyes just for a second. You can kind of see my another fabric stash side of my studio. Okay. I'll bring you just a little bit closer because there's a few things you need to see here. You really don't need to see the top at this point. And I doubt my stitch is going to be straight because I'm going to be leaning over a camera, but you'll get the idea. All right, so right now I have 3 threads through here. So that's what we call a triple. I've already pressed my fabric. And again, I want to make sure that both my stitches are on both these pieces of fabric. So you can just eyeball where you're going to put this. I like to have it where I can either line, I'm always focusing where my hem is. It's usually right on the edge of my silver plate here. But you have a guide on here, so go wherever you want to. But just make sure that all of your needles, and I'm using 3, I need to make sure they are all on this fabric. All right, so I'm going to move you over just a little bit more to give you a better view. There you go. I just was looking to the camera and I thought that was a hoop on the floor, an embroidery hoop. It's a cord, just in case you're wondering the same thing. All right, so you just lift up your foot. You can either use the hand wheel or just lift this up and start stitching. Now I added one more of these needles. I've been sewing all morning with just a narrow cover stitch. So I added the 3rd needle and I just want to stitch a little ways and then get that thread out of the way. All right, this is what it looks like. 3 rows or 2 rows, depending on what you're using on one side. And then on the other side is the looper, what makes all of that. Give it a little stretch. It can get over your head. Now, a couple things I want to point out, and there's still a little bit more time so I can do that. When I get to the end, you cannot chain off when you're using just the cover stitch. You can chain off if you're using the double cover stitch, but with this you cannot. So what happens if you finished a row and you want to get your fabric out of here? You're going to turn your hand wheel. Now you can't really see all of this, but you'll see the important parts, which is right by my needles. Lift up your presser foot. Make sure your needles are in the up position. I usually keep my tweezers here. And you just kind of gently pull. Let me bring this out. I'm pulling the top thread just a little bit so I can get this out. I know it seems weird. And the noise is even funnier. All right, so these are my top 3 stitches, my top 3 threads. Cut that. I usually give myself, make sure you're enough a ways away from your machine that you don't have to go rethread this, right? Because that's no fun, although it's pretty easy to thread. I give myself a little tail here, cut the top threads, and now give it a tug, and voila, all the threads are on the back side. That's how you tie off your stitches. Now, I know some people will go back here then and tie this in a knot. I've never had this fall out. I will go and trim this off. If you want to tie it, go ahead. If you want to add a dab of frayed check, go ahead. And now what do? All right, let's go back to the ironing board. And very similar to what we did from the sewing machine, and I know this is a little tedious. I'm sure they don't do this in factories, but this is what I have just found for the home side to be the fastest, because I do not like to have any interfacing or any nothing inside my hem except that nice press. So again, I lay this flat. Usually I lay it on my leg, which we won't be doing that today. And just fold this back, use a sharp pair of scissors, and just trim. And I'm trimming just enough a ways away that I don't have to worry. See how I'm holding this? The scissors actually glide right down that hem allowance. There you go. And there you go. And it stretches. Now, I think we have a few more minutes, so I will show you one more technique and then take a couple questions. What about if you're stitching all the way around? And I'll just double check. I'll just double check that you don't have any questions. How is the end versus the end that you tucked in earlier? Oh, so Michelle, the other one, I was with a sewing machine. So with a sewing machine, you would actually just backstitch for that, and then you would be fine. The cover stitch is different. You can't backstitch. So that's why I pulled that through and tied that off. All right, let me just show you if you had to hem a sleeve like I just did a little bit ago. All right, back to the cover stitch. Okay, and I have one all ready for you. Now, your machine might have this little thing that slides off, which makes it really nice to get in the round. And I will usually start, I've pretended this is a sleeve, and I've already pressed this up. I usually start at a seam. If it's the inseam or underarm seam, it's a little less conspicuous when you start your stitch, because you're going to start your stitch and then you're going to actually stitch over that. So just follow. And you can either flip this over and wrap this around here to sew. I usually end up turning it right side out, or inside out, I should say, and stitch like that, especially if it's a narrow hem. So if you don't have that part that comes off, don't worry about it. I just wanted to show you it if you have it. Well, I'll just leave it off for now. Oh, by the way, I know where you can get these beautiful mats. Sewing Machines Plus. Thanks, Blaine. All right, so I'm just going to stitch. Again, I'm eyeballing over here. I'm not even looking at the needles. Now, if you're using the double cover stitch, which we won't be today because that's not part of this lesson, but if you're using the double cover stitch, you would do a couple stitches like this first and then start your double cover stitch. All right, we're getting back to this side. I'm just going to trim off those couple threads where we started. I'll bring you in just a wee bit closer. Now I'm going to stitch over this. I go about an inch. And just try to eyeball it where your stitches are right on top of your old stitches. Now, if they're not, it's not the end of the world, but you try. Put your needle in the up position, raise your presser foot, kind of squeeze this out a little bit so you can get these top needles out. All right, here we go. I use this to pull that away because I don't want to accidentally bend one of my needles, in case you're wondering, why can't you just pull it? Well, you can, but I find this to be safer on my needles. If you bend a needle, it's not going to work. So I'm not cutting my bottom thread. I'm cutting the top three. Give it a little tug. And again, it's back to the back side. And then again, you can take this entire thing. If you want to tie it in a knot, go ahead. If not, you can see I actually went over. Hey, that was pretty good considering I'm leaning over a camera. So this is where I started the stitch. That's where I ended it. So I went over about an inch. All right, so let me just check if you have any questions because I just have 2.5 minutes left. All right, any questions for me? Oh, thanks, Diane. You're awesome too. Yes, don't bend the needle. All right, Jane, that was a lot of sewing, and now I'm ready to go finish another top.
That was such a great demo. You're the best teacher ever. Like I learned so much. A couple of questions. When you were using the double needle, a lot of people at the very beginning were like, she's just going to do a stretch stitch.
No, because if you do a stretch stitch, that's a triple stitch that goes back and forth. Now, I might do that along my necklines. I might do that along a binding to hold the hem allowance in place. Like on this top here, I've already added the binding. I might add that triple stitch just to keep that seam allowance in place. But for a hem, the twin needle is so much better because it looks professional. You don't have all that bulk of that thread. Not my favorite is the triple for hemming.
And then does hemming with the twin needle, prevent the hem from rolling?
If you have a wide enough hem allowance. So give yourself at least 3/4 of an inch and you should not have a problem with that rolling. Unless you have really thin fabric, then that's a whole different thing.
And I love the pressing. You know, we forget to do that in the very beginning, but it's a crucial point. You can't forget that. Yes. So we did the double needle, you did the cover stitch machine. Obviously you have both and you're showing us how to do both. A lot of people are like, oh my gosh, I need the cover stitch. Is there a go-to for you? Is there a favorite?
Well, as a Brother Brand ambassador, I'm super biased, but I love this machine. And this is the CB. I got to check the exact number. Hold on.
I'm wondering, like, do you have to, like, if people are saying, oh, I want to try that. Do you say, you know what, go ahead and do that for a while with your double needle. Then when you start loving it and you know what, you're doing all the stuff with knits, go get that cover stitch.
Yes, get the serger first, because to finish all your inside seams and all that, the serger is a must-have in your sewing room if you're going to, especially if you're going to sew garments. And then the cover stitch would be third. And I have a ton of free videos on my YouTube channel. And by the way, Jane, I'm celebrating this week because I broke 50,000 subscribers, so I'm going to be having a huge giveaway next week on my live show. So there's videos on there for the cover stitch if you're looking for that.
I mean, everyone's saying I need to go back and watch. I got to go back and watch. It's just really fantastic information, Angela. Congratulations on breaking that huge record for you on YouTube. I'm excited I love the cover stitch machine. Love it because I also love my active sportswear.
Yes.
and I love to, just alter some items, if you will, if it's, something's a little bit too long. So really fantastic. Are you excited to come back tomorrow?
I am, and I thank you all for watching today. You can find me at angelawolf.com. I'm excited because the rest of the afternoon I'm going to watch this and I'm going to keep sewing, Blaine. I got to make another outfit for our show tomorrow.
That's pretty funny. So, hey, we got all my co-hosts up here with me. So won't you just stick around for just a little bit, Angelo, and help give some stuff away with Jane and I?
Oh, that would be fun. Jane, you should just hop over from Chicago. We could sew for the afternoon. Wouldn't that be fun? We could be here co-hosting together, Blaine.
Why? Let's have the creative day because I've been to your studio and it is so much fun and so amazing. I'll come over. It's only 90 minutes that way or 90 miles across the lake or just an hour and a half. We can have a creative day and then we can co-host.
That sounds like a plan.
And now I'm learning because I am literally the worst teacher on the planet. If I want to show somebody something, I'm like, don't you understand? But you are so good.
You're hilarious. I would love to stick around though, because I love giveaways. Everybody loves giveaways. Blaine, you always give the best. And Blaine, by the way, I was showing the mats that we have here from you that are in Sewing Machines Plus, the Wolfpack mats. Thank you for those. And I told them if they're looking for a cover stitch machine or a serger that you probably have one that they might like.
I do. I have plenty of them. So all they have to do is give us a call. And speaking of giveaways, are y'all ready to give some stuff away?
Let's do it.
Yes.
All right. So our first thing we're going to do, everybody knows about our tote bags. These are our event tote bags. They're $49.99 on our website. You have 8 different colors that for the bundle. We sell them for $9.99 each, and you can get the bundle for $49. We're going to give 2 of these tote bag bundles away. And our first winner, I'll let Angela give the first winner away. It's coming to us from YouTube.
Hey, and I know this. This is a Wolfpack member, Chris Mannion. Congratulations, Chris, off of YouTube. Thanks for watching.
All right, so we're going to give another bag bundle away. And Jane, this winner is coming to us from Facebook.
Winner from Facebook. Congratulations, Diane Davis.
All right. We're just going to keep rolling. Speaking of the sewing mats, Angela, you were talking about, we're going to give a sewing mat away. And what we're going to do is we're going to let the winner choose the size they want and the color they want of those 6 colors we have there. And if you look, that blue is that Brother Blue. The gold is the Baby Lock Gold. The red is the Bernina Janome Red. Then we have that beautiful pink, what I like to call the North Carolina Tar Heel Blue, and the LSU Fighting Tigers Purple down in Louisiana. So those are the colors, and we're going to let them pick their size. So our winner is coming to us from YouTube, Angela.
And the winner is Roxanne Gibbs. And I think I would go for the red because I went to NC State, so no Tar Heel. Congratulations, Roxanne.
I think there was some in-state rivals there, wasn't there?
Just a little.
All right. So we're going to move on, and our next giveaway is actually going to be a Burnett B77 sewing machine. This is a fantastic sewing machine, and Jane, our winner's coming to us from Facebook.
Congratulations to Denise Jackson Looney. You are the winner, Denise. Thank you so much for watching. And everybody, if you're a winner, be sure to send an email to contests, that's plural, contests at SewingMachinesPlus.com. Tell us your name and give us your best shipping address so we know that you get your prize.
Yep. And Angela, we're going to give one more machine away, and we are going to give away a Brother SE 1900 away. And our winner is coming to us from YouTube.
Oh, and this machine is amazing. Donna Petruso, congratulations. Oh, you are going to love the embroidery on this machine.
Well, there we go, guys. So that's all of our giveaways right now. We're going to do some more at the end of the show. We'll have some more things to give away. And again, guys, I just can't, this thing is going so great. Loving the event, loving the show. And we've had so many good educators on, and the educational sessions, are been fantastic. Angela, you did so good on yours. Both times you've done it. And I've learned so much, and I hope all of our viewers are getting to learn a lot about the sewing part of it.
Hopefully, that would be fantastic. Well, I'm going to go and watch you for the rest of the afternoon, and I'm going to keep sewing because you've gotten me in the mood.
Well,
Not that I got there out of the
Thank you for co-hosting, and thank you for doing the educational sessions. They were awesome.
Nice to see you, Angela. She's a fantastic teacher. Cindy's everyone's a fantastic teacher. I'm like glued to I introduce them and then I sit there and start taking notes and they go, is there any questions? I'm like, yeah.
Well, hey, again, we've got another presentation we're getting ready to come up with. But I wanted to very quickly, take a little 10-minute break, Jane, so everybody can go refill their coffee cups, get a little bite to eat, stretch their legs, use the restroom if they need to. You can do some stretching and get ready and pumped up for this next one, because just coming up at 1:15 Pacific time, we have Candace Trevino coming back, and she's going to talk all about that Baby Lock Celebrate Serger. And we've got a fantastic special on that today, so they don't want to miss it. So let's take a real quick break, and we'll be right back here at 1:15.
Thread your serger in a fraction of the time when you use the jet air threading on the Baby Lock Celebrate. With a gentle push on the lever, the upper and lower loopers are threaded, and you can do them in any order. The built-in threader makes quick work of needle threading. In no time at all, you'll be breezing through all of your projects. Setting up your serger can be easy. Let your Baby Lock retailer show you how. There are a lot of helpful features right at your fingertips on the front of the Baby Lock Brilliant. First, we have the Start-Stop button. You can touch this anytime to stitch, and it's going to let you know if you've forgotten to do something like lowering the presser foot, and it will also let you know that you have to disconnect the foot controller in order to use the Start-Stop button for sewing. Above that, we have the Reverse button. Anytime you touch the Reverse button as you're sewing, the machine is going to stitch in continuous reverse as long as you hold on to that button, and when you release, it will start stitching forward again. This button serves a second purpose. When you've programmed a lock or a thread cut at the end of a seam, it's how you're going to let the machine know that you've reached the end of the seam and you're ready for it to lock in those stitches and cut the thread. Above that, we have the Reinforcement button. When you are stitching a decorative stitch, you can touch reinforcement and a green LED light will appear, letting you know that the machine acknowledges that you want it to lock in the stitch. It's going to complete the decorative stitch, then lock in, and thread cut if you have programmed that as well. Next, you have your needle position button. Anytime you touch the needle position, it will lift or lower the needle position. Next, you have the thread cutter button. No matter where you are in a stitch, you can always cut the threads simply by touching the thread cutter button. As we move across the machine, we'll find speed control. You can program your machine to stitch at the fastest speed or the slowest speed or anywhere in between. On the front of the machine, you'll find that you've got several buttons as well. First, we have the automatic tie-off. When you program in that automatic tie-off, when you begin a seam, the Brilliant's going to lock in your stitches, and at the end of a seam, again, you'll touch your reverse button, and it's going to lock in the stitches at the end of the seam. You can also program an automatic tie-off and trim with the scissor button. And now at the end of your seam, your machine will lock in the stitch and cut the threads.
Start your creative journey to sewing and embroidery with the Baby Lock Verve. Whether you're a beginner or you're looking for a great travel machine, the Baby Lock Verve is just what you're looking for. Create beautiful projects easily with the Baby Lock Verve's large LCD color touch screen. With a simple touch, you can quickly navigate the machine. Help is a breeze with the built-in videos that can assist you at any time. With 191 utility and decorative sewing stitches, you'll always have the perfect stitch for any project. The Verve also allows you to stitch a speedy 850 stitches per minute. And thanks to the wider throat space and included extension table, you can tackle larger projects. The LED lighting, advanced needle threader, and quick set bobbin further enhance the sewing features of the Baby Lock Verve. And when you need to pack your machine, the included hard carrying case will offer extra protection. Embroidery is so easy. Embellish your projects with one of the 95 built-in embroidery designs, 140 frames, or beautiful uppercase floral alphabet. Easily import designs with the USB slot on the Verve. And one of the most exciting features on this machine is the ability to combine embroidery designs on one page. Personalize all your creations with the 10 built-in fonts, multi-line text, and font editing. Visit your local Baby Lock retailer today and see everything that the Verve can help you achieve.
Upsize your creativity with more room to design. Presenting the Innov-is NQ1700E, the latest embroidery sensation from Brother. Are smaller hoop sizes cramping your style? Step up to a larger 6x10 canvas to stitch your masterpieces. The Innov-is NQ1700E delivers all you need to design on a larger scale, with advanced features and smart conveniences that expand your creativity. Explore 258 built-in embroidery designs with 140 frame pattern combinations and 13 embroidery fonts. Send designs wirelessly using Design Database Transfer. A nearly 5-square-inch LCD color touchscreen with an intuitive interface simplifies on-screen editing. All with drag-and-drop convenience. And hey, you've got gifts to give and crafts to sell. Boost your productivity with embroidery speeds up to 850 stitches per minute, plus an efficient and simple color sort feature. Plus, the optional 5x7 magnetic hoop lets you manage thicker fabrics with ease. Upsize your creativity with the all-new, all-smart Innov-is NQ1700E, only from your friends at Brother. Demo one at your Brother dealer today.
Hey everyone, welcome back to the second half of our show today. And hey, we're going to kick things off great already. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We have had a tremendous amount of great demonstrations and show specials, some great education. But hey, we're going to go ahead and we've got our very own Candace Trevino. She's going to be talking all about that Baby Lock Celebrate Serger. And Candace is so talented, and we're so fortunate to have her on the show. So welcome, Candace.
Hey, Blaine, how are you?
I am fantastic. We hope you're doing well. And I know that Roger's over there with you. He's filming you today. And we're going to show everybody about that Celebrate. So I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get you in there so you can fill that 30 minutes up.
Absolutely. I needed an hour on my first lesson. I was like, I can talk about sergers all day long. So we're going to talk more about this amazing Baby Lock Celebrate. Now, this is an air threader, and it's called a 4-3-2. What does that mean? That means you can do 4-thread, 3-thread, and 2-thread work. Not all sergers can do that. So you definitely want one that's going to give you the most flexibility. So let's go ahead and take a look at this just a little bit more. Again, it's air threading, and we've kind of talked about that a little bit, how to go about threading it up. What I'm going to do is show you how to convert it from a 4-thread to a 3-thread and show you how easy that is to do. So I'll open this up just so you can see. It's very easy for me to lock my knife. All my controls are right here. So it's very compact. I don't have to go, finding my controls on the sides and on the edge. It's just all right here. So it's really easy. So I locked my blade just to get it out of the way. I lowered my foot, and now I'm going to take out that needle. Now, most of these machines come with this little tool. It's got a brush on the end, but it's got a hole. Now, that brush is not strong enough to clean that machine, but it's perfect for removing needles and taking and putting in needles. So I'm just going to pop that in there, and I'm going to use my flat head screwdriver. I'm just going to loosen that up, take out my needle, and immediately tighten that back up. Always tighten up your screws. You don't want to lose them. And then there's a little hidden compartment where you can keep all your tools, your extra needles, anything you need. So it's easily available right here. Okay. This one is a manual tension machine, but really I don't have to make a lot of adjustments to this machine. It has what's called a micro twin cam tension system. What does that mean? It's a lot of words. It means that it is going to deliver the correct amount of thread regardless of the stitch and regardless of the fabric. So it has technology built in here that's really going to give you a beautiful stitch every single time. The other thing that's great with this machine is it does have a built-in threader. So this does have a needle threader, much like you would use on your sewing machine, so you can thread your right and left needles. So I'm going to just stitch out real quick a 3-thread stitch and kind of just give you an idea what that looks like. I'm going to put my blade back up, and I'll take my machine to 2 full revolutions. I turn my hand wheel towards me so I'm not forming loops. If you turn it the other way, you're forming loops like the machine would actually work. So as you can see, I can start stitching. I can go ahead and change my stitch length, the length between my stitches. I can change my cutting width, make it, I call fatter or skinnier. And it will completely change the way my stitch looks. And you saw how easy that was to do right here on the machine. It also has what's called a full differential feed. Now, sergers have 2 complete separate sets of feed dogs, right? And so if I lift that up, I don't know if Roger can get in there really tight, but it's got a front set of feed dogs and it has a back set of feed dogs. And the differential feed allows me to control those independently. So I can control the front set of feed dogs. The way I explain it is if you put it up to 2, the front feed dog feeds twice as fast. So it's pushing in more fabric than is coming out the back. So I can ruffle. And I'm going to put my stitch length all the way up to 4, and that's going to give me the most ruffling capability. And then I'm keeping my hand kind of back here just to additionally help it, but it's doing great. And there I have a ruffle. Very easy to ruffle. If you need to ruffle the cap of your sleeve, you know, when you put a sleeve in, sometimes it's just a pain on your sewing machine, but the serger makes it really easy. And if I wanted to ruffle the other side, now I have a really cute decorative piece I could put into a garment or a pillow or something fun. And I can adjust how much ruffle I have by pulling on my needle threads to make it tighter or looser. So differential feed is fantastic on this machine. It also gives me the ability to put it all the way down to what's called a 0.6. And I like to say that's to help me stretch my fabric. And sometimes I stretch my fabric to make it lay straight because super stretch fabrics have a tendency to wave. But sometimes I can stretch it just to give me a lettuce edge or a wavy edge. Now this is a sheer fabric. And I'm going to show you this technique with 2 different types of stitches. This is, again, the standard. I'm in a 3-thread narrow stitch. So you can see it covered that, but it didn't look all that great. I would prefer to do a rolled hem on something like this. So how hard is it to change this machine to a rolled hem? I'll tell you, super easy. All I have to do is adjust the stitch length. It has a rolled hem feature and it has a standard feature. When I change it to rolled hem, what I'm doing is I'm removing that stitch finger. What that stitch finger does is it helps to support my fabric so that this machine forms loops, flat loops. So I need to remove it so my fabric will wrap. The other thing I need to do is I need to change my tension dials for my lower looper. I need it to get tight so it will wrap and pull. So I'm going to change my lower looper. I really don't have to mess with these other dials, my upper looper and my right needle, but maybe, you know, I can test it and see. So let's see how that looks. And I'm going to make that very small, very tight. Now, when you're sewing a shear, the other thing you can do if you have a really perfect cut is you can lower that knife so that the knife doesn't even work. Sometimes you get all these little hairs, you know, when you cut it. You get the little tiny pieces of thread. So let's not cut it. Let's just wrap it. And you see I have a really pretty little rolled hem. Now, rolled hem is really a great thing to do using decorative threads. So you can only get so tight with standard thread. So you can use decorative threads. You can use quilting or hand quilting weight variegated threads. These are 12-weight threads, 8-weight threads, woolly nylon. All of these threads are really fun to play with, and they will go into your upper looper and your lower looper. So that's something that you can definitely play with. But let's do another technique with a rolled hem and see how easy it is to use. I'm going to do what's called like a piping effect. So I've marked my fabric, and I'm not going to cut. I could, but I'm not going to. I can also change the width of my rolled hem. I'm going to make it as fat as it'll go. So I'm moving my blade over so it'll be as fat as I can make it. I'm going to come right along the blade. I'm kind of just kissing the blade over here. And I'm going to go ahead and make my stitch length a little longer, or we're going to be here all day. So I've got one, and now I'm going to fold it and do another one. And this is a way that you can add some decorative work to any project. You can see they're pretty far apart, but I could make those really close together. I could add another one. That would look great on a bag, on the front of a shirt. And usually when we're working with rolled hems, again, we're doing edge work. And so we're just doing some decorative edge work. But it was very easy to convert my machine. So what else can this machine do? Remember I said we could do a 4-3-2. So we did a 4-thread, we did a 3-thread, and now we did a rolled hem. What if I want to do a 2-thread? What do I need to do? I'm going to put my machine back in standard, put my blade back up, and when we want to take out a thread, all we do is cut it. So don't be scared. Just go ahead and cut your thread and stitch it out. Now I have no thread in my upper looper, but I still want my machine to form loops. So we have what's called a subsidiary looper. And on this machine, it's built right in. I don't have to go searching for another little piece to attach. It's built right in. And so all I'm going to do is take that little wire and put it into the eye of the upper looper. And now my machine will form loops. And let's see if it did it. We can do what's called like a blanket stitch. Let's make it a little wider. There we go. Oh, nope, broke a needle. Okay, so only on live TV does that work. So you can do this called 2-thread flat lock. So let's take a look at this real quick. So 2-thread flat lock work is just like my cover here. It's 2 pieces put together and then pulled apart. And by pulling it apart, you form this flat lock stitch. And so everything's completely flat. And you can do that with a 2-thread or a 3-thread. Let's see, my thread got caught. So a lot of questions we get is what type of needles to use. And with sergers, they use the same type of needles as a sewing machine. So you can use a jersey needle, a ball needle, sharp needle. I really like the chrome needles. They have an extra coating on them that makes them nice to work with, and they don't heat up. Most of you will get needles that come with your machine, and they're very easy to put in. Now, what's really great about this machine, I'll show you putting in a needle, is the needles are straight up and down. Now, what does that mean? That means it gives you a better penetration than if your needle was slanted. So some sergers are slanted. This one's not. It's straight up and down. So that's going to allow you, the machine, to better penetrate your fabrics. So I'm actually going to put this in the left needle, and we'll do a wide stitch. So as far as narrow and wide, it just depends on which needle you put in. And by using this little tool until you get the hang of it, it really helps. Just like on your sewing machine, it's a flat to the back. And I'm going to thread up. Now I'm going to thread my other needle. So I'm going to take my thread out, and I'll show you how easy it is to thread the loopers. So all we do is we put this in threading mode. Now, if any of you have ever threaded a manual serger, you know that will take you 10 minutes just to thread the looper, and that's just the lower looper. It's quite tedious. This machine is such a breeze. You just lock the loopers. So I'm going to push on the little white button and turn the hand wheel. And now my tubes are locked and my machine can't turn. Nothing works, but my air system will work. And I select which port I want to thread. So I'm going to thread the upper looper. I'll make sure my presser foot's up so all the tension discs are open. And this is the fastest part of this machine and why you will want an air threader. Like I said, I was terrified of my old machine because I just couldn't figure out how to thread it. Okay, it's threaded. Did you see that? Let me do it again. All you have to do is put that thread in there about 1/2 inch. Hit that threading lever and it's totally threaded. There it is. That makes changing thread colors a breeze. A lot of people are terrified to change their thread colors, but with an air threading system, it's so simple. Now, I always leave my lower looper thread just hanging. I let my machine pick it up and take it wherever it wants to go. And as long as I unlock these tubes, now my machine will turn and I can lock it up. I can close up the door. To thread my actual needle, it's just like threading a sewing machine. You do have a threader on here, and you line up your green lines. So there's green lines on here. You've got to line those up, or your threader will not come all the way down. Okay, you have a right needle and a left needle. And on live TV, we'll see if I can make this happen. So it's a lot like the ones, again, like on your sewing machine. I'm not gonna fiddle with it, but I'm gonna show you how to also thread with tweezers. Remember I said you needed a bent tip tweezer? Those are your best friends with a serger. And the needle's right here. It's up very, very close to me, so it's not set back too far, so it's very easy to thread. So using a serger threader or just thread it with some tweezers. This also has a 6-foot height, 6 millimeter height adjustment. So what does that mean? If I lift up my foot, that's as high as it goes. But I can continue to lift that just a little bit more. And that's really going to give me a lot of space to do something very heavy. Like think about a quilt sandwich, or maybe you want to do a fleece blanket or minky or something. You need that height adjustment. And this machine allows you to have all that adjustment. I also have one other adjustment up here. So I don't know if we can get on the top of the machine. This little knob right here, I just turn this. And what that does, it controls the pressure pushing from the foot to the fabric. So if I have a problem with something feeding, it's not feeding in there really nicely, I can reduce that pressure. And it will allow my fabric to just glide in there so much better. So again, all your controls are right here, and you can see how simple it is to switch back and forth. So if I want to go ahead and switch to a standard, now I've got a 3-thread wide because I've got my left needle in, then I just change my adjustments here and I'm ready to go. The great thing about these machines, of course, is that you are going to get all of that information in your manual. And if you don't find it in your manual, the other thing that's so fantastic with Baby Lock is you get a 60-day trial love of sewing. What this does is you log on to Baby Lock, you register your machine, and then you will get 60-day access to all of Baby Lock's classes, all of their machine tutorials. So they will walk you through step by step everything that this machine can do. So you get so much support when you purchase a Baby Lock Celebrate. It couldn't be better. So 900 classes and 35 experts are available to you online. And you can pause and rewatch and anything you need. So I love that option. So let me show you a couple other things. With the Celebrate, they also have a lot of feet. So this is one of my favorite feet. If you don't buy the 6-foot kit, they have the 6-foot kit, or you can just purchase them individually. I love the clear foot. So I'll show you that really quick. It's see-through. So if Roger can get in here, and it just pops off like a sewing machine foot, and you're just going to pop it back on. It's like a standard snap-on foot. And now I can really see what's going on underneath my foot. You know, the standard foot kind of blocks your view of what's happening underneath the foot. So this clear foot is fantastic. I highly recommend the clear foot for any sergers that you have. And Baby Lock makes the clear foot. The other one I really love is a Teflon foot. And you think of Teflon for vinyl or, you know, leather and stuff, but Teflon is really great for sweater fabric. Some sweater fabrics, they just don't want to feed through your machine. And so a Teflon foot has a coating on the back that will allow that knit fabric to just glide through. So a Teflon foot is really fantastic. You can buy the ruffle foot, a lace foot. The lace foot is also really great, not only for attaching lace, but it has a guide right here. So it also can help you guide your fabric. And you can adjust it. And the idea with this is that you put your lace on top and your fabric underneath, and you keep the lace out of the blade. So a lace foot is really fun to play with. So those are just a couple of my favorite feet. We do, of course, if you're local here, you can come to my Serger classes, and that's really the way that you're going to learn to use this machine. Many people use it just to finish off edges after they've sewn, but truly this machine can cut, trim, and stitch all at the same time, making your process very fast and professional. So hey, Blaine, do we have any questions on this machine? Maybe?
All right, Candace. Well, you know what? Let's take a look and see if we do. I'm not sure if we have any questions. Kyle, is there any questions coming in for Candace? What's included in the foot kit? Okay, Candace, they're wanting to know what's all included in that foot kit.
So this is the 6-foot kit. And this one tells me what's included here. I've got the beading foot. So that's to attach beads. It actually has a little guide that you can run those beads in between your serger stitches. Usually you'll use a 3-thread overlock for that. And then we have the blind hem foot. And a blind hem foot it's a sporty blind hem. You still see your stitches, your little, you know, where the serger grabs the fabric. It's not a true blind hem, but it's a really great foot for, you know, hemming and things like that. So blind hem foot, it comes with the cording foot. Remember, we watched Deb Canham put on a zipper with a cording foot or do piping with the cording foot. So both sizes come in this, the 3mm and the 5mm. Then you have the elastic foot. And a lot of times we do use our serger to attach elastics. So that's a very helpful foot. And then lastly, you get the ruffle foot. And that one again is for attaching a ruffle to a non-ruffle piece of fabric, and really great little foot. So that is your 6-foot kit. And then again, if you don't want all of these or you want some additional feet, you can buy those separately. The next serger class in the store, I'm not sure. I don't teach that one anymore. We have a new owners class, but my classes we're doing garments. And just like Angela, I guess pants are in season. We're doing knit pants. And so many people are terrified of that, but they're so easy once you learn some basic things. And the best thing to do is to come to a class. I also am doing a Deb Canham bag. This is our tote bag. I can grab it for you real quick. So I got some goodies in here to keep it standing straight. But we love Deb Canham's projects. So this is one of her totes. We will be using our serger and our cover stitch machine to make this, or like we saw before, the serger cover. And those patterns you can find on Deb Canham's website. And I'm sure she also has some tutorials if you can't come to one of my classes. But sergers are so much fun, and hopefully you'll realize they're not just for garments. They're really for all kinds of sewing and quilting, and there are a lot of fun once you learn how to use them.
Hey, Candace, I think there's one more question left, and they were wanting to know, are the feet that you just showed, will they also work on that vibrant?
The vibrant has some other specific feet. I don't know that all of those will work on the vibrant.
Okay,
so
good enough.
This machine, the pink one works on the old Imagines. If you have an old Imagine, Evolve, and the Celebrate. So that's the pink box. I believe that's the orange boxes is for the vibrant.
All right, so that's pretty much all of our questions, Candace, and I want to remind everybody about the Celebrate Serger and the special we have on this. And guys, we have one heck of a bundle on this today. And again, you know, the price on this is $11.99. You're getting a $324.92 bonus bundle. But I got to tell you, we actually have a show special price on this. And so if you want to get that show special price, the normal price is $11.99. We've got a fantastic price on it today. You have to give us a call. This is a call-in special only at 800-401-8151. And I got to tell you, we only have 20 of these left at the special price. We started out with 30. We've already sold 10 of them. We got 20 left at the special price. So you have to call to get that special price. But let me tell you about this bonus bundle. This bundle, as you can see on the screen there, you're also getting that Blue Fig Wheeled Serger Trolley. You're going to get the gold medium SewingMachinesPlus sewing mat that you see. It's the Baby Lock Gold. You're getting the Bulky Lock 7-thread set. You're getting our 3-year platinum protection warranty on top of the manufacturer's warranty. You're getting a 100-pack of organ needles. You're getting that 60-day free trial of the online classes from Baby Lock. We've got 0% interest financing for 18 months, and we're going to ship this to you right to your door absolutely free. So if y'all have been in the market for a serger, I am telling you right now, this is going to be the best opportunity you're probably going to have because we have got a special buy on these. We had a special buy on 30 of these machines, and we're passing that savings right on to you. We have 20 of them left, and I'm telling you, with this bundle and the pricing we're doing, you're probably not going to touch this ever again. And again, if you've been in the market for a serger, this is an air threader serger, everyone. Unbelievable serger. And I think Candace did a great job of showing off all the features of that machine. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have agents standing by. I know the phones are busy today. If you can't get through, the phones, Kyle is going to put up that Google Sheets link up in the chat on YouTube and Facebook. And all you have to do is hit that link. It's going to open up the Google Sheets, put your name in there, your phone number where they can call you at, and what the product you're interested in. You can just put Celebrate, and they're going to know what you're calling about. And it gets updated real time in our call center, and they're going to see that. And as soon as they get off the phones, the first operator gets off, they're going to go down that list and call people back. So that's a way you can get through. If you can't get through on the phones, you can get to them like that. So again, that Celebrate Serger by Baby Lock, great price, great bundle today. So guys, we're going to keep moving on, and we're going to go all the way over to Utah to Handy Quilter. And we have Kim coming back and Josh coming back again. And we're going to talk all about the Amara long arm. And I cannot wait to get these guys in there. And so, Kim, are y'all ready? And y'all ready to go?
No, Kim, you're stuck with me, Blaine. I'm sorry.
Christina, the other part of the dancing duo.
Yes, we've got great ideas for tomorrow. I don't know if we'll have time to pull it all together, though. But yeah,
well,
so
Josh,
I'm Christina, and I'm here with Josh.
Yeah, Josh, you missed it earlier when they were talking all about the Moxie. They got a name, the Foxy Moxie Dancers.
I heard about it, and I've been practicing, doing my little trouble sit or whatever it is. So I'm ready for whatever we're up for today.
All right.
Tim
Well,
did
hey,
say that,
there's no
we
telling
can't
what's
get
going to
any
happen
new
with
names.
Christina there with all her energy. So we're excited to see all about that Amara. So y'all take it away.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So we've got the Amara here. Today we've got the Amara with the Pro Stitcher attached, but we're going to just focus on the machine itself. So just wanted to throw that out there so you don't get confused by this different screen that we've got here.
Yes. Yeah, the Pro Stitcher is an upgrade available for the Amara, but on the screen we've got the interface there. The Amara comes with a built-in screen. This is what you would see if you get the the top of the line version.
Yep.
So yeah, Christina, what are we going to be talking about today?
So I love the Amara. I love stitching with it. I love everything about it. But one of the things that I really like about Handy Quilter machines is their feet. They have all of these different handy feet that are easily swapped out.
Yeah.
And so we're going to play with some of those feet today, and we'll show you some of the features of the Amara as we go through these feet. So which foot should we start with?
Well, I did want to just talk about the Amara for a second before we dive into the feet. So the Amara is our best-selling machine. We've sold more Amaras than anything else, and it's a 20-inch long arm machine. Frame mounted. So we were talking about the Capri yesterday, Moxie this morning. This is kind of like the Moxie's big sister, right? 20 inches compared to the 15 inches.
Yep. Lots of more bells and whistles on it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. And we've got it here on a studio frame. It also comes on the little foot frame. Yep, for those space conscious folks. But this can go all the way up to the maximum is 14 feet with all the bells and whistles. It comes in like a 10 or 12 foot configuration.
Yeah, normally people buy the studio frame in a 10-foot or a 12-foot, but you can add that extra 2 feet on, and you can set them up in smaller increments in like 4s because they come in sections of 4, or add the 2 onto it. So there's all sorts of different ways. But again, it can come on the little foot frame as well. And that's a great one because it's a smaller size frame and it's a hooping system. So you can use that for any size quilt. So smaller size, big quilts, small quilts.
Yes.
Lots of benefits to both systems.
Yep.
So.
And that 20 inches of throat space is pretty enormous, especially for folks who have been quilting on a domestic machine, managing that quilt, like putting it on this, pole mounted system. You have so much quilting space. Sorry, leaning out a little bit too much there.
We didn't put the brakes on.
Yeah, I'll need to check that one. Okay, there we go. We're safe.
Okay. That was a close one.
It was. Yes. I own an Amara, and I love it. It's been a fantastic machine for me, starting as a newer quilter, but it's also a machine that people use for, beautiful, fantastic, elaborate quilts.
Yes, it's a great machine. And I know we haven't really talked about the Forte at all, but the Forte is, I call it the big brother of the Amara. So it's got all the same bells and whistles. It's just got a larger throat space at 24 inches. So that's another great machine. Okay.
Should we show some feet?
Let's show some feet.
Let's do it. Okay.
Which one should we start with? You get a pick.
Well, it comes standard with a hopping foot.
Yes, and it's called the ruler foot.
The ruler foot.
And I'm just going to use this hex wrench and loosen this up and then pop the foot up and off. So now.
Super easy. Yeah, it just comes right off.
How easy was that?
Yep. And so we have several other feet here. Do you want to just kind of talk us through what feet we're looking at?
Okay, we have the glide foot. I'm going to put my needle down here. The glide foot 2. And this is a great, I can hold the foot. It's a great foot that if you're going off the edges of your quilt, for instance, if you're doing an edge to edge, when you come back on, it won't flip over those edges. If you have bulky seams, it will go right over those bulky seams without catching. If you have a hole in your quilt, heaven forbid, it will not catch in that quilt and it will glide smoothly over it, hence the name glide foot.
Yeah, interesting. And this bowl shape, this kind of spoon shape here, really does allow it to kind of, for material to come up on the sides and for it to really just to slide smoothly over the top of your quilt. Now, the quilting that I do, I don't know if this is bad or not, but I've got this foot on most of the time. I like to double up on the batting that I use because I love my quilts to be a little bit fluffier, poofier, and this really gets like a really wonderful control over different. Sometimes I have dense quilting, sometimes I have more sparse quilting, and this really handles pretty much everything that we throw at it.
Yeah, I would say this is probably one of the most commonly used feet. And you can leave it on the machine pretty much anytime, unless you're doing some kind of specialty quilting.
Right.
And so let's show some of those other specialty.
Great. What's next?
Okay, you pick. I'm going to make you work.
Okay, let's show an echo foot.
Echo foot it is. Okay, I'm going to put the echo foot on, and I'm going to actually stitch and show you what we can do with this echo foot. Okay.
Now, this echo foot is the largest that comes in the set.
Yes,
right?
It comes in a set of 3, and this is the largest. So for a lot of people, when they're starting out, let's say doing a stipple, they have a hard time getting their spacing.
Right.
So
it is hard. Yeah, you're getting used to it. You're trying to figure out how to drive, how to get comfortable, and it is a little different. Like, you know, I've been an artist for most of my life, and drawing circles is one thing, but then learning how to translate that into quilting is a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and then going along with that is if you do some stippling or something in the throat space, and then you advance your quilt, you can't really see what you've already done very well. So if you have this echo foot on, it kind of helps you judge that distance. So as I'm stitching along, I'm going to use this echo foot to kind of make sure I keep the same spacing in between. Move that paper out of the way, and I'm going to stitch right over my tails there. But can you see how I use that foot just to make sure I'm kind of keeping similar sizes in between that stipple?
Yeah, you kind of used it as a guide in between here to make sure your space in that pattern had enough room and was consistent. Yeah, that's really nice.
Another great reason to use echo feet is if you're doing ruler work. Okay, let's say I have a 2-inch ruler, but I need to fill a 2.5-inch space.
Yeah.
I can throw one of these echoes on, and I now have a larger circle on that ruler just by adding that foot rather than buying a new ruler.
That is
but
really
you can
cool.
buy new rulers
So you
too.
can use the same ruler, and then you add on a foot, and it just gives more, it kind of expands that design outward.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep. So you can get lots and lots of different sizes and uses out of one ruler if you buy the echo set, because it's got 3 different feet in it. So, okay.
And it's worth noting that took you all of a few seconds to switch those feet out.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm tempted to swap out
our thread
so we can see better.
It is a dark thread. And if you want, I could show a quilt that I just finished on my Amara while you're swapping that out. Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to show this quilt. I haven't bound it yet, but just to show you a little bit of the kind of stuff. And I'm a new quilter, but I am starting to get the hang of it, and have done all of my work on the Amara that we have at home. My wife and I quilt together, so I feel pretty lucky to have a quilting partner. And while I did use Pro Stitcher for a lot of the dense lines or the dense patterns on the outside of the quilt, a lot of the stuff is just some simple lines, some stitch in the ditch that I put over this this panel that I had printed. So I designed it and then I printed it out. So if anything, hopefully you can see it doesn't take long to get to feel comfortable, to feel like you can do something big and beautiful and make something that you can be proud of. I still consider myself a beginning quilter. And I know that it can seem intimidating going from a domestic machine to a frame mounted machine like this, but I have loved so much. Like I come home, get the kids to bed, I'm like, I want to go hop on my Amara, I want to quilt, even if it's just making something fun, something playful. I want to get comfortable with it, and it feels like such a natural creative expression for me, and I love what this machine has allowed me to do as a quilter.
So let's tell the viewers, how long have you been quilting?
I started quilting the end of last year. So I've been at Handy Quilter for less than a year and I hadn't done any of it.
So pretty amazing, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
And it is these machines, like the confidence that I have had with the Amara to know that it could come up to speed with whatever quilting I wanted to do. It's like I have had a lot of great help, but it's also been a fantastic machine.
Excellent.
Okay. So what's our next foot that we're going to look at here?
Well, let's see. Let's go ahead and do the square foot. So we'll stick this guy on. And the square feet actually come in a set of 2. So you get a 1/2 inch and I think a 1 inch.
Yeah.
No, quarter inch and a 1/2 inch.
Right.
My bad.
And we've got the 1/4 inch, or is this the 1/2 inch?
This is the 1/4 inch.
1/4 inch. And I don't know if you can see it, but the foot itself is a square shape, right? So it's got a flat edge here, and a flat edge here.
Yeah.
So what do you use that for?
So this is a really fun tool to use. I like to use it for, like, people call it stitch and flip or piecing on the frame, or putting binding on the long arm. So if you didn't know you could do that, that is something that you can do.
That is awesome.
It makes things a little bit quicker.
Yes.
And a lot of fun. So let me just demonstrate really quick how we can do some piecing on the long arm. So I've got a piece of fabric here, and that's going to be my first piece. And then I've got a second piece. And I'm going to lay those just right on top of each other with the right sides together. Okay.
And I think this is really remarkable. This is a technique that Christina is so good at, but shows that you can quilt, you can piece on the long arm frame like this. She doesn't have to go from her domestic machine. She's grabbing some pieces that she's cut and we'll put it together right in front of us. It's pretty amazing.
So if I were doing this for real, I would put a channel lock on to make sure that I'm going straight across. But I've got this square foot and I can actually just line that up on the edge of my fabric. And I could use a ruler with this as well. And I'm just going to stitch right across. And then I can take that piece of fabric and flip it down. And then I could take another piece and put it on. And you can do this like the full length of the quilt. I'm just doing a little tiny piece for sample purposes.
And it's so nice that square foot, you're just lining it up with the edge of your fabric and following it along.
Yep. And that one got a little wobbly there. But then you flip
it down. And look at that. And you just keep going.
Yeah.
Right.
And I like to do this for baby quilts. Because, you know, I can put on just like the width of fabric on the backing and then start putting down these strips. But I like to use it as a practice piece because then I can go back and I can do any kind of design I want in each of those strips. So I can challenge myself and say, okay, I might not be really good at this particular design, but I can do it in one strip. And then by the end of that quilt, you've increased your design library by however many strips. So it's a good way to challenge yourself and to learn new skills.
And what I love about this technique is how quickly you can put a project together.
Oh yeah.
Because I've got some fabrics at home that I love and I bought them and I have no idea what to do with them and they're just waiting for the perfect project. But this allows you to put something together really, really quickly. You can have it done and, you know, give that gift to somebody and it's not going to take you months of work. It's something that anybody can do really quickly.
Yep. I have lots of fun. And you don't even have to do just straight vertical or horizontal. You can add vertical on as well. You just have to think about the steps in the process.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the ruler foot.
That is the square foot.
I'm sorry, the square foot from our square feet set.
Correct.
Are there other things you use the square foot for?
I use it mostly for the binding and the piecing. Is there something that you've used it for?
No, I think it is really nice. If I did want to get a little bit of a shot of that foot, that you can see the actual, you know, square end of that. That it really is nice for your following along lines, and you can use the 2 different sizes of this foot to create some, you know, different. It's almost like a mini echo foot where you can follow the same line with the different feet.
Oh, I just thought of something.
What is it?
I did a quilt and I wanted to do horizontal lines throughout the whole thing. But They were close horizontal lines, and it was a
Yeah.
big quilt, and I did not want to have to measure the distance for each one.
Mhm.
So I actually did put on one of those square feet, and I used the square foot to measure in between each one of my lines.
Really nice. And that kind of vertical line quilting is really popular, more modern style, really quick way to finish a quilt. And that is a pretty simple way to do it to line up your distance.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
Fantastic. This is
Take
so
your
great.
pick. What's
Okay,
next?
we have 3 more feet here to show. I think should we talk about these two, what the difference between these two is? Or are you gonna display them both for us?
Actually, let me show them the difference between the hopping or the ruler foot and the sure foot.
Okay.
Okay, so let's see if we can get a good close up so we can see the difference between those two.
Great.
Okay, so the one that's on the bottom is the ruler foot that comes standard with your machine. The one on the top is our sure foot, and it's just got that higher profile. So can you point to that? Because
Yeah,
I might
so
drop
right here,
the feet if I try
yeah.
to move.
So this one's about this thick, and this one's a little thinner, right?
Yep.
And while from far away, it might not seem like a big difference, but up close, it does make a big difference.
It does, and when you're stitching, it really makes a big difference.
Mhm.
So I'm gonna ask you to do me a favor, Josh.
Mhm.
I need to grab a ruler in the tray right behind your quilt there. Will you grab a ruler while
Yeah,
I
you
put
bet.
this foot on?
Here we go.
Okay, so I'm just gonna tighten this down. Oh, what kind
A
of
matchstick
fun ruler did we get?
ruler that we have here.
Okay,
Okay.
so I've got this sure foot on, and I've got a ruler, and I'm gonna need that ruler base behind you also, because these are some of our safety features that we want to have in place when we do ruler work.
Earlier, we were talking about the versatility of the Amara, and you do get a great, reliable machine with a lot of features, but it also is so adaptable to so many different styles of quilting. So just a minute ago, Christina was doing some great, improv quilting on the frame, and then with just a few seconds of swapping some things out, we're ready to do some ruler work to get some really beautiful, intricate designs with the Surefoot.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's one of the great things about the Amara is that you are not set doing one type of quilting. You can add the Pro Stitcher and have Pro Stitcher going in certain areas. You can do your ruler work. We could do some micro work. Lots of variety. And if you get familiar with all of these different feet, you're going to have so much fun because you can swap them back and forth and just play with them. Okay, so I've got a ruler in place. This is our matchstick. This is probably one of the most restricting rulers because it lets me do just 1/8 inch lines. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to flip this around real quick. I'm going to stitch a line coming down. And actually, I'm going to flip it back the other way. And then I'm going to shift over. Then I shift the ruler over and stitch back up. Stitch over, shift the ruler, and back down. And I totally did that backwards. But you guys get the gist of it.
Yeah, just small adjustments. And ruler work seems like it's intimidating, but it really provides, with a light touch, the ability to do really accurate quilting.
So let me show you the difference between using that ruler and doing it free motion.
Okay, let's see it.
I let you do the stitching.
You go for it.
Okay, so stitching straight up. Okay, I didn't quite go straight.
Yeah, a little
wobbly.
Mm-hmm.
I went a little far on that one. Hey, I'm actually doing pretty good at stitching. But you'll notice that I'm not keeping a really super accurate distance in between.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, straight lines. If I were to do this on an angle, you would have really noticed it.
Yeah.
So the rulers give you that extra precision.
Yeah, and I think there are a lot of people that love the playful look of the free motion quilting, lots of playful patterns and techniques you can use to give it that kind of sketch look. But for somebody who wants to be really, really accurate, the rulers make a big difference. And the Surefoot gives you that extra height so that you are sure that it isn't going to hop up on top of your ruler, which can be a terrifying experience.
Then they're done that.
Yeah.
Before the Surefoot came out. I have not had an issue since the Surefoot came out.
Great. So we've got a couple more here.
How are we doing on time?
So we've definitely got a few more minutes. I'll keep an eye out if there are any questions, because I want to make sure, folks, if you do have questions, feel free to post them there, and we'll be happy to respond to them. We've got 2 other feet to show, and this one is the couching foot, and this is one of my favorite techniques. It's just so simple, but it gives such a great look.
Super fun. Okay, I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail of how I'm getting this yarn in here, just because of time restraints, but you guys can watch one of the other videos that will show how. But I'm just going to get this yarn in there, and I hope I've got the right size on here. So I'm going to change my stitch length and give myself a little puddle of metallic yarn here. So much fun to play with. And then I'm just going to start stitching.
Look at that. Right, and it's so great. The couching foot just slides that material right into the path of the needle and stitches it down as you're quilting. And it looks like you were starting to do some feathers for us. And it really is, I mean, quilting is so great to get those patterns that are, delicately placed into the material, but the couching really just gives you a bold look on your quilts.
Yes, and I love using this over top of like raw edge. It's always great. One thing I do want to mention, the couching feet come in a set of 3. And so you need to kind of play with the couching feet to see which size foot you need to be using with the type of yarn. I don't know if you guys noticed in the stitching that I just did, there were some places where it didn't quite catch. That was because I didn't have the thick enough yarn to go in this foot.
Yeah, and we have the couching feet comes in a set of 3 as well, with a different hole diameter that you can then make sure that you've got the appropriate foot for the material that you're using.
So play with it on the side a little bit beforehand and make sure that you're using the right size foot.
Yes. Great.
Okay. We've got one more foot
more foot. And I think it's worth noting that in the few minutes that Christina has been showing us these techniques, she's done a really wide variety of techniques on one machine in just a few short minutes. And I think that does speak to the versatility of the Amara. You can do, quick, fast quilts if you need to, but it also can be a tool that will enable you to be your most creative quilter self. And this last one, I think, is one that is a type of quilting that I haven't done much of, but really gives some depth to what you can do to your quilts and creating some dense, detailed stitches on your quilts. So this is our microfoot.
This is the microfoot. I'm just trying to clean up my mess here so people can see what's going on and not all my threads everywhere. Sheesh.
So this one is actually an open toe foot. The other feet that we've been looking at are kind of enclosed around the needle. This one's got an open end. What is that for?
Well, so let me step back just a little bit more. So standard with the machines, you get your hopping foot or your ruler foot. It also comes with an open toe foot. And this is just like the step up from the open toe. So it actually looks like it's a broken foot, like it's missing it. But the purpose of this is so that you can see what you're stitching. You've got a clear view. I do recommend not putting your fingers too close to it.
Yep.
So.
And this isn't one you're going to use for ruler work, right? Because it will go directly onto your ruler.
Yes, definitely do not play with this with rulers. Okay, I'm going to do some micro quilting. When I do micro quilting, I like to adjust these handlebars.
Right. Yes.
And let's get a video. Let's maybe get the full shot of everything as I'm moving this handlebar down.
So it's just a few twists of a handle.
So it's got 2 controls on each side. So this one allows me to drop the handlebar up and down. So I'm going to take it all the way down and I can tighten it up. And then the other handle here comes up and down a little bit here and in and out. So I can just adjust that to where I want it to be and tighten it up. And this comes standard on the Amara. It's got the adjustable handlebars.
Look at that. It's almost like a more natural drawing style, right? Getting your hands really in there lots of tight control.
Yep. Okay. So I like to do my micro quilting on a stool where I'm up really close. So I'm just going to kind of squat down here a little bit. And I am going to change my stitch mode. So we haven't really talked much about the stitch modes for the Amara. It comes with 3 different modes. One is manual, where you control the stitch length yourself. The machine continually cycles, that needle cycles at whatever speed you set it at. We also have 2 types of stitch regulation. So within the stitch regulation, we have precision, where the needle is only moving when you're moving the machine. And we also have cruise, where the machine will continue to cycle, but it keeps the stitches at the same length, except for when you pause and it continues to cycle. You can continue to get stitches there. So that is a really great option for making sure you get really nice, strong points. Okay, so for this one, I'm going to actually change to a manual mode, and I'm at 550 is the speed. I have no idea. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Okay, and I don't have a stitch length selected because it's in manual mode. So
your movements will set the stitch length.
Yes. So what kind of micro quilting should I do?
Oh, I don't know. You're going to do some pebbling?
I can do some pebbling.
Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Look at that, just that steady heartbeat of a machine.
Yep, so listen to that sound. And when I'm doing micro quilting, I don't really care if I overstitch. If I miss my line, it's always going to be pretty small and in the background. But now I want you to listen to it in regulated. I'm going to up that speed. And tell me if you can hear the difference.
Yeah.
So it kind of speeds up as I stitch faster.
It responds to how you're moving the machine.
Yep.
Yep.
So the manual's a little bit smoother feel, like for the micro quilting. So
that's great.
So
and
those are our feet.
Yeah, really fantastic and very tight, intricate quilting that you've done there.
I can move that out of the way so we can see.
Yeah, I noticed some people noticing the difference in the sound as well. And I did see somebody that was asking about the feet and if they were compatible with their domestic machines.
No, they are for handy quilter long arms, but they are compatible with all of the handy quilter long arms. If, however, you have a machine that was like about 2014, you might need to get a conversion kit so that you can easily change the feet out. So
yes, so the way that we have it structured and built, it's definitely built for this sort of quilting platform. But it has made a quilting machine that is incredibly versatile and incredibly fun to quilt.
Yep.
Yeah.
So any questions for us, Blaine?
Hey guys, great demonstration. And we have a couple questions. One of them is, are they asking, do you oil it every day?
I oil my machine with every bobbin change. I also oil it if it's been sitting for a day or more and I haven't been using it. And it's just 1 drop of oil in the bobbin hook area.
Yeah.
So it's really, really easy to maintain. Maintenance, you just want to make sure you keep the tracks clean, that you don't have loose threads that get wrapped around. Just keep the lint off. I just take a twin size sheet and throw it over top of my machine as a dust cover. So maintenance is really, really easy on the handy quilter machines.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question is, well, what kind of needles does it take?
We use a Gross Beckett. It's the System 134. And you can use ballpoint, you can use sharps, you can use our MR needles, which are a high-speed needle, and they come in a variety of sizes. So what you need to do is whatever thread you're going to be using for that particular project is find out what size needle you need to be using to match that thread size.
Okay, fantastic. Well, hey, Josh, the other day they said you didn't know anything about these machines, but you act like you know much, like you own one or something.
I do. Yep, I've got one myself, and this is the exact machine that I own, and I really do love it.
That's awesome. All right. Well, hey, guys, I'm going to tell them how they can get this, and we got a great promotion going on this right now. Hey, this is the Amara long arm machine. This is the 20-inch throat space on this. And it comes with, at that price we've got it right now, it is $11,295. and it comes with the little foot frame at that price. You can upgrade this to the what frame is it? Studio 2, yes. So you can upgrade it to the Studio 2 frame, but you can give us a call and they can explain all the different frame options and everything to you. But right now, the price we have for it is $11,295. That is with the little foot frame, and we're also throwing in a $500 thread bundle with this. And that thread, you're including the King Tut, the Masterpiece, the Fantastico, the Magnifico, Omni, Omni V, that bottom line, the So Fine, and the Superior metallic thread all comes with it. That is a $500 thread bundle we're throwing in with it. And again, guys, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have some special financing, 60-month, 0% interest financing for it, so you can get some low monthly payments to pay this out. And all of our salespeople standing by on the phones, they are experts when it comes to long arms, and especially the Handy Quilter. We are the Handy Quilter's #1 dealer in the world, and they know the Handy Quilter like the back of their hand. So give us a call at 800-401-8151. If you have any questions, they're going to be able to help you get the perfect setup for your needs. And again, we have that 60-month, 0% interest financing available. So, hey, let's bring Jane Klaus back in. And Jane
Klaus in the house.
Jane Klaus is in the house. And so, hey, we're continuing, but the day is we're running out of time again. We're nearing the end of the day.
Day 4 of Sew Fest is flying by so fast.
It sure is. And you know, we've got a great presenter coming up next. We have Kimberly Dotson coming in with OESD. And I know that she was on earlier this morning. You and her talked all about the designs and the Spree Club and all that. So I know y'all are going to do that again. So I'm just going to let y'all get at it so we won't waste any more time.
You bet. I'll introduce Kimberly Blaine. Thank you so much. Like I said, day 4 of Sew Fest going so fast. So
all right, so
presenter. Yeah.
Hey, Jane.
Yes.
Kim is not connected yet.
Oh.
So we're going to have to just talk for a little while.
Okay. So I want you to be able to use this because you could say Sew Fest is going so fast. And I thought this is a Blaine thing. He would like that. And tomorrow, maybe when it's coming to the end, you're going to say, well, the week went so fast, so fast.
Well, it is. It's going by extremely fast. And so I don't know why are we way ahead of schedule? Oh, okay. So,
no, we're good.
Yeah.
We're right on schedule. You know, I want to tell you this, Blaine, because we have such a great audience, and everyone is really chiming in and participating and being a part of the show, which I absolutely love. I'd love to see what they're doing, what they're talking about. All the presenters are so great. All the educators are great. When I leave you, I went over to my Luminaire and I put in my double needle to practice my hemming that Angela Wolf showed us just a couple hours ago. On a nice knit. So I've been like going over to my Serger and like going back over all these things we've been talking about. It's so fun.
You know, it's amazing all the things you learn on here. And I mean, you know, just like Candace today, Candace was doing a demonstration on the that baby lock Serger and broken needle. And, you know, I really thought, you know, that wasn't planned. It happened. And I was kind of glad it happened because the way she handled it, and she actually, you know, showed everybody what you have to do, because that's what's going to happen. You're going to be using this thing at home. You're going to break a needle. And you know what? You don't panic. You just go get another needle and put in there. And she just showed everybody how to change a needle, how easy it was, and how easy it was to rethread it. So, you know, things happen like that. And so again, it's just, you know, whatever we can do to help educate people on things is what makes Sew Fest great.
And you know what makes me happy to know that there are other people out there just like me. There are other people breaking needles. There are other people that are like, I'm afraid of XYZ, or I don't think I want to try this, but I'm going to try this. Or it's just fun to know when people write the comments in. It's just we're all having the same thoughts and feelings and emotions as we're doing all of our projects and sewing and quilting and just being in our craft spaces. And it's fun to connect with everybody and know that we're all the same. Like, yeah, I got boxes of stuff too. I needed to be a little bit more organized.
Well, you're absolutely right, Jane. And hey, you know, speaking of Sew Fest, I don't know if I've even got the chance to talk too much about everybody about the entries that we had people that entered the contest.
Please do.
But I'd like to show some of those entries if we could. And
that'd be
Kyle,
great.
is there a way we can? Oh, there it is, right there. So we had 2 categories. We had the home decor, and then we had the garment sewing, and they could enter. So here are some of the entries we had, and you can look at some of these entries are just fantastic, and each one of them had to submit, I think it's 4 or 5 pictures of each item that they submitted, and they had to take some close-up shots of it and put them in there, and then everybody got a chance to vote on it. But some of the entries are just absolutely amazing, the work and detail that these sewers did on their projects. And so there you get to see a sample right there of some of the things that they did.
That's so cute. That's a little pet house right there. It's like it's a castle or a mansion. It's very beautiful. I'm sure the pet loves that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. And then it's in each person you can see what their name was that entered it. And I mean, just look at the detail on
Gorgeous.
that. That is just absolutely unbelievable.
Such talent. I mean, look at all these beautiful designs and creations. I love this.
It really is. I mean, it's just
and the detail in that. Wow.
That's the reason we do these contests too, is we want people to be able to highlight some of their talent. And a lot of people can go and look at these and get ideas to do things and inspiration to make their own things. And so that's what's awesome about it. And I just love looking at the pictures. And I actually went through every one of them, and I actually did my own voting of who I thought I liked at each one. And it's hard to pick. I'm telling you, look at that. That is just incredible.
I mean, just the detail. It's so beautiful. Wow. What a beautiful quilt. Blaine, I do a segment called Craft Room Crash, and I always am looking for talented people to feature what they're doing and their skills and what drives them. And so, I mean, these are the people you're showing right here. You're going to have to give me some names.
Yeah, it's amazing. And, and that's what is so awesome about it. This is the home decor category. Kyle, if we could, can we skip down into the garment? Now this is the garment category.
Fashion.
And I mean, that very first one, I think is it Christy P? Or what was it, Kelly?
Yeah, Kelsey P, which she's taken a wedding gown and turned it into a christening gown. This is fabulous for like a refashion.
Yeah, look at that. And I knew you would really like this because you do a lot of repurposing and things that you do in your craft, Jane. And I thought, you look at that, how beautiful that little christening gown is that she made out of a wedding dress.
And what a way to just have the memories and cherish that wedding dress and bring it into a christening gown and really recycling and repurposing that fabric. Look at that little sweetheart right there. That is beautiful. In fact, the shirt I was wearing earlier was a man's tuxedo shirt from the 70s, and I just made it to fit me and made some sleeves. Look at how pretty this is.
Yep, there again. And I didn't catch the name on that, but again, it's just amazing what people can do and when it comes down to sewing. And so we're so happy.
The style on that is really, really impressive. And you can see all the different detailing and the different work that she's put into it. If it was closer, we could really see it. But I can tell from here the piecing that she's done for that.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. And I think this next one is Veronica W. Is that it?
Yeah, with the baby's outfit. That's so cute. I love it.
And again, if people didn't get a chance to go vote, next, anytime we do these festivals, we're going to have some sort of contest. So, our next festival we're going to have will be next March. We're going to have Quilt Fest, and we've already got the date set for that. And we're going to have a big quilting contest for that. They're going to be able to submit. We're going to actually have 2 different categories this year or next year for it that they can submit quilts. And then, following up in June, I think next year, we're going to have, Hoop Fest. And again, they can, submit their embroidery projects and things. So, I just love us giving them a platform to people to show off some of their work. And a lot of people can take and get really good ideas to do things on their own when they see some of this stuff.
Gorgeous use of that fabric, and those sleeves on that gown are just really, really lovely. Look at that. That's so trendy and fashionable right now. I love those sleeves. That is great. I could
So
look
yeah,
at
you
that
can
all
see
day.
it.
And that little baby's outfit, you could actually just see the little baby in it and how cute they would be. And look at those for her grandson, Henry. Oh, adorable. I want to see Henry.
And and the great thing too, what we're doing is, and I think Kyle can probably better answer this for me, but like from Quilt Fest, is there a way that people can still get to the Quilt Fest page? Okay, so if anybody wants to go back and you can go to our events page, and I think there's going to be a link on there where you can go back right now and look at all the entries that entered Quilt Fest last year, or this year, I'm sorry, earlier in the year. You can go back and look at Hoop Fest, and then most certainly you can go back and look at Sew Fest right now this week. We're going to still have that link on there, and we're planning on leaving those on there so people can go look at all the festivals and look at pictures. And what we plan on doing is keeping those around. So even next year, if you'll still be able to go look at what the gallery for 2021, even though we're going to be having a new contest in 2022. So we want to be able to kind of have that around where people can go and reference that from now on.
And it's so much fun to go back and reference because you can get such great inspiration from seeing other people's ideas and their designs. And, listen, you can copy it. That's the greatest form of flattery. But you could also just get inspired by other ideas. And you can use that as a diving board to create your own. I mean, Halloween is coming up. Like, this is a great way to see the use of what they've done with the skirt and the top there and the overlay. It's just absolutely beautiful. But I love the idea, Blaine, of you keeping them up and allowing others to go and be inspired by works, because that's what it's all about. It's just us inspiring each other to be creative.
Yeah, it sure is. And and the thing about it, to me, I just love us doing this the way we're doing it, and all of our sponsors jumping on board and helping us out with this. That way we can give rewards people for their great job on their garments, and also rewarding them for actually submitting it and sharing it with the world. So to me, that's a great thing. And again, I can't thank our sponsors enough. They are just we couldn't do these events without all of our sponsors. And so I'd like to take this time, if I could, just recognize Janome and Handy Quilter, the Grace Company, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki. And Jane, if we didn't have all those sponsors, we most certainly couldn't do these events. And again, I can't say enough for them. We have great partners out there with all their manufacturers, and we work extremely hard with all of them to on pricing and trying to get product here. And because product has been kind of hard to get this year, and so we have those good relationships and really help out, and so we work hand in hand with them pretty closely on a daily basis, trying to make sure that we have enough product in stock that we customers can get, because I know it's been hard on people this year.
Really hard to get product in, and we always say you got to use the best tools to get the job done. And that's what you're doing for all of us, Blaine, is you're showing us the tools to get the job done. You're already doing the work on the back end, and you're just presenting it to all of your visitors, all of the viewers, to be a part of it. So thank you for doing the work for us, because now you're just showing us what we need.
You're exactly right.
I love looking at these pictures are fantastic. I mean, so much fun. Those little kids in there, and then the designs are so beautiful. I love the refashioning. I'm going to go look at the website.
Yeah, they're pretty awesome. So anybody that wants to go check that out, they can actually go, right to our homepage right now on, SewingMachinesPlus.com. On that very homepage, you'll see the Sew Fest banner. You can just click on that, and it'll take you to that Sew Fest page. And then you can just scroll down and look at all the entries in there. So, hey, Jane, what I'd like to do now, I don't know what happened with Kimberly at OESD. She never did show up. So what I'd like to do is just, have hear a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back, everybody, at 2:45 Pacific time. So just basically 15 minutes from now, we'll be back, and we'll come right back, and we're going to have Grace coming in the house showing all those great Grace products. So we'll be right back with them. Okay.
Blaine?
Yes.
Real quick, Let's just give our friends at OESD a plug, because you want everyone to join the Spree Club, right? So if you want to join the Spree Club with OESD, all you need to do is call the 800 number, 800-401-8151. They'll tell you all about the Spree Club and OESD. And there you have it, a little plug for our friends.
All right, fantastic. We'll see y'all again in 15 minutes.
Upsize your creativity with more room to design. Presenting the Innov-is NQ1700E, the latest embroidery sensation from Brother. Are smaller hoop sizes cramping your style? Step up to a larger 6x10 canvas to stitch your masterpieces. The Innov-is NQ1700E delivers all you need to design on a larger scale, with advanced features and smart conveniences that expand your creativity. Explore 258 built-in embroidery designs with 140 frame pattern combinations and 13 embroidery fonts. Send designs wirelessly using Design Database Transfer. A nearly 5-square-inch LCD color touchscreen with an intuitive interface simplifies on-screen editing. All with drag-and-drop convenience. And hey, you've got gifts to give and crafts to sell. Boost your productivity with embroidery speeds up to 850 stitches per minute, plus an efficient and simple color sort feature. Plus, the optional 5x7 magnetic hoop lets you manage thicker fabrics with ease. Upsize your creativity with the all-new, all-smart Innov-is NQ1700E, only from your friends at Brother. Demo one at your Brother dealer today.
Janome. Burnett, for all my ideas.
Hey everyone, we are back. Sew Fest Day 4. And hey, we're in the home stretch this afternoon. We have one presenter left. And hey, we have Grace in the house with Mark Martin. And hey, Mark is the, I think he's the customer relations manager at Grace. He's been there for about 10 years. So welcome back to the show, Mark.
Thank you, Blaine. I am super excited to be with you. And yeah, you're right. A little over 10 years I've been with Grace, going on, I think, my 11th year. And yeah, I am the manager over the customer and sales teams. Super excited to be with you again, Blaine. You know, Grace Company, we're very grateful for all that you have done as one of our best dealers, and to be a sponsor of this wonderful event. We're very appreciative of that. So thank you, Blaine.
Well, you know, we love working with Grace, and and Nathan's been awesome to work with through the years, and you're awesome to work with, and the whole team there. You know, it's just it's a really good partnership, and I know our customer service team always brags about your customer service team, and I think both companies, our goals are to try to make sure we help the customer, and that's the number one goal. And I think that's great that we work together to do that. And your products are just so good, and we love selling those. And I know they've always been a huge hit. Every time we have a show, the Grace products are just a big hit, whether it's the True Cut or it's the Qniques or all those great hoop hoop frames and the different frames. And I know this show, those True Cut products have been a huge hit, and then that Cutie frame's been pretty popular too. But I know we're going to talk a little bit. What are we going to talk about today, this afternoon?
Well, thank you, Blaine. Today we're going to talk about another package that you need to jump on during the Sew Fest event. Is our Qnique 19 package with the Q-Zone Queen. So we're going to be talking about the Q-Zone Queen with that 19-inch machine today. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions, a lot of excitement. And that's what I want to make sure is when you're watching these types of videos, this whole entire Sew Fest event that you guys have been putting on is such a really great download of information from any product that you guys sell. And so there's going to be something for everybody, particularly with the Grace Company. We really value the customers, right? Like you said it earlier, Blaine, it's the customers are what matters most. And to make sure that they're taken care of has been top priority. Understanding that any product can maybe have something happen to it during shipping and vice versa. So we want to make sure that we take care of the customers as if they were your own, and take care of your customers. So behind our product, that is key in selling any product, is making sure that the customers who invest in Grace Company products, that they get taken care of. So today we have a wonderful package. Looking at, again, the Q-Zone Queen. I know we talked about it a little earlier, but I would love to go over the features again. The Q-Zone Queen is a queen frame. Let's start with that first. Let's talk about the frame. We've talked about so many different packages. You guys are being just downloaded with just a ton of information. And it's like, what do I do now? What do I choose? I have all these to choose from. Well, if you've been thinking about choosing a frame package with a long arm machine, this is the one you want to get. The Qnique 19 with the Q-Zone Queen is one of my favorites. In fact, I have a lot of people who bought the 19 who continue to say a lot of great things about it. We'll get into the features of the 19. But with the Q-Zone Queen, some of the things that we need to make sure we are aware of is size. I want to make sure that everybody is aware of the quilt area that you can do based off of the overall size length of the frame that we can do. So let's go ahead and look at that. And so right now with the quilt area, it is about 88-inch quilt space. And so with the queen frame, the overall dimension of this frame is about 103, 104 inches. And we need to make sure that we can quilt the size of quilt we want within that. So 88-inch quilt area is what you have with the Q-Zone Queen. So keep that in mind if you're looking at a package and all you're doing are queen sizes or smaller, then this would be ideal for you. This is going to be something that's going to take you to that next level. There are no 2-foot extensions that you can get with the Q-Zone Queen. So again, if you're looking to do queen quilts and smaller, this is the package for you. Now, don't get me wrong. Those of you who want to do king size, we do have packages for you as well. So if you're doing a king size quilt, then go to Sew Machines Plus, and they have options for another frame that we have with the 19. So you guys have what you need from our previous frames to our larger frame that you can do a large quilt. But this one in particular, we're focusing on the queen size or smaller, okay? The other nice thing about this is less time of attaching the fabric. We're able to attach it quick because it has 2 rails. Now, don't let that kind of confuse or maybe take you away, because a lot of the frames out there come with 3 rails and 4 rails and 5 rails. And we sell those types of frames as well. But this particular frame, we've been doing a 2-rail frame system for a long time now. I think I want to start about 11, a little over 11 years ago. We've started doing 2-rail frame systems, and they just continue to work. And it's just been great for you as a quilter. So the 2 rails, you're not sacrificing the tension of the fabric. You want it nice and taut. So you're not sacrificing, and you may have some floppiness or some fabric that's not draped the way they should. With this Q-Zone Queen, you are getting everything that you would with a larger frame. So how we attach the fabric is much like you would on a normal frame. You want to make sure that your backing is attached to either a cloth leader or make it larger so you can wrap that backing around the rails so that you're able to quilt from top to bottom. So if you have cloth leaders, then you want to go ahead and attach the backing to the cloth leader, and then you're going to float your batting and your top down. So what that means is your backing will be attached to the rails, and then your backing and your top layer will be floating down. So very less time on the pinning, and you get the same results. So let's listen to that again. You get the same results with having a 2-rail frame system as you would with a 3-rail or 4th rail for that matter, okay? You also get these nice clips. So the frame comes with clips, so you're able to, when you float, it's nice and taut. It also comes with bungees. And so the entire package is something that you're going to have from start to finish and to be able to do all your quilts. So the bungees, the clips, everything that you need on this rolling rail frame system. And that's what's nice. That's another thing I love about the Q-Zone Queen is you have your fabric out in front of you. And so this is what you can quilt. And when you're done quilting, you advance the fabric. Now, I know that seems elementary, right? A lot of us probably know how that works, but you'll be surprised, Blaine, on how many people still wonder about how to advance the fabric on a rolling rail frame system. So yeah, it's pretty elementary, but it's still good to know that there are other options out there to help with attaching the fabric, be able to move through your projects faster, and to get the same results as you would like. So the Q-Zone Queen with the 2 rails, nice ratcheting system. On the right side over here, we have our ratchet systems. And so you're able to keep the fabric nice and taut with those ratchet systems. And they're very easy to release those ratchets and to re-engage those ratchets. So again, the Q-Zone Queen, the overall length is about 103, 104 inches on the outside dimension with about an 88-inch quilt space. So keep that in mind. And what I mean by that is when you bring your machine over to the side, you know, your needle is going to bottom out. And so you do have several inches on side of the quilt that you cannot quilt. And so when you move the carriage over to the side of the frames, where that needle position is, that's the quilt area. So from that needle to the other side is where you're able to quilt. So the Q-Zone Queen, again, queen size or smaller is fantastic on the space. I know it's funny when I talk about that, a lot of people are like, oh, I got to knock out a wall, or I got to kick the kids out, or I have kids living with me, or probably out in the shed. So whatever you need to do to fill your dream, go ahead and do it. You know, get your brother or your husband's, get in there and make room, because it's going to be something you're going to love. So let's make sure we have room for the Q-Zone Queen frame on that. Okay, so with the Q-Zone Queen comes the 19-inch machine. Over these last few days, we talked about smaller machines. We got done doing a segment on our 15-inch machine. Now I'm looking at our 19-inch machine. This is, again, the next level of quilting. You're able to do 19 inches of throw space. So let's go ahead and get a better look at this. And you have 19 inches. So as we talked about earlier, Q-Zone Queen can adjust. This rail that I'm leaning up against, this can be moved in or out depending on what machine you have. And with this one, with the 19, you're able to extend it out. That's the nice thing about the Q-Zone Queen is you're able to grow with it and get the 19 on here. So from back to the needle, you have 19 inches to work with. And that is a lot of space to be working. If you have a 9-inch machine, it's about I want to say a little over 16% bigger throw space. And if you have a 12-inch machine, it's obviously a little less percentage in throw space. But you can see the benefit of having a large throat as you're quilting. That is something that I continue to hear when they're using smaller machines, we hear that often, you know, they want to upgrade, but the cost is too high or it's intimidating. You know, when I hear the word long arm, a lot of the quilters say that, oh, I can't do that, it's intimidating. Not with this 19. The 19 is one of our, in fact, all of our Q-Unique machine lines are easy to handle and to operate. So let's look at some of these nice features the 19 has to offer. One in particular is it comes with a touchscreen. Now, the touchscreen is really nice. Nowadays, we always want to, when we have either a laptop, because we're so used to having all these touch elements, that we want to be able to touch a screen and function the machine that way. And you can with this 19. So the 19, you have the screen that you can touch. You also can operate it by the handlebars with the buttons on there. Now, with the screen, the 19 comes with a couple features that I really, really love. One in particular is the needle jog. Okay, the needle jog is something that will jog the needle, and that is something that you need to use if you need to pick up where you left off on your pattern. If you need to make sure that the needle has been or right above where you left off, you want to keep that in place. And because this is 19, it could be a little challenging to reach back to the hand wheel to lower the needle a little bit to see if we're on point. With the needle jog, I'm able to jog the needle down to make that happen. So I know it's a little harder to see, but as I jog this down, the needle will move, and to keep that right on point with the needle jog. So you're able to have that needle jog go down and spot. Now you can see right where you're at, and then you can start quilting. The other nice thing that it has is a faster way of pulling the bobbin. You can do a full stitch or a half stitch on there. So this is little subtle changes that make this 19 outstanding and stand among the rest out there in the market. You can also increase and decrease your speed. So with the 19, it stitches at 2,000 stitches per minute. So it's really fast, and it has 4 different stitch modes. You're able to go from precise to cruise, based, and manual. And they have a couple different ways of doing that. You can do it from the screen. You can touch the button on the screen and go from precise to cruise, or you can do that from the handlebars and change it as well. I know it's harder to see, but I am changing the modes just by the handlebar setting. So again, quick fingertips on your thumb, or you can touch the screen to change it. All right. One of my favorite things to do is fire these machines up and to have it start quilting. So we're going to go ahead and have it in precise. And the left side of our machines is where you want to pull your needle down. Another question we get asked is thread cutting. And not very many machines have thread cutting. And quite frankly, as a quilter, we pull our bobbin up through the top. So as you're quilting, you're always pulling the bobbin through the top, and that's where you're trimming. So you're able to do it that way. So what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and pull the bobbin up. And obviously you do your tie off, but for this, I'm just going to go ahead and turn the machine on and move it around. Okay, you're able to go around with stitch regulation. And what's nice about precise, again, is when I stop, the machine stops. Okay, so that is precise, and it has a nice safety feature in there that if you keep the machine off too long, about like 10 seconds or so, it will just shut off automatically and go in kind of like sleep mode. All right, then we have our cruise. And with cruise on the 19, I love it because you can actually set the minimum speed on how fast you want that cruise mode to go. So you can change it at 5% all the way up to 20%, 25% actually. So you can go 25% of the minimum cruise speed. And so what that means is when I go ahead and start it, it's going to go at 25%. Okay, and when I move, it's going to be regulated. Let's get a close-up on that again. And when I stop, you can see that it keeps going. That is something that's really nice with the stitching. So that way when you're going and you're filling in these intricate designs, you're able to fill them in. With precise, if you're going really, really slow, the needle is going to just really dictate on how slow you're moving. As you can imagine, that needle is probably going to go slow as well. So the Slower you want to go, you want to be in cruise mode so you can fill in those intricate designs, or if you're doing very small patterns, that's what you want to do. Based, it also bastes, so you can baste across your fabric, and then also in manual mode. So you're able to do manual mode, which shuts off the regulation, and you're able to use a full speed at that point. Again, 2,000 stitches per minute is really fast. You can change the stitches per inch from 4 up to 16. So it's really common in the quilting industry. Again, it's just a very nice machine. The other thing I love about this 19, you guys, is threading. Threading this machine, we actually pad printed the markings on how to thread this machine. Very simple, very nice. And it also has another built-in bobbin winder as we can see. So let's go ahead and get a close-up on this. So the built-in bobbin winder, there it is. So this is really nice, and it's separate from the motor of the machine. So you can actually wind bobbins while you're quilting, or if the machine isn't running right now, I can be winding a bobbin. So that's really, really nice. 2 thread towers, one for the machine itself, and again, one for the bobbin thread. So the 19 has those wonderful features. What I also love, there's a lot of things I love about the 19, is the ergonomics adjustable handles. So we did a couple of things. One, I want you to think about your height in a way, right? I always call it vertically challenged. You know, if people are smaller and they're quilting and they're using a larger throat machine, you don't want to reach all the way back as you're going forward and backwards. You want to quilt in comfort. We had built in with these ergonomic handles the ability, if we get a close up here, when we open that up, we can actually pull and extend these handles out. So having that extra 2 inches gives you that ability to feel more comfortable as you're quilting. You can also bring the handles down. You can use them up, you can bring them down, you can even bring them on the outside if you wanted to. So these ergonomic handles are very adjustable to your liking, so you are quilting in comfort and you're not feeling like you're stretching yourself to the limit with these longer throat machines. So you have that nice adjustability in the ergonomics. And so the 19 provides a package that I have grown to love. A lot of quilters out there, they're looking at the 19 because it's a nice step up from their smaller machine, and you get all the wonderful features that a lot of other machines have with stitch regulation, the touchscreen, the not very many have these adjustable handles, so that's very unique in the machine. But Blaine, I know there's going to be questions out there on the cost of this. So if I can turn some time back over to you, let's talk about this wonderful package that you guys have during this Sew Fest going on right now.
Hey, Mark, and I got to tell everybody how they can get this. This is a great, great package we got to put together, and I think Kyle's going to do an overlay for us so everybody can see that. Hey, the price on this is $62.99. This $69.95, and this is the Qnique 19 quilting machine with that Q zone frame. So it's $69.99. We have 0% interest financing available for 60 months. It makes about $116 a month. So if you are looking for a great, great machine, this has that 19-inch throat space, and what a great machine. And give us a call right now at 800-401-8151, or you can go on the website right now. Up in that search bar, just type in Qnique 19, and it'll take you right to that product page. But if you have any kind of questions on combinations and different things, hey, give us a call. All of our salespeople on the phones are experts on quilting, and they're really expert when it comes to Grace products. We sell so many Grace products, they know them like the back of their hand. They can really help you out and help answer any questions you may have. Again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. And again, that price is $69.95 with that Q zone frame. And we have that 60-month 0% interest financing available for you to help you out. So Mark, I'm coming back to you.
Yes, fantastic. Thank you, Blaine. That package, $69.99. get on the phone, shoot them an email, get in touch with those experts at Sew Machines Plus. I see quite a few comments on there on, oh, I need a new room, as I mentioned before. That kind of makes me laugh because you do need a larger room for that, but I tell you, it's worth it. So if you can move your couch, your sofa, you don't need to sit down at home, right? You can just quilt all day. That's what we love. Your husband will be okay with that. If he loves you, he's going to be like, yeah, honey, go ahead and just move that sofa out of the living room area. Get this package, the Q-Zone Queen. These are dreams, right? We talked about a lot of stuff and a lot of comments about, oh, I wish I can have that, or I want that, or I need that, or these types of comments. You know, this is, as a hobby, a wonderful way of creating, right? This is your way of bringing the designs from your mind onto your fabric, and you're making kids of all ages, you know, your relatives, friends, family, if you do charity work, you put smile on kids' grown-ups' faces as you finish your job, and you put a smile on your own face, right? When you look down and you see something you created with the Qnique machine, that's just fantastic. We want to be able to make sure that you have everything you need. You know, we talk about ways you can grow with certain products. Again, if you're looking at doing queen size quilts and you've been doing them on a sit down table and you do have room for a frame, get this package at $69.99. You cannot beat that. The 19-inch machine gets wonderful customer service from the Grace Company on Sew Machines Plus. Like Blaine said earlier, we're a great tag team to make sure that you guys are taken care of with all your quilting needs. I can't stress enough, though, the size of this frame and this package, you want to make sure that you have room for it. Earlier, one of the questions that we had was, can you have it set up in a smaller size? Yes, you can. If you wanted to have it set up, this is the size you see here. So it is 4 feet. If you're planning on doing those types of smaller quilts, you are restricted to the inside, again, quilt area. So even though it's 4 feet, you only get about a 30, I want to say a little over 36 inches of quilt space on that. So if you're doing smaller quilts, you can set this up to be smaller size. But what a great package it is. Make sure you have room from the back as well to the front. So again, throw this question out there. I know we're coming up on our time, but if you are dreaming big and you want to get a larger throat machine, sometimes I hear the saying, right? Go big or go home, or dream big, you know, all these things. If it is something with that low price, especially with those monthly payments, get into it right away. Give Sewing Machines Plus a call. Contact their wonderful experts on see what package will be good for you, and make sure that you have what you need. Blaine, I want to leave this time. If we have any questions that I could help answer at this time, I would love to have some maybe Q&A going on. And I could also see from my team here if we have any questions as well. Blaine, do we have any questions?
Yeah, hey, we do, Mark. I think one of the questions I see right now says, what's the warranty on that machine?
Great question. So the warranty, I'm going to give both actually. So the warranty on the frame is a 1-year warranty on the frame. And the machine has a 5-year tiered warranty. And both of these warranties can be found on our website. If you go to our website, at the very bottom of the homepage, you'll see the warranty, and it talks about the machines and the frames. So the frame, with the machine being a tiered warranty, you have a couple years that cover the body and a year on the electronics, and then a couple years on the plastics and stuff. So it does, with a 5-year tiered warranty, cover the plastics, the body, and the electronics covered in that. And again, the frame has a 1-year warranty on the frame. That's a great question. Do you have a question for my? So another question that came in was the table inserts that's on here. So on this frame, there are table inserts. Now these, if you can see them, they're the black pieces right back there. In fact, let's see, what side am I on? Nope, let's go back to the other one. Yep, so you see it right here, this table. Those are great for pantographs. Now they are an accessory, so it's not something that everybody uses at once or at the first time of initial purchase. So those are table inserts that you can purchase as an accessory through Sew Machines Plus, and what those are good for are pantographs. We have lasers, we have ruler bases, we have other wonderful accessories that you can attach to the 19 and rear handles. So you would work from behind and do patterns across that table. So the tables are good for the patterns if you're gonna do pantographs. Great question. Do you have any other questions?
Hey, Mark, that was one of the questions you answered right there was about pantographs. But that other question they're asking is, how, the robotics for this, what kind of robotics will go on this and is, to make it work? If somebody already has this, what would they need to do to put the robotics on it?
Great question. Yes, the robotics is our Quilt Motion Beginnings or Quilt Motion Pro, and it's easily attached to the machine. And so you do get a wonderful package. So you can do your quilting. And so we do have those two automation systems, Quilt Motion Beginnings or Pro. And again, both of those can be purchased through Sewing Machines Plus. Easily attached. There will be some attachments you need to do, but you can attach that right onto this machine. If you already have our Quilt Motion, you can look at getting that same Quilt Motion that you already have and put it on the 19. So if you already own Quilt Motion, that's easily transferred to the Qnique 19. That's not a problem. But yes, the automation is very fun, very easy, very affordable, and you can attach that right onto the machine. And just like all of our products, you're going to find that walking through those processes are a really simple task and is very, very easy, very fun. Great question. And I see something come up there. I don't know if my hubby will give my couch and TV. Do you think? I would love to talk to him. Yes, let's get him on the phone. We can move those couches aside. And, as long as you're happy, he's going to be happy. So actually, I don't want to cause any drama with people's husbands because, I don't want to get taken down if I meet him in an alleyway. So, but yes, I would love to talk to anybody you need to if they want to put this into your living room.
Hey, Mark, I do. I want to cause the drama. Penny, is that her name, Penny? Penny, have him call me.
There you go. I love that. Yes, call Blaine. He'll take care of you.
I'm going to give him all kinds of reasons she needs this. Hey, and the other thing I wanted to ask you, Mark, was about the pantographs again. Is there a kit that you get the rear handles and the boards and all that together, or you have to buy all that individually, like with the laser pointer and all that?
Great question. They are all individually, and we did that for many reasons. But one, you don't need to have the rear handles if you want the laser, because you can work from the front side as well. The pantograph, I do love selling those as a package. So if you're looking at getting those table inserts, I would highly suggest that you also get the rear handles, because that is really the only way that you can work and do those pantographs is behind the machine. So that way you can see your pattern. If I were to step back here real quick and work, this is where I'll be at, and I'll be moving the machine side to side. So I'll be working back here in order for that pattern to go. So you don't want to be in front of the machine as you're doing that. You want to be behind the machine. So if you're looking to do the pantographs, we have a wonderful plastic pattern set. You can get those Sewing Machines Plus. No training necessary. It comes with wonderful patterns on both sides of these templates, or these groovy boards is what a lot of people like to call them. And you attach them right on the backside there. But again, if you're looking to do pantographs edge to edge, and you don't want to get the automation right now, get that pattern set, the basic pattern set with the rear handles, and now you're able to do from edge to edge quilting at ease, no training necessary. But yes, Blaine, they are all sold separately. The laser, our rear handles, our pattern set, ruler bases, but you can find all of them through SewingMachinesPlus.com. Go ahead and just talk to one of their experts and they'll get you taken care of.
Hey, great job, Mark. And so I want to again remind everybody again how we can purchase this and the pricing of this. Again, this is $69.99. It is the Qnique 19 quilting machine, and it comes with that Q-Zone quilt frame. And again, if you want to do automation, robotics, it will accept the robotics on there, really easy. And also, we had a question asked about the pantographs. You can get all those accessories you need for that. Just give us a call. We can tell you exactly what you need to put on that if you want to get one of these and be able to do the pantographs from the rear. So we have all the things you need for this, $69.99. It's free shipping right to your door. We do have 60-month 0% interest financing to make some low monthly payments on that. And again, give us a call at 800-401-8151. We have our sales team is standing by on the phones. If you can't get through, because we know the phones have been busy today, if you can't get through, Kyle's going to put that Google Links sheet up in the chat. And all you have to do is hit that link. It'll open up Google Sheets. Just put your name, your phone number in there, and what product you're interested in, and they will give you a call as soon as they get off the phone, because that sheet is updated real time in the call center. And that way you won't miss out on getting this great special on this. And they're going to be open till 6 p.m. Pacific time today. And so that's 9 p.m. Eastern time we'll be open to. So we'll have plenty of time to get your order in today. So again, a big shout out to Grace for being one of our big sponsors here, and a great presentation by Mark Martin. And we sure do appreciate Mark on the show. And hey, let's bring Jane Klaus back in. And Jane, guess what? You're on mute.
No, what? I was actually talking, just going like this.
Oh, you just faked me out? Okay. We'll let you slide on that one. Well, hey, I was going to say, guess what?
What?
We just came to the end of day 4.
Day 4 of Sew Fest was so much fun. Blaine, thank you so much for a wonderful day.
I'm telling you, and Kyle and his team are still hanging in here with me. Deb and the chat team back there are still hanging in with me. And so, hey, it's been a long day, but we're all still here, refreshed, ready to go. So, hey, tomorrow is going to be our last day. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be awesome. We're going to get to announce all the winners, get to present that dream studio to some lucky viewer. And again, it's going to be fantastic. And we got some great gifts or prizes to give away this afternoon.
I love prizes this afternoon. I love the dream studio for tomorrow, but let's get to it and do those prizes.
All right. So we're going to give a tote bag bundle. We're going to give 2 of these away. And our first winner is coming to us from YouTube.
Congratulations to YouTube watcher Jackie Van Sickle. You are the winner. Please send us an email to contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Tell us your name and your best shipping address.
Perfect. And our next winner is coming to us also from YouTube.
Congratulations, Deborah Phillips. You are the winner. Thank you for watching.
And our next giveaway is going to be some sewing mats, our world famous Sewing Machines Plus sewing mats. You see all those 6 colors there. That blue, gold, and red are perfect match to Brother, Baby Lock, and Bernina. And so we're going to give those away. We're going to let the customer who wins, we're going to let you have your choice of color and size. They come in 3 different sizes, all the way down from the small machines and Sergers to all the way those big machines like the Luminaire and the Solaris, Baby Lock, and the Epic, and all those big machines that have the embroidery units on them. So our winner is coming to us from Facebook.
And I like all the colors, and I love the sewing mats, and I love all the sizes. So Linda Brooks, you are in luck. Congratulations. You are the winner.
All right. Now we're going to give 2 sewing machines away. Our first one is going to be a Baby Lock Zest. And our winner is coming to us from Facebook.
And Rhonda Angeroth is the winner. Congratulations, Rhonda.
Awesome. And then our next giveaway is a Janome. It's that MC8200 QCP. And our winner is coming to us from YouTube.
YouTube watcher Cynthia Dixon, congratulations. You're the winner. And just remember, if you won, you got to send an email to contests@SewingMachinesPlus.com. Tell us your name and your best shipping address.
That is right. And the contest is plural with an S on the end of it. So, hey, you know what? And I got to remind everybody how they can still win. Jane, it's very, very simple. If you're watching today from YouTube, just make sure you go on there, give us that thumbs up, hit that bell notification, subscribe to the channel. And then all you have to do is make comments. You can ask questions, and all those methods, Jane, gets them entered into the giveaways.
So many ways to win.
Yeah, and it also enters them into the Dream Studio giveaway that we're giving away tomorrow afternoon. If you're on Facebook, hey, just like the video, share it, ask questions, make comments, and again, you're entered for all the daily giveaways plus that Dream Studio. And now, what happens if you're working?
What happens if you're working?
Yeah, if you're working today and you didn't get to see it live, what happens?
Well, you're going to watch it later and you're going to comment later, but does that still count?
It still counts. So those of you who are watching, you're watching it right now, but it's at midnight tonight and you're watching the tape delayed, or the recording of it. You can still go on there under the video and make comments and ask questions, and it's going to get you entered to win. So all kinds of ways. We're not leaving the people that couldn't watch it live out. All kinds of ways to win. And we got a ton of stuff to give away tomorrow. We're going to present our winners of the contest that we had, the garment sewing contest and the home decor contest. And then we're going to, award that dream home studio to some lucky viewer. So it's going to be a great day tomorrow.
Totally amazing day tomorrow. So Blaine, let me ask you this. If everyone comments, the more they comment, is that how many times they get entered in, or they just get entered in once?
It's more times, because what happens, it's the computer program randomly pulls people, and the more participation they have, it's basically like putting in a raffle. It's basically, or not a raffle, but like a drawing, like a hat. You're putting your name in a hat. The more times you do things, the more participation, the more times your name gets thrown in that hat. So you have a great chance if you're participating every single day and doing all the things, making comments, asking questions, doing the likes, the shares, all those things help your chances to win something.
I mean, all the things. And thank you, Ella. Nice to meet you here on the chat. She just said, thanks for sharing. I love all that. Hey, Blaine, guess what?
What?
So all of the education did not fall on deaf ears over here to your little co-host today. We did the Serger, we did the double needle, and I made this today.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Between hosting, you made that.
Yeah. So it's just this little, just some fabric I had left over, and I'll show you guys. And I had this.
There you go.
This is just a flag that I had. It's like an old cigar flag from a vintage store. Probably I shouldn't have put it on a shirt, but I had this fabric just in my stash for so long that I just quickly put this together with all of the tips that we learned today. And I got to show you because y'all thought I was just standing around.
You amaze me, Jane. You really do. It's just,
I mean, it's
the
like
little time you had standing around. Let's just make a shirt.
I mean, well, I've been meaning to do something with it, and I thought I had no flag on it, and I wanted to know what I should do with it, so I put it on there because I'm Greek, and it's a simple little, it's 4 pieces, no big deal. But I just wanted to say I wasn't just like sitting over there putting lipstick on.
Well, Jane, I gotta take a big shout out to our sponsors as well, because we could not put this event on if it wasn't for our great sponsors. Janome, Handy Quilter, Grace Company, OESD, Brother, Baby Lock, Bernina, Aero Cabinets, So Steady, Euro Notions, Daylight, and Juki all sponsored this event, and we could not put this on if it wasn't for them. So we sure do appreciate it. Hey, and I got to tell everybody, I'm going to give them a little bit what's going on tomorrow. So tomorrow, we're going to have Alba Fedeke again. We're going to talk about Janome. We're going to have Lynn Mayers back on tomorrow. We're going to talk about Aero Cabinets. We have Nathan Ersnoznik from Grace is going to be back with us tomorrow. We have Corey Sheehan. He works for Sewing Machines Plus. We're going to have our very own quilting machine that we brand, and it's called the King Quilter 2. We're going to have a demo with that. We'll have Kimberly Dotson back on at OESD. And I talked to Kimberly, by the way, and she apologized that she missed her session. She had the time wrong for some reason. And so we apologize to everybody for her missing that. We always look forward to Kimberly. And then we're going to have Joanne Banco here tomorrow, and for one of the educational classes, and it's tips for top stitching. So we can't wait for that. And then we'll have Handy Quilter back in the house. We're going to have them talking about the Moxie, and Jerry Granata from Brother. I think a lot of people know him. He is a award-winning quilter. The guy's so talented. He's going to be here talking about that Brother 3600D. And then we have Emily Thompson is going to be here talking about elastic waistbands, how to do elastic waistbands. So if y'all been wanting to know about that, great time. You don't want to miss her educational session. And then we have more Janome products. We're going to have Pro Stitcher tomorrow from Handy Quilter, and then more sessions from OESD and Grace. So we've got a great full day again tomorrow.
Full day, day 5.
Products you haven't seen yet, so y'all want to make sure you tune in tomorrow.
Full day for day 5, Blaine. Looks like a wonderful day. I'll be watching all day long.
All right. Well, fantastic. Well, hey, Jane, I think it's a wrap here. So we need to say goodbye to all the people. We hope that everybody will tune in tomorrow. It's going to start at 8 a.m. in the morning Pacific time. The stream will start. I go on air at 8:15. So y'all join us tomorrow, and hopefully y'all can join us all day. And if you got a friend who's not joined in yet, tell them to come on over and hang out with us tomorrow, because we have so many great things they can be involved in.
Tell them to enter the contest. And if they don't want the prizes, you take them. Hey, friend, sign up over here. Why don't you do that? Hey, Blaine, thank you so much for including me in Sew Fest. I had so much fun. And all of my friends that I've been talking to all day long here on the comment section, thank you so much for playing along with me. By the way, I would love to connect with you. You can always do that. Any of my social media channels, it's at Jane Claus, CLAUSS for double fun. Or you know what? Easiest way is go to my website, janeclaus.com, and I will hit you back there if you send me an email. How about that?
Yep, that's the easiest way to get you. Just go to your website, because you have all your social media connections on there and all in one place.
That's right.
All right, guys. Well, thank y'all for joining us today. Jane and I are out of here, and we hopefully will see y'all back here tomorrow with us. Y'all have a fantastic rest of your day, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.